play. These teams played a tie at the Copps Coliseum in Hamilton. Here we go with Gretzky against Larionov. Game one is underway, and Bourque fires it off the boards down into the Soviet zone. Fetisov back to get it, and as soon as he touches it, it's an icing call against Team Canada. And the faceoff comes all the way back into the Canadian end of the rink.
There's Sergei Svetlov. He has a broken arm suffered in the first shift of the game the other night, the semifinal game. It's nice of him to stand up and show us his broken arm for us. A fine young player, and in the second intermission, we're going to have Sergei joining Dan Matheson to talk to him. He's just a terrific player, and one of those players I think that we're going to see a great deal of in the future, especially coming up with the Olympics. Claude Lemieux, Kevin Dineen, Rick Tocchet are the injured, but Tocchet is in the lineup tonight. Svetlov, as we mentioned, along with Kravchuk for the Soviet Union.
Face-off, deep in Team Canada zone. We've played just 6 seconds. Larionov against Messier, who won the draw. Bourque flipping it out. Makarov knocks it down, and back goes number 11, Mark Messier. To Doug Crossman, number 2. Ahead to Bourque, number 7. Feeding it to Mike Gartner, number 12. And that's Fetisov coming up to break it up. Now Bourque intercepting a pass. Fetisov knocks it down for the Soviets to Krutov. Bourque back for Canada, and as he tried to clear it, it went off Krutov's stick, and Fuhr had to catch it and held it.
There are the two semi-kindly coaches, Mike Keenan, and of course Viktor Tikhonov, who's been under fire in the Soviet Union. His team is not winning, and when you're under fire by former superstars like Alexander Yakushev and Anatoly Firsov, I guess it's like being coach of the Montreal Canadiens and having Rocket Richard on your back. It's a little tough, so he's a little tentative as far as his position is concerned.
Here's Canada with Coffey feeding Gretzky. Gretzky dumping it in. Guzarov back to try and clear it, and here's Beckhoff, number 27, over to Homatov, number 15. He drops it to Stelno. Shot behind the goal. Now Lomakin, number 23. Got it in front, cleared away by Coffey. Sutter trying to get it out of there, held in by Stelno, centered, and that shot blocked in the slot area by Coffey. Here's Gretzky to Brent Sutter. Canada on the attack, back to Gretzky, pass through the crease, and the Soviets come back, but Coffey with that speed, able to come back and break it up, and then as he cleared it in, it's offside at the Soviet Union blue line.
Great play by Coffey coming back. He left the ice during the pregame ceremony. He's got some problems with his skate or his padding. I don't know what it was. He went back to the dressing room. I'll tell you, it can't be the skates the way he flew on that last shift. He was down in deep, came back and broke up a play, and eventually sent it back into the Soviet zone to cause the offside here. Tempo of the game very high early, Dan.
No score. We played 1 minute and 20 seconds. Here is the Soviet defenseman Verbuchen firing it out to center. Now Canada coming back. Here comes Mario Lemieux. Shoots one. Wide of the net. Gartner in to chop at the rebound, but couldn't get it. And Samak feeding it into center ice for Lomakin, number 23. He's upended by Rochefort, number 5. And this is Rochefort carrying to Mario Lemieux. Into Gartner. Shoot, he scores! Mike Gartner!
Here it is. Great view of it here. Just the slapper. And he does that so often for the Washington Capitals, says Gartner.
Gartner's second goal of this Canada Cup. 1:49 the time. And Canada, which has, through this tournament, started slowly in each game, takes the early lead. That could be a factor. Here's Priyakin now for the Soviets. Tied up by Murphy. And it's Patrick trying to get it out for Canada. Couldn't. Fetisov flipped it in front. Blocked by Doug Gilmour, and then Gilmour able to poke it up on the wing, and then he finishes it off by clearing it to center. And Chinop back to his own line. Here are the Soviets now with Himalev shooting it in. Back is Paul Coffey. Quickly out to Patrick on right wing, number 6. Now back to Murphy. Patrick, by the way, is playing up as a forward tonight because of injuries to right wingers like Claude Lemieux and Kevin Dineen. So it's Gretzky out there with Gilmore and Patrick as a forward line. Now here's Priyakin moving it in on left wing. Shot nowhere near the net by the Soviets. Canada trying to get it out. Howard-Chuck dropping it back for Bourque. Here's Bourque to Gretzky. Gretzky on the fly has Anderson with him. Gretzky bumped by Kasatonov and knocked off the puck. Gretzky back up. Taken out again by Kasatonov and then upended. And the Soviets come to center. Krutov, number 9. Leaving it for Makarov, number 24. Back on the point. Gusarov check. Canada trying to break away. But Gusarov will get a penalty here for pulling down Glenn Anderson. It'll be a holding call.
Gusarov forced to take a holding penalty as Glenn Anderson was trying to break out of the zone, and he had a bit of a jump on the defenseman. He just hauled him down rather than let the break occur. Kasatonov is one of the strongest men in this tournament. There is no penalty on this, but watch all of this now. Gretzky goes down earlier. Just prior to that, he took a pretty good hit from Kasatonov as well. Not used to getting roughed up like that, but again, he's a hard guy to catch, and that's one of the reasons.
Canada with the man advantage. They've had 7 power play goals in this tournament and 24 chances. Tournament leading 29% with the man advantage. And Canada with the first man advantage of this game. Here's Makarov trying to work in. Taken out by Bourque and Paul Coffey. Has it for Team Canada, giving it to Bourque. Mario Lemieux, now to Messier with Gretzky. Back to Lemieux, shoots, big save, Melnikov. Gretzky after the rebound, but the Soviets are able to clear it out of there. And then Messier pounded Krutov into the boards with a heavy check. Going back is Gretzky to Bourque. Bourque over for Coffey, now to Lemieux. To Gretzky. Gretzky. Cross to Messier, back to Gretzky, backhander. Just went wide. Pretty passing. Krutov clears it. Canada with 1:10 left in the Soviets' penalty. Coffey into Bourque to Lemieux, but it's offside at the Soviets' blue line.
Gretzky got a little bit of a jump on the far side. Fans didn't think so. I think they were looking at Lemieux, who took the pass.
That scoring play was Gartner from Lemieux and Rochefort. 1:49. Canada with 1 minute left in Gusarov's penalty, still with the man advantage. Here is Bourque to Messier. Mark Messier speeding in. Leaves it for Gretzky. Trying to drop it to Bourque. Bourque against Bekov in the corner, and Fetisov clears it into center ice. And here come the Soviets. 1-on-1 with only Coffey back. Homotop, number 15. Sidesteps Coffey, beats Bekov, number 27. Mario Lemieux trying to tie him up. Fetisov moving in. His shot hit Bourque. And Canada's Messier firing it out to Gretzky. Long pass to Lemieux, too far for him. Lemieux racing in against Fetisov. Now Lemieux gets it to Gretzky. Gretzky checked by Bekov, and here's Fetisov into center ice with Lomakin. Fetisov overskated the puck, and that put the play offside at Team Canada's blue line. 10 seconds left in the penalty.
Well, Mario Lemieux right up there at the top of the scoring race in this tournament. As a matter of fact, with the point, he has now tied Gretzky for the tournament lead. His first Canada Cup has been a brilliant one. I think all reviews have been very positive. Eddie Johnson saying the other night that he thought that Mario Lemieux's presence here is helping him just to be around this type of player, to recognize what leadership means. And he has certainly taken over the role along with Gretzky for Team Canada.
Still 10 seconds left in the penalty to Gusarov. Howard-Chuck ready on a face-off against number 30, Semyonov of the Soviets. Soviets get it, trying to carry in. Semyonov flipped it in. Now Goulet on the boards, trying to get it out. Lomakin is checked, and Goulet breaking out with Anderson and Howard-Chuck. Michel Goulet dumps it in. And the Soviets now back at full strength. Gusarov just out of the penalty box trying to clear it. Here is Anderson for Canada. Round on the boards. Howard-Chuck into the corner to Goulet. Goulet back for Howard-Chuck. Howard-Chuck to Craig Hartsburg at the point. Scoops it to Goulet. And Goulet taken out by Semyonov down in the corner. They do some grinding on the boards. Cleared over onto the other side. And over to get it is Stelnov, who carried to center ice. Now Semyonov. Pass went off a skate. Picked up on the far side by Pototov. He shot it in. Now Semyonov digging in to try and center. And Anderson has it for Canada. Glenn Anderson just cleared at the center. Here's Gilmore running into Fedotov. Gusarov is back after it. Gusarov passing to Priakin. Headmanning it. In across the line. Humalev shoots one. Another shot. Pure stopped them both. Another shot. Rochefort blocked that. And then cleared it out. Batista into center ice to Humalev. To Priakin. And Gartner back checking. Broke it up. Gilmore tries to clear it. Does. And then Rochefort shoots it down the ice. Here's Nemchinov. Over to Batisov to Priakin. Picked up now by Humalev. Leaving it for Nemchinov. Nemchinov, number 12, shoots off a stick and high up into the crowd here at the Forum. 1-0. Team Canada leading on an early goal by Mike Gartner.
Well, some great plays made by Armand Rochefort early in this game. Here's number 8 for the Soviet Union, Yuri Humalev. Plays for the wings of the Soviet, which means he played for and was coached by and brought up in the game of hockey by Yuri Dmitriev. Take a look as a rush just a couple of moments ago that started all of that problem in front of the net. These guys have got such great speed. He fought his way past the defense. Deflected shot that caused Fuhr a little bit of a problem. Now watch the great play by Rochefort as he cleared that out of harm's way. A good start for Rochefort, who made 2 crunching body checks in his last shift. Also has an assist and that save in front of the net. It's a nice way to start a hockey game.
Canada from the face-off. Try to clear it, and they do, and it's cleared up over the glass by Doug Crossman.
Now for the Soviets, as you look at Viktor Tikhonov, problems all have started at goal. There's just no way you replace Vladislav Tretiak. There may never, ever be a goaltender of his quality in the game. That guy is kind of filling skates that are about 10 sizes too big for him.
Here is Bourque for Canada, leading a rush to center ice. Fires it in. Messier and Gartner charge in after it. Here's Messier taking a man out of the play, but the Soviets now drop it back, and Fetisov cleared it right in front of his own net to Krutov. Trying to feed Larionov, but it was too far. And Bourque is back, and Fuhr lifted up on the wing for Crossman. Crossman failed to get it out. Now Bourque will carry it up. Here's Bourque with a long shot that dipped. Rebound to Anderson. And he fired that one as Anderson went steaming in after it. Here's Makarov to Kasatonov, number 7. He flips it in. Crossman back for Canada. Off the boards for Brent Sutter. His pass to Messier. Messier flipping it in for Sutter. Brent Sutter into the corner with Gusarov. And Gusarov does a good job as he took it away from him. Beats Krutov, and it comes to center. Larry Murphy for Canada. Played it off the boards. Knocked down by Krutov. Back he comes. Trying to go around Murphy. Murphy poked it away. And Gretzky comes up with it. Feeds Michel Goulet. Leaving it for Gretzky. Gretzky now to Goulet. Melnikov had it under his pad, but looked in behind him. He didn't know where it was.
I don't think that Goulet really saw too much of it either. Some great moves inside the line by Gretzky, and then he slipped it through. Goulet doing what he's supposed to do. Go for the net, look for it. He came by him, and he just got a tip of his stick on it, slid it in there. Melnikov a little lucky, but Goulet is getting the redirection. That's enough. He'll get a shot on goal.
1-0, Canada leading. Here's Gretzky on a face-off. Backhander that's blocked, and back comes Momotov, number 15 for the Soviets. Trying to get it to Kamensky. Gretzky back-checking. Breaks it up, and here's Gretzky, Poppy trailing. So is Goulet. Pass to Goulet. Just tipped by Bekov, and the Soviets come back. Momotov, number 15. Firing it in front for Bekov. Murphy tied him up. Now Gusarov, a drive. Fuhr Stick save, bouncing puck, still loose. Centered by the Soviets, a backhander by Bekov. Big save, pure, and a penalty coming up here to Canada. And in front of the net, a holding call against Team Canada, and the Soviets will have the man advantage. Coming up right here and heading to the penalty box is Brent Sutter, number 21.
Well, this started when the defenseman, Coffey, got caught up ice, and it caused all the problems when you had Sutter playing defense back there. Sutter's trying to hold the man behind the net, and he finally says, there's only one thing I can do here. Koharski looking right at it. He just tackled him, is literally what he did. But that's the situation you don't like to see, is a forward having to play defense.
Well, the Soviets will be going to the power play, their first of this game. They're 5 for 18 with the man advantage, a 28% with the May power play. And here's Doug Gilmour for Team Canada, out killing off the penalty, shooting it down the ice. Kasatonov back to get it. Kasatonov's pass into center ice, picked up on the fly by Semak, flowering it in for Lomakin. He couldn't get it. Now on the board, Semyonov, number 30. Back to Fetisov, to Kasatonov. Shoots, he scores! Deflected on the way through. Kasatonov let it go, but it changed directions. This game is tied 1-1.
Changed directions, I think, off Gilmour, who was the high man trying to block the shot. Here it comes as it comes to the point. Watch Gilmour move out towards the point. And as the shot comes in, I think it changed direction right there. I don't think the man in front of the net got a piece of it. I think it was the high man. We'll get a better view of it here. Here comes the shot. As Gilmour moves out, there it is. It changed direction, went high. Nothing Pure could do. Kasatonov will get the goal.
Fetisov gets an assist, as does Semyonov. Kasatonov getting the goal, his first of the series. Here's a breakaway for Priakin, but Rochefort able to get back and get some help from Craig Hartsburg, and it's cleared up on the boards. Canada working it into center. Lemieux to Gartner, who has had Canada's goal. He fires it in. Gartner on the boards, taken out. Gartner continuing to battle. And it's cleared out of there by the Soviets. Here into center ice is Imalev. Number 8 to Priakin. Priakin dropping it to Larionov. Soviets changing on the fly. Larionov to Kasatonov. Shooting wide by a couple of feet. And Fetisov will have to chase back for it for the Soviets. Fetisov to Makarov. He has Krutov with him. Gives it to Krutov. Back to Makarov. Deflected. Pure the save. Hawerchuk cleared the rebound. Held in by the Soviets. Now centered to Makarov. And a good defensive play by Hawerchuk to break that up. Centered. And they fan on it. And here comes Messier. 3-on-2. Canada break. Messier to Coffey. Fires. And off the blocker of Milnikov. Then into the corner. Soviets trying to work it out. And they do. Larionov, number 11. Feeding it through to Krutov. Saved by Pure on the short side. Just got his glove on it. And Coffey passes it out on the wing. Picked up by Anderson to Messier. And Canada dump it in. Gusarov back for the Soviets. Over on to Fedotov, held in by Canada. Shot right on. Milnikov to save, and Anderson was knocked down before he could get the rebound. Soviets shoot at the center. Here's Bork to Crossman to Goulet. Into Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky for Canada. Firing it over to Bork. Bork shot. Comes in front. Milnikov out to clear it. And Kamensky breaks down right wing. Only Crossman back. And Crossman makes a good play to break that up. Here is Doug Crossman from the Philadelphia Flyers to Bork. Less than 8 minutes to play in the first period. A 1-1 game. Bork to Sutter, but it's offside at the Soviet blue line. With Ron Rouge, Dan Kelly at the Forum in Montreal. 1-1 the score. Gartner early for Canada. Kasatonov tied it on a power play at 9:34 here in the first period. Here's Craig Hartsburg backhanding one down the ice. Kropp going in to get it. Gets some help from Gartner. Now back to Prop. Semyonov took it away from him and tried to feed it into center ice. Hartsburg to Mario Lemieux. Into Prop. Back to Lemieux. He's checked, and Semak trying to get it out of there to Semyonov. Back to Semak, number 18. He moves in and is checked before he could make the play. Hartsburg knocking it off the stick. Kasatonov back to get it to Lomakin. Now to Semyonov, into Semak, number 18. Hartsburg takes him out nicely. Puck still loose, however. Soviets, Lomakin trying to get it in front. Brian Prop intercepts. And now back to the play in the corner. Hartsburg tying up a Soviet player, and he'll get a penalty. Soviets scored earlier on the power play in this game to tie it. Now they have the man advantage again. Messier and Gartner will be the penalty killers up front. Messier will take the face-off against Krutov. The green unit, as it's called by the Soviets. Larionov, Makarov, and Krutov up front. Kasatonov and Fetisov the point men. And the puck is cleared by Canada immediately down the ice. This is Fetisov. Headmanning it to Larionov, number 11. Bork tied him up, and here's Gartner giving it to Messier. Messier to Gartner. Gartner moves in, big shot, and he blasted that wide of the net. And the Soviets, Larionov to Makarov, number 24. Has Krutov with him. So is Kasatonov catching up with the play. Here's Makarov. Back to Fetisov in front. Larionov couldn't get a stick on the pass. Here's Makarov to Fetisov. Shot, Fuhr the save. Rebound. Krutov scores! Krutov! 2 power play goals by the Soviets. And the Soviets take a 2-1 lead.
Great moves at the goal mouth by Krutov off a rebound. He seemed to be covered, made the move close in, and then tucked it behind Grant Fuhr, who was playing out the top of the crease. The shot by Fetisov, the loose puck, and there it is. He just stick-handled around the goaltender. He had gotten behind Raymond Bork, the defenseman. There he is as Bork moves out. Bork can't get back, and he's got time to tuck it in.
Krutov for the Soviets. His 6th goal of this Canada Cup. And the Soviets lead 2-1. Both of their goals coming on the power play. Canada's been penalized twice here in this period. And both times the Soviets have scored.
Well, the penalties will kill you. There's Krutov. Most valuable player in the Soviet Union last year. Most think now he's probably their best forward. He's gone by Makarov. And the thing they like to talk about Krutov, the thing they keep mentioning is not only is he a great offensive player with a great speed, great balance, all of those things, but he's also a terrific defensive player. Great back checker, plays a total game.
Had 50 points in 39 games with the Red Army team last year. Here's Coffey, Canada now trailing. Ahead to Anderson. Anderson in with Howard, Chuck, and Gretzky. Anderson can't get it back. Now Murphy to Gretzky. Gretzky a shot. Stick save. Rebound to Anderson, but he was checked by Priakin before he could get the shot off. And now Fedotov clearing it into center ice. And the Soviets just shoot it to the Team Canada blue line. Coffey giving it to Gretzky. Ahead for Howard, Chuck. Hopped over his stick. Here's Fedotov. Number 14 to Priakin. And he clears it into center ice with Murphy back for Canada. Murphy to Gretzky. Now to Coffey. Trying to get around Fedotov. Look at Coffey fly. Flips it around on the boards. Homotop there to clear it into center ice. And Patrick, number 6, back for Canada. Patrick to Gartner. Tipped down the ice. And as Pervukin goes back to touch it, that's an icing call against Canada. That last scoring play, Krutov is 6th of the Canada Cup. Fetisov and Makarov the assist. 13:53 the time. Soviets with both of their goals in the power play, and they lead it 2-1. Now Canada with Patrick breaking up to Mario Lemieux, but Bekhoff was there to break that up, and here's Homotop, number 15, to Bekhoff. Into Kamensky, to Homotop, to Bekhoff. Back to Gusarov, a drive, and Fuhr got a stick on that. And it deflects up into the crowd. Well, the moral of this period might be stay out of the penalty box, Ron.
Well, it's an interesting selection of referee, and the Soviets have taken advantage.
Here's Canada trying to work it out. Larry Murphy does flip it out, but shot it too hard. Lemieux trying to keep the play onside. Races in. It is onside. Lemieux trying to center to Prop. Got it in front, but Semyonov there to clear it. Now held in by Murphy to Prop. To Lemieux. Can't get it centered, and Kasatonov flips it to Fetisov. Fired it into center ice. Copy there. And now Fetisov down on the ice and injured, I think, in a collision with Mario Lemieux. And Fetisov is down on his hands and knees.
Well, Fetisov's all right, I think, but it was right in front of Don Koharski, and now Fetisov's pretty upset at Lemieux. He wanted to go after Lemieux. Mario Lemieux hit it. Here it is here now. He just unloads the puck up the boards. Lemieux had him lined up, and he gave him a good shot. A little elbow in that as well, but the referee was right there, and he didn't see call for a penalty. A blindsider, and I don't think Fetisov liked that one bit. I'm going to watch those two the next shift.
4:03 left in the period. 2-1. Soviet Union. Don Koharski, the referee. Usually in a game such as this, they'd have an official from a neutral country, but the Soviets thought a lot of Koharski's work earlier in the series, and they said, let Koharski call it.
They had him 3 times in different games. Said they got a lot of penalties in the games, and according to the coach, they earned every one of them.
Here's Goulet in against Perbukin, tipping it into the corner. Goulet and Perbukin battle back of the net. Sutter in after it. Puck comes over onto the other side, and Lomakin now beating Semyonov, number 30. Ahead onto the wing. Samak trying to carry in. Samak dumps it in, and Coffey has it for Canada. Coffey can't get back or get by Lomakin. Semyonov fires it right back in for the Soviets. Muir leaving it there, and Murphy has it for Canada. Murphy, number 8, from the Washington Capitals, fires it in. Goulet comes in, but Gusarov shoots it around. Now Gretzky. Gretzky tied up by Fedotov, and here's Semyonov trying to break down with Lomakin. Semyonov still with the puck, dropping it back. And moving in is Stelnov, flips it around in the boards. Hartsburg into the other corner. Semyonov all over him. Now Lomakin comes in. We're going to get a penalty here. High sticking, I believe, against Semyonov against Hartsburg in the corner. And it looks as though Team Canada will have the power play now.
One of those offensive zone penalties that you hate to have happen against your team. Up against the board, Semyonov in there, and the sticks go up, and the collision right there. And so Canada will get a power play opportunity. The Soviets are 2 for 2 in that department. Koharski quick with the whistle.
Well, they don't give it to Semyonov, they give it to Lomakin. So Lomakin gets the penalty. High sticking the call, Canada with a power play and trailing 2-1. 2:51 left in the opening period. Canada on its second power play opportunity of this game. They're 0 for 1 tonight. Messier, Lemieux, and Gretzky up front. Bourque and Coffey the point men. Here's Bourque. To Messier. Leaving it for Coffey now to Bourque. Bourque over to Gretzky. Gretzky put it in front. Knocked away by the defenseman Stelnov. And now Makarov cleared it. Lemieux held it in to Messier. Back to Lemieux, but Krutov clips it. Makarov on a breakaway. Makarov scores! 3-1 the Soviet Union. A short-handed breakaway goal by number 24, Sergei Makarov.
Soviets got a man free who had full speed when he picked up the puck. There was no way that the defenseman could handle him. The puck was chipped loose and just flipped out by Krutov to Makarov. That's Ray Bourque trying desperately to come back, but he is out of it at that point. The good move by Makarov with fewer goals. Oh, I tell you, the mistakes Team Canada has made here have really cost them. Short-handed goal to go with 2 power play goals.
Makarov is 6th of the series.
44 seconds.
A short-handed goal. Krutov will get an assist. 17:44 the time. 3-1. Soviet Union leading. Here's Crossman to Murphy. Murphy into Howard-Chuck, flipping it in. Fetisov back to get it. Goulet into Forecheck. Goulet tied up by Glenn Anderson. Now Fetisov to Bekov. Good play by Murphy to hold it in. Into the corner. They get it back to Murphy again. Now to Howard-Chuck. Over to Crossman. Tried a centering pass. Howard-Chuck into Anderson. Trying to get it in front. Now Dale Howard-Chuck. Back to Murphy. Murphy to Crossman. Shoots off a stick as Fetisov went down and got a piece of it. And it deflects up into the crowd. Well, Mike Keenan was talking before the game, and he said, just like Czechoslovakia, the Soviets kill penalties very aggressively. And he said, every game, they get a breakaway on us, and they just had one, and it scored.
Well, the speed is what does it, and if they play that man high, intercepting that cross-ice pass at the point, and that's exactly what happened. It was just great reaction by Krutov to knock it out of midair and chip it up towards center ice. And then, of course, Makarov, one of the fastest men in the world on the hockey rink. Not much chance for Bourque to come back.
Here is Bourque. Canada still in a power play. Bourque shooting one. Rebound to Lemieux. Put it across to Gretzky. It was tipped on the way by. Now Gretzky in the corner. Here's Wayne Gretzky. In front to Lemieux. Big save. Milnikov on Lemieux. Slap shot. Oh, Milnikov kicked out that right leg and looked like a thoroughbred there and making that save.
Oh, what a labeled shot it was, too, by Mario Lemieux on a great pass from Gretzky, who did a magical job of maintaining. I think that wasn't labeled. That just was reading the play and reacting quickly. There's the great Gretzky pass and a one-timer by Lemieux.
.1:15 left in the period. 24 seconds left in the penalty to Lomakin of the Soviet Union. Messier on a face-off against Krutov, who's back out there. Messier getting the draw. Gusarov coming up with it, trying to clear it. Coffey held it in, but Makarov clears it down for the Soviets. This is Bourque. Delno stepped into him, and the puck flipped up over the boards at Team Canada's bench. We're down to 59 seconds left in the opening period.
Raymond Bourque, who's been extraordinary in this series. He was the one caught, but I don't think it was his fault so much. One of those things that happens when you're on the power play. You're thinking offense, and the puck is chipped up past you at center ice, and a turnover inside the zone. Shots on goal, 11-10 for the Soviets, but in the error department, every one that Canada has made has wound up in the net.
Here's Makarov for the Soviets. They're still short-handed. Now the penalized player Lomakin back on. Krutov with 47 seconds left in the opening period, firing it out into center ice. 3-1, the Soviets lead. Here's Bourque shooting it back in. Delno there, now Gartner, back of the net. Losing it, and the Soviets, Stelno, number 4, carries out. Into center ice, back to Stelno. Weak wrist shot, Pure handling that. And here's Gartner, getting it out on the boards. Canada just clear it to center. And it's Gusarov for Priyakin. He gets knocked down. And Canada's Crossman with 8 seconds left in the period. Fires it down the ice. On goal, Milnikov the save. Brent Sutter a shot. Milnikov stopped that. Krutov cleared it. And there's the buzzer to end the first period. Canada took an early lead on a goal by Gartner. But then power play goals by Kasatonov and Krutov gave the Soviets the lead. And to add some icing to the cake, Makarov with a short-handed goal to make it 3-1 for the Soviets. Here we go with the second period. Canada getting it in immediately, but conditioning as this game goes along could be a big factor. Here's Makarov moving in. Trying to center. Crossman knocks that away. Rochefort now to Howard-Chuck. Kasatonov pinching in, but Howard-Chuck gets it to Messier. Now to Anderson. Fetisov cleared that away. And Krutov feeds Fetisov. He loses to Howard-Chuck. Shoots! Oh, and he shot it just wide. A giveaway by Fetisov, but Howard-Chuck just missed. Now Rochefort his own line. To Dale Howard-Chuck. Now to Glenn Anderson. Anderson got it to the line, no further. Stelnov feeding Homotop. Homotop number 15 to Beckhoff. Howard-Chuck there to clear it away. And here's Anderson, but Krutov intercepts his pass and drops it back to Gusarov. Into center ice. Here comes Beckhoff, number 27. Quick wrist shot. Stick save, Pure. Here's Kamensky, number 13. Round on the boards, Homotop. Now to Kamensky. Crossman checks him. Working it out, and Sutter shot at the center ice. Beckhoff back there. Gets it back into the Canadian zone. Shot up ice. Gretzky charging in after it with Stelnov. And Stelnov comes up with it, number 4. Gretzky stays with him, steals it. Gretzky center. Sutter took a poke at it, but Gusarov cleared it. And here's Kamensky. Shoots, he scores! Kamensky from well out. Surprising Pure. And it's 4-1 for the Soviet Union.
Shades of Rendezvous 87. Kamensky, who scored those big goals in the second game of the Rendezvous exhibition series. This one, a shocker. Let it go. No reason in the world this should not be stopped, except I think that Pure may have been a little casual with it in that he didn't play it with his body. He was looking to glove it and it may have dropped on him. There it is, and I think it did drop on him, and instead of playing the puck to block the puck, he tried to glove it and went right through his legs.
Kamensky making it 4-1. Here come the Soviets again. Semyonov getting it in there. Murphy tying him up. Now Lomakin tied up by Murphy. And then it's cleared up on the boards, and now back of the play, a holding penalty called against Team Canada and Larry Murphy.
Well, Team Canada is going to have to start playing this game like a basketball team that's in foul trouble. They simply cannot get penalties anymore.
The last scoring play, Kamensky from Homotop at 2:10, and Gusarov had an assist as well. That's the goal that made it 4-1. Soviets have a chance here to really put Canada in big trouble if they're not in enough already. Here's Sutter. Fetisov checks him. Now Larionov moving it into Makarov. Makarov for the Soviets. Dropping it to Fetisov. Over to Kasatonov, a drive. Pure a save. Larionov flips it on the boards. Sutter over to get it. Makarov knocked it away from him, and it comes back to Fetisov. He passed it. Gartner off the bench intercepts. He's hauled down. And Makarov will get a penalty. And each team will be a man short now. Makarov, number 24, to the penalty box.
Well, the penalties keep coming here. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them called so far. All of them minor penalties. Gartner just hauled down from behind. Makarov respecting, I think, Gartner's speed a bit.
Hooking is the call, by the way.
3:10 the time of the penalty.
2 minutes for hooking at 3 minutes 10 seconds.
So each team a man short. 4-1, the Soviet Union leading. Canada with Gretzky out there along with Lemieux, Coffey, and Bourque. This, of course, is a part of the game that Gretzky and the Oilers were so good at before they changed the rules a couple of years ago. Let's see how they make out here. Long shot by Bourque off a stick and up over the glass into the crowd.
Well, you look after your sticks exactly the same way in the Soviet Union as you do in Canada. There's big Fetisov stripping the tape off.
Here's Canada from the face-off. Gretzky side of the net. Behind the net, centered. Coffey moves in, shoots. Milnikov a save. And another penalty coming up to Priakin in front of the net for decking Lemieux. And Priakin will go to the penalty box. And it will be 4 against 3 on a power play for Canada.
3 penalties called in a minute here. Lemieux took a shot or a dive. I don't know which there. Whatever. It drew the attention of John Koharski, the referee, and he called it. Priakin is what? High sticking will be the call. There's the president of the National Hockey League, John Ziegler, down in the NHL seats, south end of the forum.
Canada with a chance here. 4 against 3 power play. High sticking against Priakin. 3:27 the time. Canada in this game 0 for 2 on the power play. Gretzky, Coffey, Bourque, and Lemieux up. All inside the Soviet line. And Coffey couldn't hold it in. Gretzky has to go back near center ice. Into Lemieux. Back to Gretzky to Mario Lemieux. Lemieux centered it. Bourque in front, knocked it down, but Bekov checked him, and Gusarov fires it around and down the ice. This is Paul Coffey. To Gretzky. Into Bourque. Back to Gretzky. Centered it. Tipped away by Stilnov, and Coffey has to chase back. Canada with a 4 against 3 power play. Here's Coffey. Feeding it to Gretzky. Now to Coffey. Into Lemieux. Drops it back, and his back pass misses Gretzky. And Canada has to chase back. Cleared up ice. Here's Coffey. Coffey, number 77. Checked by Krutov. Held in. Here's Lemieux. Drops it back. Over to Gretzky. Now to Bourque. Now Canada with a 2-man advantage. Canada at full strength. Soviets 2-man short. Here's Messier. His shot wide. Messier into the corner. Checked on the play by Krutov. Big defensive play there by Krutov. Soviets are 2-man down. And Krutov carried in, and the play goes offside at Team Canada's blue line.
2 men short still. Makarov will be coming out of the penalty box in 16 seconds. 33 seconds remaining in the penalty to Priakin. Canada's a little too anxious, I think, Dan. They're overpassing.
And trailing 4-1 at this point. Soviets cleared down the ice. This is Doug Crossman back to get it. Crossman head-manning it into center ice to Howardchuk. Howardchuk over to Anderson. Makarov breaks that up. Now the Soviets just 1 man short. Here's Homatov to Makarov. And he drops it back into his own zone to Fetisov. Flipping it down the ice. Homatov to Makarov around Murphy. Makarov cutting in. Backhander and a glove save by Fuhr. Now the Soviets are back at full strength. Here's Canada with Anderson bumped by Makarov. Now Murphy clearing it up, and cleared it up over the boards at the Team Canada bench. Had everybody ducking there. And he nipped one of his teammates. I think it was Hartsburg. With that puck as it flew into the bench.
Got him out of the... came out shaking his hand as if it had hit him on the hand as he was coming off the bench. Kasatonov. Some think that he may be playing better defense for the Soviet Union than Fetisov is right now. Kasatonov, big, strong guy.
Chris Nyland told us today he's as strong a guy as he's ever gone into the boards against. Here's Rochefort for Canada. Teams at full strength. Canada down by 3. Trying to battle back here. Rochefort sliding it into the Soviet zone. Cleared out and then carried back in by Tocchet, who's on the ice for the first time. And then he gets upended on the play.
Tocchet's upset at Fedotov, who hit him as he hit the line and dumped him. Tocchet still talking. Not going to do you much good to talk to the linesman. Rick? Has to see it here as he let it go. Then he was hooked from behind and shoved.
Tocchet, bothered by a gimpy knee, seeing his first action of this game. Now Hartsburg for Canada. Over to Rochefort, long shot. Milnikov stops that. And the Soviets try and clear it. Held in by Rochefort. Broken up, cleared out. Here is Semyonov breaking down with Kamensky. Semyonov, a shot. Big save by Fuhr as he kicked out his left leg. And Gilmore cleared at the center. Gilmore out there with Prop and Tocchet on the forward line. Soviets shoot it in. Back to get it. And controlling it is Rochefort to Gilmore. Gilmore to Propp. Ryan Propp with a shot. Milnikov the save. Didn't know where it was for a moment. And then an awful collision in front of the net. One of the Soviet players, Stelnov, running into his goaltender, Milnikov.
Here's Tocchet. The goaltender has stopped play, and he cross-checked Stelnov right over top of the goaltender. And so, in the end, Canada is shorthanded again.
Here is Canada dumping it into the Soviet Union, into the rink. Gusarov back to pick it up, leaving it for Stelnov. Soviets already have 2 power play goals tonight and lead 4-1. Momotov firing it in. And Spure missing it. Bekhoff back of the net. Gets it in front to Kamensky. Kamensky, number 13. Into the side of the goal. Bekhoff, a backhander. Pure grabbed that and held onto it. And we get a stoppage and a face-off deep in Team Canada's end of the ring.
They always seem to find a way, even knocked off balance, to let the quick shot get away, and that one by Bekhoff was a real tester on Pure. Stelnov let one go just the shift before that. Bekhoff, number 27, right in front of the net. He's going to get the pass off to the side. Here it comes, and that quick shot. And Pure right there. They know how to handle almost any puck that comes to him. Backhand, forehand, slap shot, wrist shot.
Here's Kasatonov trying to center to Makarov. Now Fetisov held it in, but Messier knocked it down. And a Soviet player, Krutov, is flat on the ice and injured. Didn't see what happened to him, but Krutov is face down on the ice. And that's the reason that play is stopped.
Another incident behind the play. You see it there. There's the cross check. What in the world are we degenerating to here now? That was Hartsburg. That was just a cheap shot. If you think you're going to intimidate these guys, somehow they just don't need to do this kind of thing. Basically a shot across the back of the neck. That was Krutov. I'm sorry, not Fetisov. Take a look at it again. That is unnecessary.
No penalty on the play. It was behind the play that occurred, and Krutov going right to the Soviet locker room. Meanwhile, the Soviets continuing on a power play. Tocchet with 1:22 left in his penalty. And here is Fetisov to Makarov. Soviets lead 4-1 and operate with the man advantage. Here's Larionov to Makarov. Makarov trying to cut around Hartsburg. Centered it out in front. Larionov had a shot at it. Now Hartsburg comes up with it. He flips it out on the boards. Messier can't get it by. Now he does get it away from Fetisov. One-on-one against Kasatonov. Messier to Rochefort right in. Big save, Milnikov. On Norman Rochefort, who was in alone. What a play Milnikov made. Here's Fetisov to Larionov. 38 seconds left in the Team Canada penalty. Now Kasatonov. In for Samak, number 18. Sliding it across to Homotop. Copy there to chip it out and get it by Fetisov, who has to chase back. 20 seconds left in Tocchet's penalty. Fetisov round on the boards. Getting it to Samak, who cleared it in to Lomakin, but Lomakin went in ahead of the pass offside at the Team Canada blue line.
Rochefort had that great chance. That's the one play where you hate to see a defenseman on that play, especially a defensive defenseman. He made a pretty good move for a defenseman, but you'd love to see Wayne Gretzky there instead of Normand Rochefort, with all due respect. We're watching for Krutov, who has not come back to the bench after being taken to the dressing room.
Here's Perbukin over to Podotov. Soviets controlling and leading this game 4-1. Samak, number 18. He drops it back. Lomakin, well tied up by Goulet. Gretzky comes back. And Wayne Gretzky has it for Canada. Team's at full strength now. Here's Gretzky shooting it in. For Buchenbach to get it. Canada's Goulet to Tocchet. Now to Gretzky, centered out in front. Goulet can't get his shot off. Then when he did, it was wide. Goulet cleared it into the corner. Soviets come up with it, and Lomakin feeding it into center ice for Semak. Back to Lomakin. Murphy there to intercept for Canada. Canada trailing 4-1 as Murphy headmans it to Paul Coffey. Coffey trying to feed it in front to Tocchet. Tocchet knocked it into the corner. Now Gretzky knocked away by the Soviets, and Lomakin feeds Semyonov. Only one man back. Semyonov trying to drop it to Lomakin. Shoots. He shot it wide. They went to the trailer on the play again, but they shot wide. Here's Gartner right back for Canada. And now Semyonov has it for the Soviets. They head to Humelep, number 8. Rochefort got a piece of him in the corner. Comes to Pryakin, however. He cuts in front. Fiora save. Puck loose. Hartsburg clearing it away. And then Team Canada fire to center to Lemieux. Lemieux with Gartner. Lemieux trying to get it. And a good defensive play by Stelno. Now Lemieux again. In front. This time Gusarov there to break it up. Soviets can't get it out. Here's Gartner behind the net. Did center. Humelep is there to shoot it away. And Hartsburg has to go back. Greg Hartsburg for Canada. Passing one in for Prop now to Lemieux. Lemieux tried to get it in front, but Batisov intercepts and clears it out of there. Now Kamensky to Bekov. Bekov wide open. Homatov hit the post. Homatov in alone hit the post. Canada come back. Here's Lemieux, but that's called back on a two-line offside pass after a hit goal post by the Soviets. 9:11 left in the second period. 4-1. Soviets leading Team Canada. Here's Batisov to number 13, Kamensky. Leaving it for Homatov. Homatov into Bekov. Now to Kamensky. Trying to center. Howardchuk intercepts. Howardchuk clears it into center ice. Now Bourque to Messier to Anderson. His shot partially blocked by Batisov. And Anderson crashed into Milnikov. And Batisov and the rest of the Soviet teammates come to the aid of their goaltender. And Milnikov comes out and has something to say to Glenn Anderson now as they skate back into his goal crease.
I think Anderson was shoved into the goaltender in this particular instance. The shot was deflected. Got right on him, and then as he moved in, he's tied up a little bit by, well, now maybe I'm wrong, huh? Looks like he went after the goaltender. Team Canada bench down right now. They desperately need in the next couple of minutes is a goal just to put themselves in kind of a position to come back. A 3-goal lead by the Soviets. The way they can play, a tough one to overcome.
Let's see what the Gretzky, Tocchet, and Goulet line can do. Meanwhile, the Soviets clear it at the center. Here's Krutov into Makarov. Trying to center to Larionov. Coffey there to intercept. Paul Coffey, check from behind. Larionov to Makarov. He slides it into the corner, and Goulet has to go back for Canada. Michel Goulet, number 16. Trying to feed Murphy, who lets it go. Tocchet picks it up, dumps it in. Milnikov flips it away for Buchan. Trying to shoot it out. Now Goulet getting it into the corner. Fedotov paddling there with Tocchet. Puck comes to Gretzky in the other corner. Centered it. Put it right through the crease. And Makarov starts back for the Soviets. Makarov feeding Krutov with Coffey back for Canada. Paul Coffey from the Edmonton Oilers leading a rush to center. Coffey over to Gretzky. Gretzky moving in, centered it off a skate. Krutov trying to clear it. Gartner held it in. He gets knocked down. And Gusarov fires it out for the Soviets. Murphy held it in. In on the boards. Gilmore checked. Now shot into the corner, and Cleared by the Soviets, and they have a 2-on-2 break to center. Lomakin with Krutov. Leaving it there, Gilmore to break it up. And number 28, Doug Gilmore, for Canada to Mike Gartner. Gartner flips it in. Gilmore charging in. Takes Stelnov out of the play. And now Semyonov has it. Stolen by Gilmore. He lost it, and here's Lomakin for the Soviets. To Semyonov, but Hartsburg cleared it. Here's Lemieux to Gartner, but Kasatonov got back to break it up. To Semyonov, leaving it for Semak, and that shot hit Hartsburg. Lomakin into the corner. Rochefort checks in. Gilmore for Canada. Fires it to center. Fetisov intercepting. Now to Semyonov, to Semak off his stick. Hartsburg feeds Lemieux. Here's Lemieux to Gartner. Gartner back to Lemieux, and he elected to shoot, and Milnikov stopped it and cleared it himself to center. Brian Propp to Crossman. Now to Bork. Back for Propp. Intercepted by Semyonov. Soviets leading 4-1. Semak with a long shot. You're handling that, and Crossman has it, giving it to Bork. Canada trailing by 3. Fire it in. Sutter going in to get it. Get some help on the play from Propp. Back for Sutter. He's pinned in there, centered by Canada, but Kryakin for the Soviets, squeezing Kasatonov. Kasatonov with a drive. Muir made a body save, and Bork clears it out to Propp. Now to Sutter. Ahead to Gretzky. Gretzky stops. Now cuts in front, shoots one. Sutter a whack at it. Gretzky raises the stick as if they scored. Now we have an altercation at the side of the net.
The holding call coming up, no goal. Here's the business in front of the net as Canada put the pressure on. They've had a couple of good opportunities the last couple of shifts. Good effort by Sutter as he just rolls on. That puck, I think, eventually wound up in the net. But at that point, now maybe did Gretzky signaling a goal. I didn't see it go in. In any case, through all of that, Sutter drew a penalty, and Fedotov goes off on the holding.
Canada with the man advantage. Here's Coffey at the point, shooting! That's off the glass. Now Lemieux got it in front. Beckhoff clears it, and Homatov flips it to Beckhoff, but Bork gets back in a hurry for Canada. Team Canada trailing 4-1 and on a power play. Here's Bork. Dumping it in. Mario Lemieux in to get it. Lemieux tied up. Back to the goal for Gretzky into the corner. Gretzky and Lemieux trying to fish it off the boards, but Homatov is there to shoot it out, and Team Canada has to go back. You're giving it to Bork. Now to Lemieux. Stelnov goes back, but the goaltender Milnikov did a little stick handling and then decided to freeze it. And that's allowed in international hockey competition.
Better part of valor, I think, in that particular instance. Messier was in there, but also coming in were both Gretzky and Lemieux. And the way those guys could smell out a pass and intercept it, better is to cover it up and hopefully win the faceoff. 4-1, the Soviet Union leading this one, mostly on their special teams, something Brad Park mentioned at the beginning of the game. For the Soviets, it's been the key to the game. There's Beckhoff, little guy who important part of this team.
Canada is 0 for 4 on the power play, and they've given up a shorthanded goal to the Soviets. Here's Anderson. Got it in front. A save, and another penalty coming up for the Soviet Union here. Cross-checking penalty, and the Soviets through top to the penalty box. Canada with a two-man advantage. They're trailing 4-1. 59 seconds left in Fedotov's penalty, and now Krutov in there. Here's Gretzky. Moves in, shoots. Oh, Messier just failed with a tip-in try, and then the Soviets clear it out of there. And now back of the play, we're going to get another penalty. A cross-checking call, this time against Bork of Canada. So there goes the two-man advantage that Canada had.
Can't believe the kind of hockey Canada is playing here tonight. It is certainly undisciplined. Get a two-man advantage and then mess it up. Bork is number 7. There it is. There's the cross check.
Cross checking, 15:34 the time. Koharski, the referee.
Koharski said he'll let the game dictate the way he calls it. He's just calling what he sees, and he's seen quite a bit in this game. These are 3 penalties called in less than a minute.
So now a 4-against-3 power play for Canada. Here's Coffey. Feeding Gretzky. Gretzky shoots wide by a couple of feet. And then Murphy at the point couldn't hold it in and has to chase back. Murphy, number 8 for Canada. To Messier. Messier gives it to Coffey. He flips it in. Kasatonov back to fire it right back out of there. And Team Canada has to retreat. Here's Paul Coffey. Into center ice. Lemieux couldn't handle it, and Gusarov shoots it away for the Soviets. Now the Soviets just 1 man short, so each team a man short as one of their penalized players is back on. Here's Crossman, taken out by Gusarov, and Semyonov back to get the loose puck. To Stelnov, number 4. To Semyonov. Lets a shot go off a stick and up into the crowd.
.3:17 remaining in the period. Mario Lemieux gave Gusarov a bit of a shot coming out of the zone, and Gusarov kind of doubled over. That was more, it wasn't a dive because he didn't go down, but he sure winced. And Mario right now is in a 3-way tie for the tournament scoring lead with Gretzky and Makarov. Rutov right behind now. That's about the way one would expect the scoring race in this tournament would go. The interesting thing is the guy who's nowhere in sight is Larionov, who has not been very much in evidence in this tournament. He has been playing, they tell us, with what is variously described as a knee injury or a back injury, depending on which member of the coaching staff you happen to be talking to, but they say he is playing hurt. Larionov is.
51 seconds left in Bork's penalty, 41 seconds left in Krutov's. Each team a man short. Here's Stelnov into Semyonov to Lomakin, missed him. Gusarov, number 3. To Stelnov, wide of the target with that drive. Now Semyonov on the boards. He's checked, and breaking out is Canada. They give it to the delay man, Coffey, who catches up, carries in, and he's checked, and Lomakin comes back for the Soviets. Number 23, Lomakin. Backhander. Dior got a piece of that with his glove. What a save that was. Back comes Anderson. Into Gartner. Mike Gartner for Canada. Lets the shot go. He's tied up by Stelnov, who blocked the shot and now controls it and gives it to Gusarov. And the Soviets come out of their own zone. Kamensky racing in. Fuhr out of the net to clear it. Hit Murphy with it. Murphy had to slide it aside. Kamensky knocked it back of the net, and here's Howardchuk for Canada. To Goulet, now to Howardchuk. To Murphy with Tocchet. Tocchet moving in. Shoots one, that's blocked. And cleared into the corner. In there goes Goulet. And he got his stick up, and he'll get a penalty for high sticking. As he and Fedotov had their sticks up. I'm not sure which one of them that Koharski is sending off. I think it's Fedotov. It is.
Well, that'd be the initial contact that was called, so Koharski right on top of the play saw the high stick. I thought the Goulet got it up a bit too, right at the tag end of the play. This comes with less than 2 minutes remaining. Chance to see it again. Fedotov, as Goulet goes in, a little bit of a push there, a little bit of a hook, and there's the slash right across the face, and so that drew the Fedotov penalty.
Canada with the man advantage again. Canada 0 for 5 with the power play tonight. And that's something they've been leading the tournament in coming into this game, but the Soviets have killed them off well and have scored a shorthanded goal in the bargain.
Well, you can't say that it's been lopsided in terms of the penalties. They've been pretty even each side. Canada's had some opportunities with two-man advantages. There's Larry Onoff, and they're working on his legs. Now, again, we heard stories that it was a back injury that was bothering him, but we also had heard that one of his knees was giving him trouble.
Canada needing a goal badly. They trail 4-1. Howard, Chuck, Goulet, and Anderson up front. Murphy and Bourque the point men. Fetisov for the Soviets. Slides it right in front of his own net to number 27, Bekov. And he cleared it down, and Murphy has to go back for it. Giving it to Bourque. Back to Murphy. Murphy misses Anderson with the pass, but Fetisov cleared it. Now Murphy or Bourque intercepting. Bourque into Anderson, but it's offside at the Soviet blue line. And the Canadians argue about that by the Soviet linesman who whistled that play down, namely Galinovsky.
Well, he pointed at Anderson as the man who was offside on the play. He was at the near boards. The play on the other side. So with 1:30 remaining in the second period, there's Galinovsky. The only Soviet official over here for the tournament, Morozov, who has not got a great many backers here on this side of the Atlantic, was not invited to the tournament.
Canada on a power play. Bourque feeding into Messier. Messier checked and then Coppy has to backtrack. Gives it to Gretzky. Now to Bourque. Into Lemieux. Mario Lemieux on this power play. Back to Bourque. Bourque into Lemieux. Trying to center. Sliding across and breaking it up was Fetisov. Back to Bourque again. Return to Lemieux. Behind the net to Messier. That's Kasatonov tying him up. And Krutov clears it out of there. We're in the final minute of the second period. A minute left in Fedotov's penalty. Canada trailing 4-1. Here is Lemieux to Gretzky. Gretzky leaving it for Bourque. Shot, they score! Deflected in, and Canada scores on the power play.
Well, only history will tell us what this goal means, but a very important one in the final minute of the period. Barring something further happening, Canada will come into the third period trailing by just 2, which is a little more manageable. A deflected shot. The defenseman tried to block it. It flipped up over top of Melnikov's shoulder. And Canada gets on the board after giving up 4 straight. Bourque will get the goal.
Meanwhile, it hit someone in front of the net, whether it was a Team Canada player or the Soviet defenseman, it was hard to say. A power play goal, and it comes at a badly needed time for Canada, cutting the Soviets' lead to 4-2. Here's Team Canada again. Rochefort firing it in. In comes Brent Sutter. Fired around onto the other side. Over to get it is Gartner, but Imolaf checked him. Now Stelno trying to fire it in. Grossman clears it out, and Sutter has it for Canada. Now they work it to Crossman. 10 seconds left in the period. Kumalev in there tying up Crossman. Sutter comes back, and they pin it against the boards. It comes loose, and Canada carry out just as the buzzer goes. Glenn Anderson firing a long one. That scoring play for Canada. Bourque, Gretzky, and Lemieux, 19-18 the time. A power play goal to cut the Soviet lead to 4-2.
This Team Canada, the way it is playing, if it just gets its game back together, I can't say that the final result of this game is going to decide the tournament. I think Canada can play a lot better.
Gretzky with Goulet and Taka to start the third period, and the Soviets immediately clear it down left wing. Here's Krutov to Larionov, cutting in. Larionov, and a diving glove save on the short side by Grant Pure. That may have been a game saver right there as Larionov made a couple of nifty moves.
We said he has been practically invisible in this tournament. Watch this move, though, as he comes blowing by the defense. And then a great move But smelling it out beautifully was Fuhr, reaching back to take it right off his stick. That Parler looks like a guy that's got a bad knee/back. Great save. That's the kind of thing they're going to have to get this period because Canada must, of course, open up.
Canada trailing by 2. Here comes Howardchuk. He's out with Anderson and Messier. Couldn't get around Kasatonov. Kasatonov flipping it out on the boards. Howardchuk knocking it down. Kasatonov ties Howardchuk up. Fires it around to Makarov. Crossman had pinched in to hold it in for Canada. And now Fetisov flips it to Krutov. Krutov with Makarov. 2-on-1 break. Krutov shoots. Got wide on the short side. Messier losing it. Krutov had it for the moment. Now Canada. Messier to center ice. Messier trying to slide it through. Does into the corner. Fired in front by Canada, but nobody there to get it, and the Soviets shoot it out to center ice. Greg Hartsburg giving it to Glenn Anderson. Canada changing on the fly. Anderson to Bork. Back to Glenn Anderson. Return to Bork. He had trouble with a bouncing puck. Finally clears it. Gusarov going back for the Soviets. That's Gilmour into forecheck. Gilmour stole it, but Lemieux couldn't get it. Now Hartsburg is shot. Here's Gilmour chipping it in behind the net. Gardner in front. Gilmour shoots. He scores! Doug Gilmour cuts the Soviet lead to 4-3.
Here comes from behind the net, Lemieux chipping it out in front. I think Lemieux got a piece of that. Gilmour sliding into the slot. Got away from Beckhoff, who was checking on him. Gilmour, number 28, just flipping it in. Short side. There's a big goal, and it came after Larionov had that break, and then immediately after that, there was a 2-on-1 on Fuhr. Now Canada can sit back a little bit, trailing by a goal, and not gamble the way they did in the first minute or so.
Gilmour's first goal of this tournament, and it's a biggie. It cuts the lead to 4-3. Now Canada on the attack again. Bork centered, deflected by Sutter, and over top of the net into the crowd. The Team Canada scoring play, Gilmour from Gartner and Hartsburg, 1:35 the time to cut the Soviet lead to 4-3.
In effect, those goals were separated in terms of playing time by 2 minutes and 17 seconds. There's an intermission between.
A late second period and an early third period goal. And the Soviets have seen their lead cut to 1. Soviets clear down the ice. Greg Hartsburg back to pick it up. Hartsburg trying to move it out of there. Hartsburg to center into Patrick. Patrick over to Prop. Shot. Milnikov a save there. Here's Brian Prop in the corner. Now Fedotov firing it out of there and down the ice. Fuhr has to play it so there's no icing. Up to Rochefort. He feeds it to center. And then it's called back. And we're going to get a face-off back in the Team Canada end of the rink. You're seeing Patrick out on the ice right now, a defenseman, but because of the injuries, he's been on the forward line again here.
That play looked like a Gretzky play by a defenseman as he got the puck and immediately slid it to Prop. The tendency, I think, when you're coming across the line in that position as a defenseman is to wind up and let it go. He made a great play to Prop. Prop got the quick shot away. Milnikov was right there.
Now here's a Team Canada line of Lemieux at center. Gilmour on left wing, Gartner on right wing. Here's Coffey with the puck. Paul Coffey firing it in. Milnikov steers it away. Gilmour into the corner. Now it's centered, but intercepted in the slot area by Himmelev. Over to Priakin, trying to move in. Shoots. Fiora saving the short side. Puck cleared, bounced off the boards crazily right into the slot area. And Crossman had to hurry and clear it to center ice. Here's Priakin. He's checked. Gilmour to Lemieux. Lemieux moving in. Lemieux trying to make a play. Slides it to Gartner. Big slap shot high off the glass. And it bounces all the way back into center ice. Here's Bourque for Canada. Flips it in. Fetisov back to get it. Gilmore and Gartner crash him into the boards. And back come the Soviets. Emchinov moving in. Wrist shot. Glove save pure. Crossman with the puck for Canada. Canada moving out. Here's Messier to Howard-Chuck. Howard-Chuck cutting in. Howard-Chuck put it in front. Off the skate of Milnikov. Krutov clears it away. And here's Homotov. Over onto the left side. Shot right on. Pure makes the save on Krutov. And then was able to freeze it. And we have some action here now in Montreal, folks.
And the crowd is waking up as well. There's Irving Grundman, former general manager of the Montreal Canadiens, watching this one and enjoying it, as are most of the fans who have seen Team Canada come to life. And I'll tell you what's brought them to life, quite a bit of it is putting Gilmore on the left wing on that line with Lemieux and Gartner. All of a sudden things livened up. Gilmore got the goal, Gartner and Hartsburg the assists. He's a centerman, but somehow chemistry sometimes is a very funny thing, and he's gone on the left wing on this line and it's just picked everybody up.
Here are the Soviets. Gusarov at the point. A shot that hits the base of the boards and then flipped right up over the glass. And the faceoff is going to be moved outside the blue line. Tikhonov has seen his team go from a 3-goal lead to now a 1-goal lead.
And in utter control of this game until a minute left in the second period when a goal deflected, got by goaltender Milnikov. Suddenly, Team Canada is a different-looking team.
Messier, Anderson, and Howard-Chuck for Canada. Bourque and Crossman on defense, and this is Bourque. Canada trailing 4-3. Bourque to Crossman to Raymond Bourque. Flipping it in. Milnikov lets it go. Messier in to keep it onside on the play. Now Krutov dropping it back. Canada with 2 men in, forechecking. Anderson to Messier. He gets tied up. Krutov losing it. Back to Bourque. Shoots Milnikov to his knees to stop that. And then look at that action in front of the net. Messier and Gusarov get their sticks up, and Messier is going to get a penalty. Now over on the other side, Larionov has a hold of one of the Team Canada players.
And Canada, with all of that momentum going, now is going to have to kill off a penalty. Spirited action. That's one way to describe it. Milnikov's down. Here comes the infamous elbow of Mark Messier. Gusarov paid the price on that one, and then he got away with the initial one, but I think the penalty was called on the rest of it.
So Canada will be short-handed. Soviets had 2 power play goals in this game. They lead 4-3. Bekov, Homotov, and Kamensky up front with this man, Fetisov, along with Kasatonov, the point man. Fetisov giving it to Kasatonov. Now to Bekov, the little center iceman. He gives it to Kamensky. Fires it around in the boards. Kasatonov fired it in behind the net. Rochefort there, trying to clear it. Now Homotov to Bekov. Back to Fetisov. Shooting. Pure a save. And he wasn't sure where the rebound was. It was underneath him. And Grant Pure just smothered it.
Playing his position perfectly. I don't think he saw it, but the old line, let the puck hit you in this game. All kinds of traffic in front of you. You have to play your position perfectly. There's Fetisov leaning into it. With all that traffic in front, Pure is right there to make the save. A little contact after it as Rochefort came across. Well, they're running that screen pretty well. Rochefort took care of the traffic.
1 minute, 32 seconds left in Messier's penalty. Canada from the face-off with Gilmore breaking out. Gilmore giving it to Sutter. Sutter in across with Gilmore, but Gilmore was in ahead of the play offside. And the face-off will be at the Soviet blue line.
Well, the grinders, there aren't many of them left. The injury list growing, and all of them seem to be to the tough corner-type players that you need. But there's one who's hanging in there, Brett Sutter.
Gilmore stays out there as a penalty killer along with Gartner. Crossman and Rochefort will be on defense. 1:25 left in the Messier penalty. 15:02 left in the third period. Soviets leading 4-3. Here's Gilmore against Semyonov. Semyonov gets it to Samak. They move in. Samak centering. Rochefort got a skate on it, then clears it out of there. Gartner hustling down against Fedotov. Gartner ties Fedotov up. In comes Gilmore. Gilmore at the side of the net. Doug Gilmore centering it right through the crease. Now Gartner coming up with the puck. Lost it at center ice. Now Rochefort came up and broke it up and then clears it down. Pervukin, number 5, back for the Soviets. To Semyonov. He lets it go, and Makarov had it for a moment. He's checked. And then Anderson held it against the boards with the Soviet player Pervukin. And we get a stoppage in play.
Well, some very tense moments. This crowd of 14,588 watching, along with the two coaches who are, I guess, looking about the way one would expect they would look. A little tense. In a one-goal hockey game in which the coach on the right knows that the team coached by the coach on the left is coming on.
Meanwhile, the task at hand, kill off the remaining 43 seconds of Mark Messier's penalty. Gartner back out there. Now with Howard Chuck for Canada. Rochefort on defense with Crossman. Larionov, Makarov, and Krutov up front for the Soviets. Here's Howard Chuck flipping one in. Fetisov back for the Soviets to Kasatonov, leaving it for Larionov. Headmanning to Makarov. Makarov. Gartner ties him up. Gartner does a good job. Comes up with the puck and clears it away. 15 seconds left in the penalty. This is Fetisov. Firing one up the middle to Makarov. Moving in. Gretzky there to tip it away. Held in by the Soviets. Now Messier is back on. Canada can't get it out of there, though. Here are the Soviets with Larionov. Into the corner on the other side. Makarov tied up by Murphy. And now here's Gretzky breaking out with Messier. Gretzky. And Krutov without a stick came back to make a big defensive play and break it up. Fetisov now for the Soviets. Trying to clear it across. Kasatonov to Humelep, number 8 at center ice. Humelep breaking in. Gilmore tied him up. And Canada then clear it, but not out. Paul Coffey going back. Round on the boards. Humelep into the corner to Nemchinov. Now getting help back of the goal from Priakin. Big battle back there. Puck still loose, and Murphy comes up with it. Murphy trying to get it off the boards, and Doug Gilmore tipped it to center. Humelep has it there. Into Priakin to Coffey. Knocked down, and Messier is there. Messier to Gretzky. Gretzky gets up-handed. Leads Messier. Into Goulet. Goulet cutting in. There's Goulet. Got it in front. Came right through the crease, and now out near the blue line. Still no. Flat on the ice. He was flattened by Messier on his way to the bench.
Good collision.
When Messier wants a line change, stay out of his road, fellas. He really decked him. Now a line of Lemieux, Goulet, and Tocchet for Canada. 4-3, the Soviets still leading. Here's Kamensky trying to clear it out. Now breaking out, it's Fedotov. 2-on-1 break. Fedotov shoots. Got wide on the short side. Here's Pervukin. Into the corner. Omalov centered one across. Comes to the point. Fedotov's drive, and Fiora save. And it's cleared out by Murphy to Goulet, who lets it go as he tipped it down the ice. Fedotov back after it. That's Tocchet. In to hammer him into the boards. And the Soviets try and fire it back out and due to center ice. Bork. Rink wide to Crossman to Tocchet. Into Mario Lemieux. Verbuchen back. Lemieux steals it. Centered. This is Goulet. Here's Murphy. Shoots one. That's blocked. Soviets break out 3-on-2. Here's Bekov. And a good play by Bork to break it up, and Canada clear it to center. And play is called.
Soviets have just picked up a penalty for too many men on the ice. They are not very good at changing on the fly. It's an area of their game that they say they like to work on a little bit. There are a couple of areas they're weak on. One of them is face-offs. The other is this sort of thing. And what happened was Kasatonov came off the bench and immediately touched the puck before the man coming off and heading for the bench had completed the change. So too many men, and the Soviets now will play shorthanded, and that guy is not happy at all. He's going to get his countrymen, the linesmen, to do some... the translators are coming in. We're getting a real... Dmitriev, the assistant coach, Igor Dmitriev, speaks a little English. He's nodding. He understands it. In any case, Canada, having just killed off a penalty to themselves, are now going to get an opportunity to go on the power play.
11:23 remaining in regulation time. Kamensky heads to the penalty box. Too many men on the ice against the Soviets. Kamensky will serve the penalty.
Here it is now. We'll see Kasatonov comes right off the bench right there and takes the puck. Now the other man is just heading for the bench. You see him? And that is the reason for the penalty. You can get on the ice, that's fine, but don't touch the puck until the other guy's off.
Canada 1 for 6 on the power play in this game. With a chance here with 11:23 to play. Mike Keenan sending over gunners like Messier, Lemieux, and Gretzky up front. Coffey and Bork will be the point men. Bekov and Homatov up front for the Soviets, with Kasatonov and Fetisov, as you might guess, back on defense. Canada trailing by a goal, and on the power play, here's Messier to Bork. Bork carrying in to Lemieux. Mario Lemieux hits the side of the net. Lemieux again in front of Gretzky, fanned on it in the slot. Now Coffey at the point, into Lemieux. Lemieux behind Gretzky. Gretzky centered, Messier scores!
No goal.
No goal! They really kicked it in, and Koharski disallows it.
I don't think there's much doubt about it when you see the replay. Messier's there, and he certainly redirected it. Gretzky saying, well, he was falling away. Shades of the other night when Anderson scored what would have been the tying game goal against the Czechoslovak team. Now watch it as it comes in front. And that big guy in front of him there kind of covered it up for us. But
I think more than anything, he directed it in rather than kicked it in, and that's the same thing, and they disallow it.
Game's meant to be played with sticks. Koharski making another tough call in this game. Got a few guys grumbling on the bench and behind it.
Still 1:30 left in the Soviet penalty.
What a game this has turned out to be.
You just don't see hockey any better than this. Face-off, Messier, Lemieux, and Gretzky up front. Face-off at the Soviet blue line. Here is Bork scooping it in. Digging in is Paul Coffey. Now to Mario Lemieux. Back of the net to Gretzky. Gretzky in front to Lemieux. He missed it. Bork shoots just off the glove of Milnikov and then wide. Coffey to Gretzky. Gretzky in front to Lemieux, but tipped away by the Soviets. And they break out. Makarov with Krutov. Coffey gets back. Krutov moving in, and Coffey upended him. And Fuhr fires it up to Lemieux. Now to Bork to Messier. Into Gretzky. Gretzky to Lemieux. Shoots. Big block there by Fedotov, the young defenseman. Back to Coffey at the point. Copy to Lemieux. Lemieux back to Copy. Shooting glove save. Milnikov. And he held on to it. And then Messier gets knocked in the seat of his pants in front of the net.
That was Gusarov who nailed Messier from behind after the whistle had gone. The thing that was important on that whole sequence was the fact that Milnikov had the lane. He could see the shot coming in from the blue line with no Team Canada players in front. So on the big shot, comes back to the point. Look at the clear path. Gretzky upset. Broke his stick over the top of the net. They're getting their chances, Team Canada. Again, as the pass back is made by Lemieux. Here's the shot by Copy. And here's the reaction by Gretzky.
Still 42 seconds left in the Soviet penalty. Gretzky and Copy over at the Team Canada bench catching their breath. Keenan would like to leave him out there. And there you see Stelnov, who was injured earlier. Here's Messier getting ready on a faceoff against Semyonov. 10:05 remaining in the third period. Soviets 4, Canada 3. Semyonov and Messier. Messier gets the draw. Gretzky a quick shot wide. Now Messier trying to chop it in front, and it's caught by Milnikov. And the Soviet goaltender held on to it.
Well, there's Gretzky getting a shot away, and I don't know how he did it. It looked like he was completely tied up, and he didn't miss the net by much when he let that go. Right off a face-off. He was the one that was redirecting everybody and changing the face-off alignment. But he seemed to be tied up. Suddenly there comes the shot.
There you see the time remaining. 9:59. 36 seconds left in the Soviets penalty. Semyonov on Messier. Messier gets the draw to Lemieux. To Copy. Over to Gretzky. Back to Copy. Into Lemieux. Put it in front. Milnikov cleared it. Fetisov tried to get it out. Copy to Lemieux. To Gretzky. Gretzky backhander shot it just wide. Now Bork to Gretzky. Gretzky in the corner. Chopped it behind the net. Kasatonov able to clear it out of there. And Copy goes back to pick it up. Now here's Messier. To Copy. Penalized player back on for the Soviets. Copy into the corner. Knocked Fetisov down. Now Gretzky coming up with it. Wayne Gretzky out near the blue line. Slid it in. Soviets break out. 4-on-2. Here's Kamensky. To Kasatonov with a shot just wide. Oh, that was a dangerous rush. Now Semyonov for the Soviets. Shoots. Bueller, a glove save on that. And he held on.
Pressure's on that young man in this period. He's had to deal with some 2-on-1s. This was a 4-on-2, and finally Semyonov let the shot go. And there was Fuhrer with that glove hand of his, which was just one of the weapons in his arsenal.
8:59 left in regulation time. Howard Chuck winning a face-off, but Homatop knocks it behind the Canadian goal. Rochefort there. Homatop tied him up. Crossman able to poke it near the line, but held in. Now Crossman again flips it into center ice, and Fedotov gives it to Bekov. Bekov for the Soviets into Homatop. Homatop cross ice to Verbuchen. Soviets. Bekov couldn't hold it in, and here's Goulet to Glenn Anderson. Anderson cutting in, trying to center. Knocked into the corner by the Soviets and cleared. Crossman held it in. His shot deflects wide. Now back of the net. Here's Howard Chuck. Howard Chuck trying to get it in front. Howard Chuck does have it. And then it's cleared by the Soviets down the ice. And Fuhrer comes out of the net to beat Kamensky to it. Grant Fuhrer giving it to Doug Crossman. Less than 8 minutes to play in the third period. Puck cleared in by Canada. They rule that the Soviets could have played it. Fetisov quickly firing it back out, and here's Larionov. Larionov Over to Gusarov, who carries in. Now centered. Here's Larionov, checked by Mario Lemieux. Lemieux breaks up with Doug Gilmour. Lemieux cutting in, trying to get it to Gilmour. He was upended in front of the net. Now behind the goal. Fetisov trying to break it out of there. Gilmour after him. And Fetisov able to flip it to center to Makarov. Makarov to Krutov, moves in. Big save. Pure just got a piece of it with a stick. Back comes Gilmour to Coffey. Paul Coffey for Canada. Over to Gartner. Shoots off the shoulder of Melnikov. Makarov back for the Soviets. To Larionov to Makarov. Coffey was there to knock it away. And here's Mike Gartner. Gartner firing it out, hits Brent Sutter. Sutter clears to Prop. Now to Gartner. Gartner cutting in. Never got the shot off. Prop into the corner, can't get it. And back comes the Soviet player Pryakin. Pryakin upended on a good play at the blue line by Tocchet. And here comes Sutter. Sutter for Canada, shoots. Melnikov a stick save. Now Sutter behind the net. Can't get it in front. And Pryakin feeds it into center ice. Kumalev couldn't get around Bork. Crossman takes over for Canada. 6:12 to play. Soviets lead 4-3. Crossman stick handling through. Broken up and fired back out by Pervukin. Here's Bork for Canada to Tocchet, tipped in and shot back out by the Soviets. Bork hustling back, and that will be icing as Ray Bork touches the puck.
Overtime was very much a possibility in this game, and I don't think with about a minute and a half left in the second period, too many fans were thinking that Canada could come back in this.
Canada with Messier, Anderson, and Howard Chuck up front. Murphy and Coffey, the point men. Here's Messier, now centered through the crease by Anderson. Coffey shoots! Melnikov juggled it, dropped it, but then dove out to cover up on it.
Anderson and Howard Chuck dive into that goalmouth area looking for anything that might be loose. Let's see how hungry they are right now. Coffey let a great shot go. Again, the Soviets had managed to clear the area in front of the net so the goaltender could see it. But then watch the aftermath of it as both Anderson, Howard Chuck come barreling in there. Gusarov right with Anderson.
Here's Messier against Bekov on the faceoff. 5:46 remaining. 4-3, the Soviets leading.
Interesting, the Soviets have Bekov out there. Now he's been tossed. There may be an advantage.
Omatov steps in to take the draw and wins it and is able to clear it out of there. Kamensky racing after it, but Coffey knocks it back for Murphy. Murphy into center ice to Anderson, back to Murphy. Murphy fired it to Coffey. It's tipped in. And Pervukin takes over for the Soviets, just shooting it back out. Soviets trying to protect the one-goal lead. Here's Messier into Anderson. Shoots, he scores! Glenn Anderson ties this game up.
Screen they wanted. Murphy slipping it ahead. Messier to Anderson. Here comes the screen right through the legs. Melnikov blowing it right by Gusarov, number 3. Here he is.
Go in Hamilton. Messier getting it over to Howard Chuck. Now back to Rochefort to Crossman. Ahead on right wing to Glenn Anderson, who fires it in. Fetisov back to get it. That's Howard Chuck into Porchuk, but Kasatonov clears it out to Krutov, number 9. He just tipped it to center. Shot back in by Crossman, and Fetisov is there. To Krutov, back over for Fetisov. Spins from Howardchuk, gets it to Makarov, to Larionov, centered, big save, Pure, early here on that great try by the Soviets. Back is Howardchuk to Messier, cutting in. Messier centered, Rochefort scores! Rochefort!
Rochefort never scored a bigger goal. What a play as he came in. Watch number 5. He'll move in. He'll be the extra man in the zone. They were not ready for him.
43 seconds, the time of the goal. 1-0 Canada, and that's what Canada was hoping for. A good start. Here's Kamensky. Tied up by Goulet. Held in by Murphy with a shot wide. Over on the other side, Gusarov. But it's held in by Canada. And Bekov, number 27, tries to fire it out of there and does. And Paul Coffey has to go back for Canada. Coffey giving it to Larry Murphy. Murphy playing it off the boards into center ice. Sutter had a break but couldn't control the pass. Stelnov feeding Homatop, number 15. Homatop moving in. Shoots one up high as it hit a stick. Bekov in front. Homatop scores on the rebound. Andre Homatop, number 15, ties it up.
We're going to have to look at this one again to see exactly what happened to Grant Fuhr on this. The shot deflected up high as he took a second whack. It deflected. Now Fuhr got bumped. So he was slow getting in. He got all turned around worrying about Nemchinov. And the puck just bounced out in front. So Fuhr wasn't paying attention. He elected to go after the guy who was in front. Got an arm on it, but simply could not keep it out. But the contact in the goal mouth is what paved the way for that goal.
So Homatop ties it up, and Canada's early lead is down the drain. Here's Perbukin trying to clear it. Doug Gilmour holding it in. Gilmour for Canada, right in. Gets it in front. Mario Lemieux shooting. Gilmour a whack at it, and play is called. Leyrula was hit by a high stick. Well, we get a penalty on that last play, and the goal now scrambled to Doug Gilmour for high sticking. Canada shorthanded, clearing it down the ice. Fetisov, number 2, is back to get it. He and Kasatonov, the point men, with Krutov, Makarov, and Larionov up front, and here's Krutov. Around to Makarov. In behind, Krutov trying to center. Krutov, checked by Bourque. Krutov trying to get it to Makarov. Makarov plays it off the boards to Larionov, back to Kasatonov, over to Fetisov. In on the other side to Krutov, to Makarov. Back to Fetisov, to Kasatonov, to Fetisov. Soviets with the man advantage. Fetisov cutting in, still controlling it, number 2, Fetisov. Side of the net to Krutov. Trying to center, hit the back of the net. And that gives the Team Canada defenseman Bourque a chance to get it and clear it out. Canada change on the fly. 50 seconds left in the penalty. Kasatonov, number 7, headmanning it to Makarov, but off his stick and cleared away by Rochefort for Canada. And Fetisov has to go back. That's prop in forechecking. Now Homatop, number 15, who scored the goal, starts out for the Soviets. Homatop couldn't go in because Bekov had been pushed in offside on the play. So he circled back. Here's Homatop feeding one ahead, intercepted by Hartsburg and cleared down the ice. 15 seconds left in the penalty. Good penalty killing here by Team Canada. Lead pass out to Kamensky, number 13. Kamensky to Bekov, number 27 to Homatop. Gretzky intercepts. Back comes Gretzky. Gilmour back out of the penalty box. Canada carrying in. Rochefort to Gilmour. Gretzky scores! Doug Gilmour! And Canada leads 2-1.
Rochefort with a goal and an assist, both times moving in from the point.
Well, Canada takes the lead again. Here come the Soviets right back, firing it in. Coffey back for Canada, trying to clear it out of there. But Dotop with a drive. Fuhr a save. Murphy can't clear the rebound. Now gets another chance, and Canada with Lemieux to center ice. Here's Big Mario trying to go around Fedotov. Bellow shaken, trying to clear it. Goulet on the boards. Couldn't hold it in, but drops it back to center where Coffey beats Murphy. Murphy flips it in. Bellow shaken plays that carefully. Now Gretzky or Lemieux into forecheck. Here's Murphy at the point. Puck knocked down by Murphy. Cleared in. It hit Fedotov. Fedotov number 14 firing it out. And Murphy has to go back. Murphy over in his own zone for Coffey. Back to Murphy again. Out for Anderson. They get it to Coffey at center. Paul Coffey trying to move in. Coffey flipped it in front. Bellow shaken clears it. Into the corner. It's Prop. Prop centered. Lemieux in front to Anderson. Anderson checked by Semyonov. Centered. Will get a penalty to Semyonov for hooking, and Canada will have a power play. Messier, Lemieux, and Gretzky up front. Coffey and Bourque the point men. Messier gets the face-off to Coffey. To Gretzky. Back to Coffey. Over to the other side. Bourque feeding into Gretzky. Gretzky trying to make a play into Messier. Messier fired it in front. Bourque had moved in but missed it, and Makarov breaks out with Krutov. Messier trying to get back and does, and Makarov shot blocked by Coffey. Messier came back from nowhere to help out and cover the other man on that 2-on-1 break. It's shot in now by Canada.
Not only that, he caught up with a very fast man in Krutov.
Here's Gretzky. Centered. Messier, the deflection just wide. Fetisov tries to get it out. Bourque held it in. Into Messier. Into the corner. Canada with Lemieux. Back to Bourque. Shooting, and that's off a stick and high. Here's Gretzky. Kicks it into the corner. Gretzky still after it. Cleared. Held in by Coffey. Coffey shot. Loose in front. Bellow shaken. Dove out and grabbed it before Gretzky could get a stick on it. Now Howard, Chuck, Goulet, and Anderson up front. Murphy, a point man along with Hartsburg. Canada from the face-off. Goulet. Bumped by Stelnov, number 4. Howard Chuck in to help out. Center to Murphy. Shoots one. Bellow shaking, a glove save. And he held on to it. 2-1. Team Canada leading. Howard Chuck gets the draw to Murphy. A drive, and that went off Howard Chuck into the corner. Now Anderson for Team Canada. Centers it. Comes to Murphy. He couldn't hold it in as Beckhoff was able to clear it out of there. And back goes Craig Hartsburg, number 4. Off the boards to Murphy. Back to Hartsburg. Hartsburg into center ice. Anderson couldn't catch up with it. Stelnov takes a bump. Goulet trying to get it free to Anderson. Moving in to Hartsburg. Hartsburg got it into the corner, but Gusarov comes up with it, trying to clear it. Murphy held it in. Shot right on. Bellow shaken. Just got a hand up. Now Canada's Howard Chuck off the side of the net with that drive. Soviets, by the way, are back at full strength. Here's Goulet to Anderson. Wayne Anderson out in front, backhander, Bellow shaken, Goulet a shot, and then the net is knocked loose. And we get a stoppage in play.
Well, Mike Keenan warned us before the game that Mario Lemieux could be seeing some action as a right winger. They have hardly anybody that's a regular right winger on the team. No regular right winger, as a matter of fact. So there he is on the right wing with Wayne Gretzky.
And Prop on the other side. Here are the Soviets in Chinop, number 12, upended by Murphy. Cuts in anyway. Tried to center, and Coffey slid across to break it up. Now the Soviets with Bryakin is checked on the play, and Canada able to clear it out. Here's Gretzky to Coffey. Coffey shoots one. In behind, Bellow shaken. Reaches back and grabbed it. They pour it across the red line. And Bellow shaken looks rather shaky here in the opening period.
Big shot by Coffey.
We're going to get some penalties on the last play as well. High sticking to Mario Lemieux and Nemchina. Here's Canada's Messier trying to center, knocked down, and the Soviets, Makarov starting back. Makarov, number 24, one of their very best. Taken out of the play by Crossfit and Messier for Canada. Messier had nowhere to go, just flipped it in. Stelnov leaving it for Larionov. Back to Stelnov. Over to number 3, Gusarov. Back to Stelnov. To Gusarov. Ahead to Makarov. Has Larionov with him. But Crossman broke it up. Now center, they try to get it to the late man, Stelnov, but Stelnov taken out by Bourque. And it's Anderson clearing it. Stelnov held it in. Shoots big. Kick save by Pure. Just got his left leg up. Canada starting back. Messier to center. That's as far as he got. And Makarov drops it back. And now we're going to get a penalty on the play against Canada and against Messier. Soviets with a 4-against-3 power play here. They are 0 for 1 on the man advantage situation tonight. Doug Gilmour, Canada's only forward. Rochefort and Crossman on defense. Here's Bekov getting it. And the Soviets drop it into their own zone. Kasatonov in to get it. Gilmour in to try and tie him up. Couldn't, and Homatov breaks out. Homatov, number 15. Homatov stops at a dime. Centers to Bekov. Back to Kasatonov. Kasatonov over to Fetisov into the side of the net. And Rochefort breaks it up and is able to clear it to the line, but held in. Bekov, number 27. Leaving it there for Kasatonov. To Fetisov. Return to Kasatonov. Fetisov shoots one. That hits someone in front of the net and bounced wide. And then Doug Gilmour comes up with it for Canada. Gilmour, number 28, trying to stick handle in. Kasatonov tied him up. And back comes Bekov. Bekov in for the Soviets, leaving it for Semyonov. They drop it back to Kasatonov. Shoots, hit the post. Big rebound. Kasatonov stopped by Pure. Canada can't clear it. Now, two of the penalized players back on. Fetisov, a shot deflected. And then poked away by Rochefort. Fetisov holding it in to Semyonov. Shooting, and Pure, a stick save there. Here's Nemchinov. Back to Fetisov. A drive. That deflects wide. Bekov. Soviets on a power play. 35 seconds left in Messier's penalty. Bekov to Semyonov. He scores! No goal, says the referee. No goal. I think a man in the crease.
Oh, my goodness. Yellow-Shaken must have thought he stood alone. Down at the other end, Pure made 5 big saves, all in a sequence. The goal was waved off by referee Paul Stewart. Watch the people in front of the net. And finally, it was backhanded past Grant Pure, and the referee calling it immediately.
He's also giving out penalties to Crossman and then Nemchinov on the play.
Here's the play. Watch the traffic. Well, now you see, the rule is if you're pushed into the crease, and I think he was the Soviet player, then, you know, that's rub of the green and the goal would stand.
Well, I think he had called the penalty before the puck was in the net, and that may be. Still a power play for the Soviets, 4 against 3. Messier still with 20 seconds left in his penalty. Here's Fetisov. Into Krutov. Over to Gusarov. Back at the point. Fetisov trying to center. This Krutov with it. And Gretzky comes back. Has Bork with him. Gretzky just dumping it in. Fetisov back to get it. Messier's back on. Each team a man short. Here's Krutov. Leaving it for Makarov. To Krutov. Centers it in front. Shot just wide of the net. As the point man had moved up Gusarov, and he was wide open, but missed the net. Each team a man short now as Bork intercepts one. Into Messier. Messier centered to Gretzky. He's upended in the slot. And Gusarov starting back to Makarov. Makarov to Gusarov. Centers. Krutov trying to center it. Both wide. Here's Makarov. Tied up by Hartsburg, and Gretzky back to get the puck. Gretzky to Gartner. Gartner moving right in. Gartner in front to Gretzky. Gets it to Coffey. Right-handed shot. He scores! Paul Coffey!
Here comes the pass. Now, Gretzky wasn't ready for it. Got it and quickly unloaded. Right out of the stick of Coffey.
Now Semyonov. Semyonov moving in. Shoots one. Good block there at the defense by Hartsburg. Back comes Canada. Gartner with Gretzky. To Gretzky. Gretzky is tied up by Fetisov. Now there's a drive and a save by Bello, shaken on prop. Semyonov starting back. Leaving it for Semak. Back to Semyonov. Round on the boards to Lomakin. Lomakin into Semak, number 18. Semak out in front, and we're going to get a charging penalty to Mike Gardner. Soviets on a power play. 0 for 2 in this game tonight with the man advantage. Here's Fetisov flipping it through. Messier breaks it up, and it's fired out of there by Doug Crossman. Fetisov back to get it. Let's Kasatonov play it. Kasatonov with 5 seconds left in the period to Krutov. Krutov moves in, and the first period comes to a conclusion. A good one for Canada. I think without any question their best of this Canada Cup. Here's a key part of this game. Soviets on a power play for another minute and 30 seconds. They have their green unit out there. Larionov, Makarov, and Krutov up front with Fetisov and Kasatonov on defense. Immediately cleared down the ice. Canada with Messier and Gilmore to kill it off. Crossman and Rochefort on defense. Here's Krutov. Rochefort failed. Soviets, Makarov trying to drop it back. Intercepted by Gilmore to Messier. Messier to Crossman into center ice to Doug Gilmore. Gilmore moving in. Gilmore trying to get away from Kasatonov. And now Fetisov comes up with it, and here come the Soviets. Here's Larionov. Poke check nicely by Rochefort, cleared by Crossman. Kasatonov back together. Canada changing on the fly. Kasatonov to Krutov. Broken up by Messier and cleared out into the center ice area. Larionov. 40 seconds left. Another good defensive play by Canada. Messier trying to clear it in, but Soviets still with 10 seconds left in Canada's penalty. Bekov moving in. Sutter breaks it up. Hartsburg trying to clear it. Gets it to Brent Sutter. Sutter couldn't chip it out. Now held in by Homatov. Homatov centers in front. A shot. Fuhr, a big save on Kamensky, who was in alone. And now the penalized player Gardner back on. What a save by Fuhr. Puck cleared down by the Soviets. Hartsburg back to get it against Homatov. Hartsburg holding him off, and Goulet tries to clear it. But Dotov at the point. His shot blocked. Back off a drive. And that's wide, and Gretzky has it for Canada. To Craig Hartsburg. Hartsburg moving in, leaves it for Gretzky. Gretzky back in front. Hartsburg just missed with the tip in. Now Sutter in the corner. And the Soviets try and fire it out of there. Hit a skate. And Gusarov then does get it into center ice. Lomakin moving in. Shot. Fuhr the save. Big rebound, but they fan it out. And here's Gardner with Goulet and Gretzky. Gardner with a big booming shot wide of the net. And Semak, number 18. Headmans it into center ice. Here is Lomakin. Lomakin shoots. Fuhr glove save, and he held onto it. All right, for a face-off deep in Team Canada's end. And Coffey comes up with it. Round on the boards. Hartsburg for Team Canada. To Brian Propp, number 26. Propp leaving it for Coffey. Up the middle to Gardner, but Fetisov tied him up well, and Fetisov made a neat play and now feeds it to Lomakin. Lomakin leaving it for Semyonov. He fell down. Coffey to Gardner, who's in the clear. Off the shoulder of Belosheikin. Gardner on a breakaway. And the Soviets dodge a bullet there. Back comes Semak. He moves into Lomakin. Number 23, Lomakin to Semyonov. Passed it off to Fetisov, who couldn't get the shot away. Now Lomakin. Murphy breaks that up. And here's Bourque passing it to Propp. Propp gets it out of the zone. Semyonov, number 30, back to Fetisov, who has to chase back for it. Canada leading 3-1. We're early in the second period. Long pass to Semyonov. Hits the linesman. Semyonov able to get it. Semyonov moving in, centered, and it's knocked away by Fuhr. He just batted that one away. Now the Soviets with Kumalet, number 8. Got it behind the net. Bourque is there for Canada. Bouncing it off the boards. Skelno pinching in, trying to hold it. Play is called and a holding penalty coming up against Team Canada and against Doug Crossman from the Philadelphia Flyers.
Well, Canada getting his chances. This is Gartner all alone firing it. It may have caught the shoulder of Yellow Shaken. He's going on the top shelf.
Here are the Soviets with the man advantage. Makarov back of the net. Trying to drop it back. Kasatonov returns to Makarov. Now to Fetisov. He flips it into Krutov, and a good play by Rochefort. And Rochefort now beats Gilmore. Trying a quick pass to Messier. That's broken up. Doug Gilmore, number 28, back to Rochefort. He picks an opening and fires it down the ice. Kasatonov. Into center ice to Larionov, leaving it for Kasatonov. Flipped around. Muir missed it back of the net as it skipped on him. Now Fetisov shoots, they score! Fetisov from the point, and the Soviets click on the power play.
Deflected shot. I don't know who was out in the high slot, whether it was a Team Canada defenseman or a Soviet player. Here comes the shot. That's Kasatonov. No, that's Larionov, who's in front of the net. Here comes the shot. And that went off, I think, a Team Canada defenseman in front. Fetisov with that low shot, which is a very deflectable kind of a shot. And Fetisov is likely to get credit for it.
Fetisov does get it. 29-year-old veteran and heralded as their best defenseman and one of the best in the world. Soviets score on the power play and have cut Canada's lead to 3-2. Fetisov from Krutov and Kasatonov, 12-11 the time. Here are the Canadians with Bourque firing it in. In is Lemieux, an open net. Beloshakin got back in there and robbed Lemieux. Beloshakin went a-wandering and almost got burned.
I think maybe Mario Lemieux will be seeing this one in his dreams. Yellow Shaken coming out from behind the net. He'd gone back there to clear the puck, and it bounced off the boards, came right to Lemieux, had a yawning net to shoot at. Yellow Shaken quickly back in. Give Lemieux credit. He was trying to bury that shot. He was really blasting it.
Here's Stelno from the faceoff, back of his own goal. Gretzky tried to steal it, but Gusarov gets it into center ice. Here's Bekov moving in, but that play offside. Homatov, number 15, in ahead of the play. Offside at the Team Canada blue line. Tell me they nicknamed him the Rat in the Soviet Union.
It reminds people a little bit of Linsman. He's a very small but shifty kind of a forward, very much like Bekov for the Soviet team, but he's been in the Soviet Major League now for 7 years, played in the 81 and 84 Canada Cup, so this is his third time round here.
Here's Canada with a 1-goal lead now. Carrying is Hartsburg into Gilmore, tipped it in, but broken up and shot back out by Perbukin. Cleared back in by Canada. And now Fedotov back to get it. To Semyonov, number 30. Semyonov rips along with it. And it's handled by Fuhr. Now Hartsburg controlling for Canada. Less than 7 minutes to play in the second period. Canada can't get it out. Now they will as Gartner intercepts. Here he comes with Sutter. Gartner rips a drive, caught by Beloshakin. And he was halfway to the blue line by the time they whistled that one down.
And Sutter had him lined up, too, with that puck in his hands.
Canada 3, the Soviets 2, 6:36 left in the second period. And Chinov against Messier. Messier getting the draw. They drop it back, but Murphy couldn't hold it in. And Bourque has to hustle back. Over to Murphy. Out on the left wing side to Messier. He drops it back to Murphy again. Murphy loses to Nemchinov, but recovered and is able to clear it. And Fetisov has to go back for the Soviets. His clearing pass knocked down by Bryakin, but cleared away by Murphy again to Howard Chuck to Anderson. Anderson pulled down by Nemchinov, and there'll be a penalty there. Here's Bourque for Canada. Into the corner on the delayed penalty. Giving it to Howard Chuck. Centered and chipped away by the Soviets. That stops play. And Nemchinov of the Soviets, number 12, will get a holding penalty right here.
14:04 of the period. Here it comes as Trying to move in was Anderson, and he just wrestled to the ice.
And Chinov, by the way, gets his third penalty of this game. How about this power play? But Makarov breaks away. Coffey chasing him. Here's Makarov, and Coffey headed him off. Speed against speed. Here's Makarov to Krutov. He moves and scores! Short-handed goal! And that's the Soviets' third in 3 games against Canada. And it ties it at 3-3.
Well, they got the two of them inside the zone controlling the puck, both Makarov and Krutov. Now the defenseman will start to chase a little bit. Great effort by Makarov right here. Goes right by one defenseman. Now watch the defense start to chase a little bit on Makarov, who's cheating just a little bit, and he got that angle. He spread him out a bit. And what a wrist shot that was. Right under the glove of Grant Fuhr.
Krutov getting the goal, his 7th of this tournament. A short-handed goal. And that's their third short-handed goal in 3 games against Canada. Canada's still in a power play, but now it's all even at 3 apiece. Here's Hartsburg off the boards to Anderson. Into center ice to Murphy. Murphy winding it around on the boards. Goulet into the corner. Now Glenn Anderson. Anderson gets tied up. Makarov and Anderson fight for it. Hartsburg held it in. To Goulet. Goulet trying to center. Here's Gusarov trying to get it up. Murphy held it in. Into the corner for Dale Howard-Chuck. Fired it in front. Knocked away by Batisov. And now Makarov trying to work it out of there. Held in by Goulet. This shot blocked. Goulet has to hustle back as Makarov is after the loose puck. And Hartsburg takes over. Hartsburg tied up Krutov on the play. Now Makarov will carry in. And Howard-Chuck has it for Canada. 38 seconds left in the penalty. Here's Dale Howard-Chuck giving it to Larry Murphy. Cross rink to Hartsburg. Hartsburg trying to center to Gretzky. Into Lemieux, they center. Goulet a whack at it. Rolls through the crease and Beckhoff has it. He's checked. Now Gretzky at the side of the net. In front, Lemieux panned on it. Here's Mario Lemieux. Into the corner for Messier. Batisov trying to clear it. Bourque held it in. Beckhoff blocks it, and here's a 2-on-1 Soviet break. Now 3-on-1. Homatov in front to Beckhoff, tipped wide. And again, the Soviets, just at the tag end of that penalty, had a dangerous chance. Now Lemieux trying to steal it. He can't. Goulet overskates the puck, and back comes Beckhoff. Beckhoff with Homatov now leaving it there. And Bourque cleared it, and here's Gretzky with Lemieux. 2-on-1 break. Gretzky to Lemieux. Scores!
I don't know what Yellow Shaken thought, but he's got the 2 greatest forwards in the game today coming at him. What are you going to do? Not much you can do. Watch it go by. Gretzky going to his forehand, feeding it over. Lemieux.
Mario Lemieux's 8th goal of this tournament. He leads all snipers. And Canada has the lead again at 4-3.
Gretzky now with 3 points on the night.
16:32 the time of the goal. Canada right back. Sutter to Gilmore, shoots, and Bellows taken. A stick save. Gardner with the puck. Sutter tried to center. Now Semyonov able to clear it into center ice. Rossman firing it back in, and it's offside at the Soviet blue line. 4-3, Canada leading. Rochefort over to Doug Crossman, and he flips it ahead for Gardner. Bellows shaken out of the net to shoot it up on the boards. Now Sutter with help from Gilmore, but the Soviets' Lomakin breaks out of there. Lomakin leaving it. Rochefort there to clear it. Failed to get it out. Now does to Gilmore with Sutter. 2-on-2 break. Gilmore to Sutter. Shoots one. Bellows shaking the save. Sutter into the corner. And back up the Soviets the other way. Semak, number 18. And Lomakin shot blocked by Crossman. Centered. Misses Semak, who was alone in the slot. And the Soviets are back and get it. Stelnov clearing it in. Doug Crossman there. And he flips it out and flipped it over the glass. 2:14 left in the second period.
And Team Canada leading it 4-2. A very important goal from Lemieux and Gretzky. Now there is Sutter, I think, moving right in up against the boards. And this was a lingering kind of an affair. The play went all the way up the ice. They were way behind Semyonov and Sutter. Finally, Lundstrom, the linesman, moved in and broke it all up. Meanwhile, the play had been down on the Team Canada end a second or two.
Well, the way these teams can skate, it was down there for quite a while. Here's Bork flipping it up. Gusarov, number 3, back to get it. Fires it around in the boards, held in by Murphy for Canada. Flipping it in front. Howardchuk couldn't knock it down. Now Gusarov trying to work it out of there. Bork came up to try and hold it in, couldn't, and Anderson has to go back for Canada. Got it out of the zone, and the Soviets with Pryakin take over. Pryakin banged into the boards by Messier. There's a puck flipped in by the Soviets, and Larry Murphy from the Washington Capitals back to get it. Over to Anderson, cross ice to Messier. Fired in. Here's Anderson. In with Fetisov. Knocks Fetisov down. Fetisov back up again to clear it to Makarov. And the Soviets break out. Makarov trying to get away from Gretzky. And Gretzky tied him up and puts it back in. Soviets trying to shoot it out of there. Held in by Goulet. Mario Lemieux misses him, and Gusarov beats Makarov to Larionov. We're in the final minute of the second period. Here's Krutov moving in, dropped it, and Gretzky back checking, breaks it up, and here he comes the other way. Gretzky stick handling in, Makarov intercepts, and the Soviets come right back. Krutov trying to go around Hartsburg. Poppy is there to cover up and try and flip it out. Soviets hold it in. Makarov back to Larionov, into Kasatonov. Kasatonov back of the net. Coffey ties him up, and Coffey comes up with the puck and feeds Gretzky to Lemieux. Now to Goulet. 3-on-2 break for Canada, leaving for Gretzky. Into Lemieux, or into to Goulet. Backhander turned aside by Bellows, shaken. And Fetisov has it with 12 seconds left. Held in by Gretzky to Lemieux. He dropped it back. Goulet was going for the bench. Now Gretzky cuts in. Leaves it. Gilmore shot off a stick over the glass. 1 second left. And Gretzky just about gave Gilmore a great scoring chance. He did, but somebody got a stick in the way.
What a great shift that line had.
And what a great shift that number 99 had.
This is a terrific play, of course, as Gretzky stole the puck right at the line. Just lifted a stick, pulled it away, now chips it free, and he's alone. A bouncing puck to deal with, which allowed Fetisov to get set, so he set up Gilmore, who had his shot deflect over top of the net. But Gretzky and Lemieux and company, that last shift they had, what a way to finish a period.
Just 1 second left. Gretzky with 3 assists tonight. And it's some people been able to finish off some other plays. He might have 5. Just time for the drop of the puck here between Lemieux and Beckhoff. 1 second left in the second period.
Look at him line up in front there. It's like a conga line. They pulled the goaltender too.
Yeah, Canada was 6 men up there with just the 1 second left.
You like to hope it'll be almost 2 seconds. It shows 1 on the clock, but it can be, 1 4/5.
Lemieux tried to scoop it. It was blocked by Beckhoff, and the second period comes to an end. Canada out shooting the Soviets in that period, 12-9. In the game, 29 shots for Canada, 22 for the Soviets, and a 1-goal lead for Canada with 20 minutes left. Here we go at the third period. Fetisov to Makarov. He fires it. Comes to Krutov. Number 9. He moves in. Centers. Makarov was there, but Rochefort slid out and made a good play. And then Crossman chips it into center ice to Howard-Chuck to Messier. He flies in on left wing. Messier for Canada. Leaving it for Anderson. Shoots. Hello, shaking a save. And Fetisov knocked the puck down with a hand pass where they really closed his hand on it and they whistled the play down.
Gloved it and held it and turned and went behind the net. And that's again, look at the wrap that Messier takes behind the net, and still he carried on into the corner. Will make the play to his teammate Anderson. Anderson got the room. A little pick was run in there. A quick shot.
Fetisov chases back to get it for the Soviets. That's Anderson in forechecking. Howard-Chuck knocks it back in for Canada. Kasatonov takes Howard-Chuck out. Fetisov cleared it. Knocked down by Messier, but he couldn't control it. Now Anderson holding it in. Shot wide. Howard-Chuck into the corner. Kasatonov. Big, strong Soviet defenseman, and the Soviets break out of there. Here's Krutov. Crossman skating him off. Knocked back of the goal, and Rochefort is there for Canada. Rochefort got it to the line, but not out. Now they do clear it out, and here's Gusarov, leaving it for Fetisov to Krutov. Krutov stick handling beautifully. Still has it. In front. Oh, and Bekoff's shot was blocked, and here's Gretzky quickly to Prop. Prop tried to get it back, but Gusarov knocked it down. Now a lead pass to Gretzky. Stelnov is there for the Soviets. To Kaminsky. Number 13, Kaminsky. Into center ice to Homatov. Homatov moving in to Bekoff. Backhand, he scores! Bekoff ties this game at 4-4.
Great backhand shot. Always the most difficult shot for a goaltender to handle because of the angle it comes off the stick. Here comes the shot, and nothing Fiora could really do. Nice play in front, and here's the backhand. And he picked the short side on it. Terrific backhand shot. Pretty good effort there as the puck is cleared to the wing. And we've got a tie hockey game.
Homatov will get an assist.
Assisted by number 15.
Now Canada with Mario Lemieux in control. He's up there with Gilmore and Gartner. They jump it in. But no top there to clear it back out. And Canada has to chase back. Here's Raymond Bourque. Bourque passing to Lemieux. He gets tied up. Murphy trailing on the play, moving it to Mario Lemieux. Lemieux cutting in. Got it in front. Now Gilmore into the corner. Number 28, Gilmore for Canada. Back of the net to Lemieux. Shoots! Hello, shaking the save. Gartner couldn't get the rebound shot away. And the Soviets clear it with Bourque back to get it to Lemieux. Over to Gilmore. Semyonov intercepts that. Now cleared back in, and Gilmore was trapped in there offside in the play.
Soviet Union out shooting Canada 4-1 at this stage of the third period.
Another factor in this game, Ron. Soviets have used 4 lines. Canada with just 10 forwards, really using just 3 lines with an extra player. And that could be a factor as this third period rolls along. Puck cleared to center by the Soviets. Coffey has it there. Canada 4, the Soviets 4. Flipped into center ice and dumped in by Brian Prop. Now Perbukin trying to clear it. Coffey held it in. Centers to Gartner. Gartner's shot. That went high and wide. Now centered. Prop a whack at it. Cleared by the Soviets. Here is Crossman. Back of the net. Drop back. Here's Gartner. Feigned on it. And Semak has a break. Coffey trying to get back. Semak shoots. Shot it wide on the short side. Oh, a dangerous break there. Soviets continue to put pressure on. Now Semak gives it to Lomakin. Lomakin with the puck. Getting it in front to Semyonov. Shoots. Pure the save. They score, but a high stick, no goal. Here's the line of Gretzky, Lemieux, and Prop for Canada. Gretzky to Lemieux. Back to Crossman at the point. Behind the net to Gretzky. Gretzky centered. Prop. Shoot shot wide. Penalty coming up to Gusarov for the Soviets. And Canada will get a power play right here.
So Gusarov for hooking at 9:52. Canada 0-2, 0 for 2 in the power play department in this game. They desperately need one now.
And they gave up a shorthanded goal to the Soviets earlier. They're third in as many games, so that's a factor because of how dangerous these Soviets are, even when they're shorthanded. Here's Mario Lemieux. Back to Bourque. Shot deflects. Comes to Gretzky. Gretzky to Bourque. Side of the net to Lemieux. Back to Bourque again. Over to Coffey. Coffey to Lemieux. Back to Bourque to Coffey. Shoots. Bellow shaking the save. Rebound. They score! Mario Lemieux!
Oh, they moved it around. That's Coffey's shot. The rebound, Gretzky, Lemieux. Boy, this has been a story all night long, these two guys. That's Lemieux's 7th shot on goal. His 2nd goal of the night. Oh, nothing Belashekin could do. He tried to handle the 1 rebound.
And it will be Gretzky's 4th assist of this game.
That's right.
Power play goal, 5-4 Canada. Mario Lemieux, 2nd of the night, is 9th of this series. Still 9:46 left in regulation time.
Now it's hang on time.
Here we go. Canada with the lead again. Near the Soviet line, cleared up, and here's Kamensky poking it in. Rochefort there to fire it back out. And it's taken by Perbukin, number 5, to Beckhoff. Rochefort checks him, and Messier for Canada. Gives it to Glenn Anderson. Anderson having difficulty. Rochefort there to cover up. And here's Rochefort stick handling up ice. Into the Soviet zone for Rochefort. Back of the net for Dotov. Quickly clearing it out. And it's taken by Howard-Chuck. Back to Crossman. To Dale Howard-Chuck. He gets tied up at the line. Howard-Chuck continues to battle, but now Beckhoff to Homatov. Here's Homatov, number 15. Shot blocked at the defense and then kicked out by Bourque. Held in, another shot blocked by Bourque. And Bourque clears it to Anderson. Anderson firing it in. Brent Sutter in to get it. Belosheikin clearing it around. Beckhoff there. Sutter in to hammer him. Here's Stelno. Over in the other corner to Gusarov. Fires it out into center ice. Murphy for Canada. Beckhoff takes over for the Soviets. Pass goes into center ice, and Bourque fires it back in. Here's Gusarov. Long lead pass. Misses everyone. Goes the length of the ice. Bourque back to touch it. Icing against the Soviets. 8:11 left in regulation time. 5-4 in favor of Canada.
Well, the thing you got to like about what's happening right now on the ice is Canada is trying to hem them in their own zone. Difficult to score from there. Some great forechecking. Sutter in the middle of all of that. And Mike Keenan. This crowd, if there's anything going to give them the extra adrenaline they might need, because I'll tell you, it is a tired Team Canada right now. This crowd may be that little extra spur. They are really on it. The last goal, Mario Lemieux from Gretzky and Coffey at 10:14 on the power play, their first of the game, in which they've been successful.
Here are the Soviets with Semyonov, number 30, moves in. Shot blocked by Crossman, couldn't clear it. Now Semak back of the net. Gretzky there to check him. And Prop beats Lemieux. One-on-one against Batista. Here's Big Mario. Trying to move in, gets tied up. Looking to pass it, does. Prop right in. Shoots. Belosheikin the save. Another shot, and Belosheikin stopped that. Good chances there for Canada. Here's Crossman back in his own zone. Over to Coffey, back to Doug Crossman. And he flips it in. Fetisov back for the Soviets. Over for Pervukin. Out to Bekov. Coffey intercepting. Coffey to Murphy. Murphy off the board. Shot into the Soviet zone. Fetisov back to try and clear it. Now Glenn Anderson bumping in there. Anderson trying to come up with the puck. Does to Murphy. Big shot. It's blocked and the Soviets break out. But Bork comes up aggressively to knock it back in. Here's Pervukin. Ahead for Bumalet, number 8. Less than 7 minutes to play. Long shot. And it's cleared by Pure to Anderson. Going back is Bork. Out to Goulet, who's able to take the man out of the play and let the puck get out of there. And the Soviets, Badotov, clearing it. Here's Gilmore for Canada. He just flips it up near the Soviet line. Pervukin cleared it. Gilmore intercepts. Drops it back to Murphy. Murphy firing it in. Digging in is Mike Gartner. Gartner to Sutter. Sutter back to Gartner. Back of the net. Into the other corner. Gilmore against Badotov. Gilmore holding it in. Gilmore trying to get loose. Badotov took him out. And Makarov has it for the Soviets. 6:10 left in regulation time. Good play by Gilmore to break up a Makarov rush. Cleared back in. Now Larionov fading it across. Shot into center ice. Here's Makarov for the Soviets. To Krutov to Makarov. Chipped away at the defense. And Canada come back. Gardner trying to break out of there. 5:46 left in regulation time. Rochefort for Canada. Canada with a 5-4 lead. They dump it in. Stelno back together. Howardchuk into Vorchuk. Howardchuk against Stelno. Now Stelno but the other side, and Gretzky's on top of him. Lemieux coming up with a Gretzky. Gretzky shoots wide with a big slap shot. And the Soviets take over and start to move out. Stelno into center ice to Homatov. Homatov checked in the play. And Canada, Howardchuk cleared it. Now it comes back to the blue line. And Bork for Canada fires it to center. Here's Gretzky. 5 minutes left. Gretzky with Lemieux. Pass to Lemieux. Over top of the net this time as the puck went on in. Now Mario Lemieux in the corner to Gretzky. Bekov intercepting. And the Soviets clear it out. 4:45 left in regulation time. What action here in Hamilton.
Oh, this is just wonderful.
5-4, Canada leading. Kamensky for the Soviets. Leaving it for Lomakin. Good play by Messier to break it up. And Canada come back with a lead pass to Kroc. To Anderson, shoots. Stick save, Bello shaken. Round on the boards for Messier. He couldn't get it. And Homatov beats Bekov. Now to Lomakin, back to Bekov. 4:15 left in regulation time. Soviets. Samak shoots one. Saved by Pure on the short side. And Brian Propp for Canada cleared at the center. Kasatonov has it there. Clearing one. Here's Semyonov moves in, shoots. Pure the save, rebound. Crossman just tipped that away. And then Canada clear at the center. Makarov for the pass. Coffey breaks it up. 3-on-2, Canada break. Coffey moving in. Tried to center, but it was offside at the Soviet line.
Look at this. Here's Gretzky. Lemieux chipped it over top of the net. How about this one from the other end? Pure. One of the few chances the Soviets got. I'll tell you, you won't find a better period of hockey to see a team protect a lead. Canada almost perfect when it comes to the defense right now.
Here's a loose puck with Mike Gartner trying to break in. Priakin checks in. And Priakin fires it in for the Soviets. Pure back of the net. Fires it up high on the glass. And Canada able to carry out with Larry Murphy. 3:25 left in regulation time. There's Gartner in to try and get it. Soviets break out. It's Priakin. 2 men back for Canada. Priakin trying to move in. Murphy stares into the corner. Centered. Nobody could get a stick on it. Stelno back of the net. And it's taken by Gilmore for Canada. Out to Brent Sutter. Back to Doug Gilmore. Gilmore flipping it in, and the play is offside. Sutter jumped the gun on the right side at the Soviet line. 3 minutes left in regulation time.
Well, it's almost as you look at Brent Sutter head for the bench. These are the guys, of course, the Sutters and so on, that are charged with trying to keep the Soviets off the board the rest of the way. We have now watched a full game and an overtime and almost a full game here. And what has been decided? These two teams are so close.
Here's Krutov shooting it in for the Soviets. Brian Propp there to fire it back out. And the Soviets, Larionov will go back, and this is going to be icing against Canada. 2:46 remaining, and the Soviets with a key face-off coming up in Team Canada's end of the rink.
We'll see who takes the draw down in the Team Canada end. They've got the Larionov line out there. I want to bet that Gretzky comes out.
Well, I'd say Messier. He hops out there against Larionov.
That's right, yeah. Now this will be a very big face-off with 2:46 remaining. The one thing that Canada did, the crowd got going and Canada got going after they got the goal. It was almost like a shot of adrenaline because the team that was dead tired suddenly really picked it up and took it to the Soviets in their own end, and that was the key to it. And at this stage,
Canada's Messier does the job, wins the faceoff, and Crossman trying to get it out of there, tipped it on the boards, comes back to Doug Crossman. Now fired by Messier to center ice. Here's Makarov. Bork breaks him up for that rush up at the blue line, and here's Howardchuk flipping it into the Soviet zone. Fetisov back to get it. Makarov into center ice, over to Krutov. Krutov diving check by Howardchuk. And then Murphy comes up with it. Couldn't clear it out, but it is carried out now to center. And here's Howardchuk. He couldn't control it. Now Anderson trailing, intercepting one. Anderson centers, knocked away, and the Soviets clear it to Krutov. 2 minutes left in regulation time. Homatov spun around by Howardchuk. Canada coming back with Messier, firing it in. Here's Gilmore shooting off the blocker. Bellow shaken, and now Lemieux in there to try and steal it. Here's Gilmore charging in. Soviets break out. Back off, but Gretzky is there to back check. Here's Fedotov trying to carry in. And Murphy stands his ground, and then the play is offside at the Team Canada line. 1:32 left in regulation time.
Larry Murphy, they're all the defense playing well right now, but two patterns have followed the last couple of nights, and one of them is the defense tightens up, but the other has been some terrific play in the third period for Team Canada by Doug Gilmore. What a third period he has played defensively. It's almost like he has stronger legs than the rest of them. He hasn't played as much as some in this tournament.
He's out there now discussing strategy with Wayne Gretzky. It's Gretzky, Gilmore, and Lemieux, the forward line. Canada clear it to center. Fedotov trying to shoot it back in. Rochefort is there to clear it. Gretzky tipped it, and they roll it off a Soviet player, so there's no icing. 1:20 left in regulation time. Here's Bekov. Gets to center. Trying to clear it. Gretzky back checking. Got it to Gilmore. Gilmore flipped it into center ice. Here's Kamensky trying to break through. Shoots. He scores! Kamensky with a brilliant goal. Ties this game up with 1:04 left.
Oh, what a goal. The defense didn't play the man on this. They got backing in, and Kamensky just got between Rochefort, I think it was Crossman in there, but this great speed, and he just got a little bit of a march. Tried to tackle him. Crossman came across, but then Kamensky just fighting his way past what was almost a tackle by Rochefort.
You got to give him full marks.
Oh, yeah.
Game with 1:04 left in regulation time.
Assisted by number 27,
Bekov gets an assist. As does Perbukin, but it was mainly the brilliant individual effort of Kamensky, who was the hero of the second game at Rendezvous in Quebec City.
Just knifed through the defense. He got such a good jump as he got that puck, and he just split it. And does overtime loom once again?
Soviets, by the way, have called a timeout here.
The goal came at the 18:56 mark. Parvukin and Bekov from Kamensky. Rochefort and Crossman. He got around. Well, 3 guys trailing on him. That was just individual effort.
5-5 with 1:04 left in regulation time. Messier against Larionov. Canada from the faceoff, controlling it with Crossman. We're in the final minute of regulation time. Flipped in and Fetisov there to feed it to Makarov. Now to Karutov. He moves in and knocking it down and carrying back out for Canada. This Crossman flipped in. Soviets quickly fire it right back out, and Krutov picks it up. Krutov to Larionov. Larionov moving in, trying to center, did, but Krutov was well in check. Now Fetisov at the point. His shot wide. 25 seconds left. Coffey to Murphy. Canada breakaway. Gardner was in the clear, but the pass knocked down by Fetisov. Fetisov playing it up the boards. Near the Canadian line, and Murphy shoots it back in. Kasatonov is there. Now Gilmore for Canada. 8 seconds left. Flipping it in. Fetisov there to wind it around on the boards. And it's Krutov clearing the center. We will have sudden death overtime for the second game in a row in this final series between the Soviets and Canada. And credit a brilliant move by Valery Kamensky to tie it with 1:04 to play and send it into overtime. Here we go with sudden death. Messier winning the faceoff, but it's immediately into the Soviet zone. Fetisov trying to clear it. Bork held it in. Now Anderson in on the boards. Fetisov goes back the other way to Kasatonov, to Makarov down right wing. Makarov moving in, leaving it there. Here's Krutov, put it in front, and Fjord came out, and Krutov tripped over it. Back on Canada. Here's Anderson moving in on right wing. Glenn Anderson to Messier. Messier back of the net. Messier trying to drop it back, and it comes into center ice. Mark Messier to Bork of the Boston Bruins for Team Canada. Now to Anderson to Messier. Messier in with Lemieux, and they whistle that down in an offside. Lemieux in ahead of the play over on right wing.
Just a step as he got a little over anxious. Messier coming in over the line. You'll see short shifts. Good chance, of course, anytime you see Makarov and Krutov out there. And Krutov with that speed got around the defense. Bork just leaning back, tried to get enough of a stick on Krutov's stick to prevent any play. And the puck wound up in the corner.
You see the scoring leaders, topped by Gretzky with 18 points. Here are the Soviets firing it around on the boards. Gusarov cleared it in. Loose puck in front, but as soon as the Team Canada player touched the puck, the play is called an icing call, and it will come back down deep into the Soviet end of the ring.
Well, we mentioned the fatigue factor during the third period. There was a stretch there where Team Canada did not look fatigued at all. As a matter of fact, it looked like the Soviets might have been fatigued. But I would think the longer we go in this, I think if Team Canada had its druthers, they'd like to get the goal early.
Gretzky, Goulet, and Lemieux ready on a faceoff. Bekov against Gretzky. Gretzky the draw. Back on the point. Shot is up high. Over top of the net as Crossman let it go. Soviets clear it. Here's Crossman to Paul Coffey. He cleared it. Soviets hustling back to touch the puck, and it's going to be icing against Canada. And now the pressure on Canada with a big face-off in their end of the rink.
Well, we'll see how the Soviets send out for this face-off. They make the changes. They're well aware of the... We watched Tikhonov on the bench, Soviet Union. See the big guy standing behind him. I asked Igor Dmitriev who the fittest guy and the strongest guy on his team. The guy standing right behind Tikhonov is the trainer. He's been coming here for years. And And he says that guy's the strongest guy on our team.
Here's Semak, who scored the overtime winner in Montreal on the face-off, and Messier wins the draw. Bourque has it for Canada. Bourque trying to move it out of there, dropping it back with a little pass to Anderson. Now to Gartner. Gartner moving in. Gartner shoots. Now shaking the save. But no chance as he throws that. And Anderson went barging in to try and get a loose puck.
I think in this overtime you're going to see a lot of whistles. We went long stretches where the play was constantly in. But here Bieloshakin's not going to take any chances. He just covers it up. Really with a man of his own right there, but with Team Canada moving in. So we've had a couple of icings. We've had about 4 whistles here in the first minute and 29 seconds of the period. And of course each time a whistle comes, each team makes a change.
Canada sending out Gretzky, Lemieux, and Goulet. Soviets counter with Imchinov, Pryakin, and Humalev.
Soviets have got the last change here as the home team, but they don't bother matching. And I asked again Dmitriev, who has become the spokesman rather than Tikhonov for the hockey club, said, have you ever tried to kind of match lines? He says, yes, we tried. At one point in the first game we tried, and every time we tried, Keenan sent Gretzky out. So he says, we just gave up.
Now Gretzky comes to talk to the referee about something.
That was Dmitriev, by the way, you saw in the foreground of the picture on the bench. Some say he will eventually be the head coach of the Soviet national team, which I guess will make things a lot easier on the reporting staff, because he speaks German fluently and some English.
Here's Gretzky against Nemchinov deep in the Soviet zone. They played a minute 29 of overtime, and they're going to toss Nemchinov out of there. And they'll have to send in someone else to take the face-off.
That's the Swedish linesman we have, Sven-Olof Lundström. He's not putting up with any nonsense.
Humalev against Gretzky. Gretzky the draw into the corner, but Lemieux was going the other way. And Nemchinov breaks out for the Soviets. Broken up by Crossman. Flipped back near the Soviet line. Kasatonov is there. And Pryakin dumps it in for the Soviet Union. Paul Coffey back to get it. To Mario Lemieux. Held in at the point by Fetisov. Again Fetisov holding it in, but now carrying up is Michel Goulet. Goulet scooping it in. And then Goulet gets checked from behind, and he's shaken up. No sign of a penalty being called, but Goulet is injured.
He got a stick across the face as he unloaded the shot into the corner, and he just went down like he'd been poleaxed. You know, when you get a stick around the eyes like this, just checking on, looked like it rode up on him. There it is. Took it right across the face. And so he's checking to see if all of the ivories are there or not.
It was Pryakin who got the stick up on Goulet, number 22.
It's one of those plays where you're checking and trying to hook and interfere with the player. It happens sometimes. Everything seems to be there.
Now Messier back out there with Anderson and Gartner. Face-off at the Soviet line. The Soviets' big 5 out there. Larionov, Makarov, and Krutov with Fetisov and Kasatonov on defense. Canada shoot it in. Kasatonov trying to clear it. Bourque pinching in. Bourque shot blocked, and the Soviets get it to Krutov. Krutov working in. And a good defensive play by Murphy to break it up. And here's Anderson into center ice to Messier. He gets tied up, and Bourque circles back for Canada. Bourque clearing it into center, into the Soviet zone, and Kasatonov is back after it. He's checked by Gartner. It's knocked back of the net, but Fetisov is there. And here come the Soviets. Krutov to Larionov. Murphy tips it away for Canada. Messier took a man out of the play, and here's Anderson. Anderson ahead to Messier, called back on the 2-line offside pass.
There's Marc Messier, a monumental figure. If I were going to pick one player who has been there every game, from the opening bell to this point in the tournament, it would be Mark Messier. This is the 8th game of the tournament. He has played every shift the same way. We mentioned earlier in the telecast how intimidating he is.
Here the Soviets with a long shot. Pure handling it, and Coffey has it for Canada. Coffey out to Lemieux. To Gretzky. Gretzky breaking in with Howardchuk. Pass to Howardchuk, just tipped by the Soviet defense. Bekov back the other way. 2-on-2 break. Bekov trying to go around Coffey. Slides it in front. Still loose at the side of the goal. Now back of Team Canada's net. And Canada come up with it, and here's Lemieux getting it out of the zone. Soviets with Kamensky. To Homotov. He's checked by Lemieux. Lemieux is too well tied up, and here's Kamensky. Moves in, shoots. Pure a save on Kamensky, and then Crossman cleared it up over the glass as we approach the 4-minute mark of overtime.
Very tense here in the Copps Coliseum in Hamilton. 5-5 in overtime. A little closer to the vest now. Each team afraid to make a mistake. We've watched people like Crossman's just sitting down there having big games. Team Canada with a chance here. Gretzky trying to feed it across. I don't know whether he should have taken the shot, but that defenseman was down, and he's the one that deflected it. I think Gretzky could see the play, and Howardchuk on the other side but never got the puck.
Sutter winning a faceoff, gets it to Gilmore. He can't get it out. Lomakin trying to center, and Rochefort has it for Canada. Team Canada trying to break it out of there. Patrick into center ice to Sutter. Sutter check, it's knocked back in, and Rochefort goes back for Canada, firing it out on the boards to Brent Sutter. He missed it, and Semyonov will have to chase back. Semyonov, number 30, fires it to center. Patrick knocks that down. Rochefort comes out and makes a play. Now Gilmore takes a man out of the play, and here's Sutter. But Semyonov intercepts his pass, firing it back in, and Murphy goes back to get it. Larry Murphy. Carrying into center ice. Fires it in. Fetisov is there to clear it. Now held in by Gilmore. Lomakin getting it. And the Soviets break out. Into center ice. Humalak. A long shot. Pure got a piece of it. It ricocheted to the corner. Now Manchinov holding it in, but Bork is there to clear it. Humalak held it in. Into the corner. Priakin can't center it, and Bork has it for Canada. Bork to Messier, just missed him with it. Soviets Priakin. Showed it back in. Murphy is there. Off the boards to Gartner. Gartner to Anderson. Glenn Anderson into center ice. To Gartner. Shot it in. Soviets clear it right back out. Kasatonov into center ice to Makarov. He played it off the boards. And Canada's Crossman back to clear it. Larionov lets it go to Fetisov. Shot blocked. Now Gretzky trying to break out. Just missed Lemieux with a quick outlet pass. And down the ice it goes. Kasatonov trying to clear one. Poppy breaks it up. Over to Goulet. Goulet for Canada. Giving it to Gretzky in front to Lemieux. Rebound Gretzky. That's knocked off the puck. And Kasatonov has it for the Soviets to Makarov. Mario Lemieux for Canada. Flips it back in. Fetisov there to pick it up. Now up to Larionov. Headmanning it to Kasatonov. Soviets move in. Here's a chance. Centered. Pure, big save, rebound. Pure stopped that too. From Krutov, who twice just about ended this game.
Oh, the defense got caught. And I think that the Soviets can be accused of getting a little too fancy on the play. Krutov had the best chance. Here we come. Kasatonov. There's the pass across the goal mouth by Larionov when he might have been able to shoot himself, and then the backhand shot with Pure down. But Pure never seems to lose track of the puck. Even down, he's looking at it, concentrating, and knocking it out of midair and putting his glove on it.
Soviets about shot Canada here in overtime. 6-2. Big face-off coming up deep in Canada's end of the rink. Brent Sutter will take it for Canada against Bekov for the Soviet Union. Now they get ready for the face-off. Howard-Chuck getting into position. It's Sutter, Gilmore, and Howard-Chuck for Canada. Bekoff wins the draw. Gilmore back of his own net. Gilmore flipped it, knocked down by Homatop. Centered it out in front. Still loose. Another shot. And Muir had to come up big again. Centered once more. There's a shot. Gilmore blocks that. Sutter for Canada. Trying to clear it to Howard-Chuck. Howard-Chuck breaking in on right wing. Has Gilmore with him. Gives it to Gilmore. Shoots. Fellow shaken to his knees. To stop Doug Gilmore. And then a big pileup.
Well, Canada has only had the 3 shots in the period now, but they have been 3 pretty good chances. Nice little drop pass there. Howard-Chuck to Gilmore. Mentioned how Gilmore played in that 3rd period. Still very much involved. Now a big face-off down on the Soviet end.
We've played 6:29 of overtime. And Canada sending out a new line. Gretzky, Lemieux, and Goulet. Semyonov will take the face-off here for the Soviets. Sudden death overtime. If Canada wins, we have a 3rd game. If the Soviets win, they win the 1987 version of the Canada Cup. Semyonov against Gretzky. Big face-off to the left of the Soviet goal. Here's Lemieux getting it, chips it into the other corner. Lemieux in to get it again to Gretzky, out in front for Gretzky. Back to Crossman. Shoots one, Bellow shaking the save. Goulet the rebound, Gretzky couldn't get to the puck as Padotov tied him up. And the Soviets then clear it out of there. Coffey going back, close call there for Canada. Coffey to Crossman, to Goulet at center. Michel Goulet moving in. Tied up by Padotov. Goulet to the corner. In comes Lemieux. And Canada forced another face-off in the Soviet zone.
Get those face-offs down there. That's what they're trying to do. Now, off the face-off, they had that good sequence. Now they'll try it from this side of the ice. Goulet piling into the corner after that puck, but everybody's playing it tough right now. Goulet running his man in against the boards. That was Pervukin, the oldest guy on the Soviet team, at 31.
Now Gilmore, Howard-Chuck, and Brent Sutter for Canada. Face-off, one by Gilmore to Howard-Chuck to Coffey. Fires it into the corner. The Tisov is there. Howard-Chuck checks in. Now to Gilmore, but he had been knocked down behind the net. Soviets on the boards. Gilmore centers. Intercepted by Humelef, and now Fetisov clears to center. Crossman back to get it. Crossman to Howard-Chuck. Misses Sutter with it into the other corner. Priakin back for the Soviets. Priakin checked in the play as Howard-Chuck moves in into Brent Sutter. Sutter trying to center. Round of the boards. Coffey pinching in. Coffey into the corner. Couldn't get it back. And Kasatonov clears it out of there down the ice. Canada's Murphy going back. He's going to let Coffey play the puck, and it's icing against the Soviets.
And another face-off in the Soviet zone. Five. That's Nemchinov, number 12, having a little battle here with Howard-Chuck. Now, this was just a lot of the referee looking right on Howard-Chuck. Now, you're not going to, like any game, this kind of stuff you're going to get away with in an overtime. It's just a lot of holding going on. Nobody wants to let anybody get away from them. Howard-Chuck saying, boy, tough sledding out there.
Messier, Anderson, and Gartner now for Canada. Larionov, Makarov, and Krutov for the Soviets. And now at the last second, Gusarov wants to go to the Soviet bench and get a new stick.
Pretty good defenseman, this Gusarov. Defensive style defenseman, but he's one of those guys that can really rough it up, play tough.
Messier on the face-off with Larionov. Soviets come up with it, and Krutov beats Makarov. He gets to center. Anderson tying him up, and Canada take control. Lead pass to Gartner. He moves in, and Gusarov took him out of the play. On to the other side, Stelnov flipping it out, and Krutov just clears it down the ice. With Bourque back for Canada. We're in sudden death overtime as Bourque carries to center to Mike Gartner. Gartner speeding in, cuts in front, crashes into the goaltender. Now Messier knocked down, and Krutov cleared it right in front of his own net. But the Soviets are there and come to center. Here's Krutov getting the return pass, leaving it for Makarov. Check from behind by Anderson. Back comes Gartner. Gartner to Messier. He tips it in. Canada change on the fly. Soviets Larionov flipping it into center. Here's Makarov. Trying to get away from Goulet. Does. Makarov. Checked by Lemieux from behind. Lemieux stays with him. Makarov loses to Lemieux. And Mario Lemieux feeds Gretzky. Gretzky into Goulet. Goulet to Lemieux. Lemieux can't get turned around. Now does behind the net to Gretzky. Knocked away from Gretzky. And breaking out Fedotov. To Homatop, number 15. Homatop stick handling brilliantly. Cross to Kamensky, shooting right on. And Pure the save, and back the other way. Lemieux with Goulet. 2-on-2 break. Lemieux cruising, looking to center, does. Deflected and went wide. And Bekov has it for the Soviets. Here's Kamensky. Loses it. Gretzky back in with Howardchuk. Howardchuk trying to center to Sutter. Still at the side of the net. Loose and Kamensky. Back for the Soviets. To Bekov. Broken up, and Coffey takes over for Canada. Paul Coffey streaking down left wing. Coffey shoots up high over the glass.
Oh. How long can this go on? Team Canada, with its life on the line as a team, they lose this game and it breaks up, and they head to their own training camps, and they're playing like it. Paul Coffey, nobody is more exciting in the NHL on an end-to-end rush than Paul Coffey these days. Over the line, and there's the shot. Just deflected.
Shots on goal in overtime favor the Soviets 9-3.
That's deceptive, Dan. I think that the play has been a little closer than that. Canada's had 3 excellent scoring chances, these 3 shots.
Sutter, Gilmore, and Propp up front for Canada. From the face-off, Gilmore gets it, flips it in front. Propp couldn't get to it. Propp behind the net. Now comes in front, Gilmore. Knocked off the puck, and the Soviets break out of there. Number 18, Semak, who scored the winner in Game 1. Taken out of the play by Patrick. Propp knocking it back of the net. And Rochefort has it for Canada. Soviet Semyonov knocked it back of the net, and here is Propp. Out to James Patrick. Patrick flipping it in. Kosatonov back to get it for the Soviets. Right up the middle was the pass to Semyonov. Soviets breaking in Semyonov. Rochefort ties him up, and Gretzky there to clear it out. Canada get it into center ice. Semak losing it. Here's Gusarov. Hits the linesman with it. Soviets pick it up. Lomakin going in. Lomakin tied up by Rochefort. And Mario Lemieux tries to flip it up. But Tisop held it in. Back of the net goes Murphy. Larry Murphy for Canada. To Propp, who dumps it in. Fellow shaken, leaving it there. Stelnov has it for the Soviets. Into center ice. Chance for Humalev, off the glass, rebound. Oh, and that's fired wide by Priakin with Fuhr down and out of position. Here's Priakin again, feeding it to Humalev. Back to Priakin, missed him. Canada trying to break down, but it's fired back in by the Soviets. Soviets just had 2 great chances. Here comes Coffey for Canada. Tried to clear it in, intercepted. Makarov trying to break away. Gartner tied him up. And now Gretzky takes over for Canada. Gretzky down right wing to Doug Crossman. Goes in, shoots, Bello shaking the save. Larionov cleared the rebound. Soviets with Perbukin clearing it to center to Makarov. Makarov trying to stick handle in. Does, centered it. No one there, comes to Perbukin. Fired it behind the net. And Bourque flips it to Glenn Anderson. Anderson for Canada to Murphy. Round on the boards to Bourque. 7.5 minutes left in the first overtime. Here's Bourque to Anderson, picked up by Messier. He's checked, and Bourque has it and flips it in. Racing in to get it is Anderson. Anderson shoots, Bello shaking the save. Rebound, poked at by Sutter, but Bello shaken, able to freeze it.
Some great chances for Team Canada. They're getting them. This play in front, that's a good shot because there was a decoy in front, and Bello-Shaken stuck with the puck carrier on that play. Sometimes the tendency is to pull away from that post and go for the guy coming up the middle. Bello-Shaken stayed right with it and made the save and hung on. And this is tough stuff. That's Rochefort checking on Semyonov. Rochefort's played a great game for Canada.
Here's Brent Sutter, but the Soviets win the face-off, and Fetisov gets it into center ice. Shot in there by Homatov, and Canada go back and try and clear it out. Knocked down by Bekoff on the boards. Into Homatov. Homatov centered a shot. Blocked at the defense. Oh, Kasatonov almost won it. And it hit someone in front of the net. And then Goulet clears it down the ice. Wow.
Well, we're having the chances at both ends, but the Soviets moving that puck around so well are presenting themselves with clearer chances in front of Fuhr, and Fuhr's been terrific in this period. Here it is again, and Kasatonov is number 7, floating around in that slot area, looking for a loose puck, and it's just bouncing around in there. Kasatonov trying to find a man in front, but it never did get back out in front as the defense moved in to cover up. There's big Kasatonov right there.
Now the face-off deep in Team Canada's end of the rink. Lemieux against Semyonov. Well, they have 3 centers out there, so they have their choice. Lemieux, Gretzky, and Howardchuk.
We mentioned the fatigue factor. I can guarantee you that I don't care how well conditioned the Soviets are. They're as tired as Team Canada is right now.
Semyonov against Mario Lemieux. Deep in Team Canada's end of the rink. Canada winning the draw, and here's Coffey. Firing it out on the boards. Chipped by Howardchuk into center ice. Semyonov back to get it. His pass. Now tipped ahead. Long shot. Fuhr. Long save. There's that Samak again, who won game 1, and he just ripped one at Fuhr.
Well, that one didn't handcuff Fuhr like the one that won the game the other night, but he was sure going for the top shelf. That's a slap shot. The other one was a wrist shot. Fuhr out at the top of the crease on that one, was able to get the glove up. This game now, well, we started it at 8:20, so we've gone a long way, and an awful lot of high-tempo hockey has been played. You see that save by Fuhr again. It's, what, 3 hours and 20 minutes old here in clock time.
Here's Nemchinov against Messier, deep in Team Canada's end of the rink. Coffey now coming out to question the referee Stewart about something.
I can't imagine what that is. Positioning a face-off, perhaps, but
whatever it is, Coffey was sent by Mike Keenan. And and now returns with the answer. Coffey comes back out there. I know what it was all about. I think Mike Keenan wanted to give some people a little bit of a breather.
I think he did a pretty good job of it if he gets away with it. The Soviets are going to make a change as well. Soviets are getting the last change here. I don't know whether you either chase everybody back or you send the last guys that Canada put on the ice. Fetisov's out there discussing the subject with Beloshakin. Beloshakin's one would say a character, I guess. Doing a little skating. He skated all the way up to the blue line. He tends at times to just kind of sit down on the crease, right on his knees, and rest when play goes up the other end of the ice.
Hasn't done that as much in this tournament as he did in the Calgary Cup last year.
Or Rendezvous, where he was doing it a lot as well. He played a pretty good game tonight. Each goaltender's let in 5, but against offenses like this, 5 isn't so many.
Here's Messier. Nemchinov wins the draw, but Dotop at the point with a shot that deflects, and Gretzky has it for Canada. Gretzky firing it in. It changed directions, but went wide. Lemieux in to try and get it, but Dotop quickly cleared it, and Larionov breaks out. Larionov, number 11. Stick handles in deeper, shoots, put it up high, off a stick and into the crowd. And we're approaching the 14-minute mark of overtime.
Well, Larionov, I mentioned the other night, he's not really been much of a factor in this tournament. His wingmates have, but some say, and can't get anybody to really admit it, that he's playing hurt. A couple of nice moves, and then the deflected shot. Defenseman stuck right with him. Defenseman keeping everybody in front of them now, not allowing anybody to sneak in behind. 11-5 shots on goal now as Victor Tikhonov. He's probably a little more relaxed than the other coach. He's got a little leeway. He loses tonight, he gets another shot at Team Canada. Mike Keenan loses, and it's all over.
Gilmore wins an important face-off in Canada's end of the rink. Canada moving up, Gilmore sliding it off the boards, and Beckhoff goes back over to Gusarov, feeding it up the ice. Homatov into Beckhoff. Beckhoff trying to get around Bork. Rise to center. Here's Homatov behind the net. Homatov for the Soviets. Centers. Beckhoff firing it back. Fuhr knocks it away. And Murphy has it for Canada. Larry Murphy up the middle to Gardner. He tips it down the ice. And Beloshakin out to play it. And Gusarov trying to clear it out of there again. Long pass for Homatov. And that's offside at the Team Canada blue line. 5:27 left in period of overtime number 1.
Kamiensky arguing there, just like an NHLer. That wasn't offside, but right at the line, he says. Jean Perron in the background, Mike Keenan in front. Boy, the tension in this building. Crowd is still up, but you can feel it. Everything's on the edge of the seats now. Every time Canada picks up the puck, you see the ooh, and every time the Soviets make their attack. Prolonged overtime period here. This is the longest overtime in the history of the Soviet Union, because the game in which Bossy scored in the '84 Canada Cup went 12 minutes and 29 seconds.
Here's Semyonov dumping it in. Canada from behind their own goal, led by Paul Coffey. Coffey trying to flip it in. Broken up, Verbuchen shoots it out, and here's Semak. Lemieux checks him to Prop. Brian Prop shoots wide from well out. Dotop back to get it. That's Brent Sutter. Into the corner, centered out in front. Cleared away by the Soviets. And back they come. Semak to Priyakin. Now to Lomakin. Lomakin trying to cut around Coffey. Centered to Semak. Puts it in front, but Canada there to clear it away. And here is Lemieux to Brent Sutter. Sutter moving in, looking for Prop. Prop into the slot, shoots, stick save by Beloshakin, and Semak has the rebound. The Fedotov, that's knocked away. Goulet tried to clear it in. Here's Fetisov. Quick pass ahead. Samak trying to feed it to Semyonov. He's taken up by Bourque. And here's Gretzky. Degoulet with a perfect pass. Into Lemieux. And that's offside at the Soviet blue line.
That was a tough offside right at the line. The linesman was right there. Lemieux took that pass, and apparently, according to the linesman, was just a shade ahead of the puck as he crossed the line. 4:18 left in the first overtime period. And Brian Propp letting that shot go. Now that hit the stick, and I guess it was enough of the stick, or it hit somebody coming around behind the net. Thought for a moment it might have hit the post coming behind him. Now here's Ray Bourque just doing a number on Semyonov. It's tough out there.
Back to the live action. 4:12 left in the first overtime. Here's a lead pass to Gartner, tipped in. Bellows shaken out of the net. Gartner digs in, getting it. Canada's Anderson trying to center. Now Gartner continuing to battle. Here's Murphy, shoots. Bellows shaken, just got his stick on that. After it, Gartner a drive wide of the target. Here's Messier. Behind the net to Gartner. Back to Messier. He's taken out of the play. Anderson then gets wrestled down by Larionov. And Makarov clears it into center ice. Soviets with Kasatonov. Carrying in. Trying to center. Good play by Messier to break it up. And here's Glenn Anderson. Anderson passing to Bourque. Canada make a whole change on the fly. Kasatonov back to Krutov. Lemieux held it in. Into the corner to Gretzky. Gretzky centered. Bellows shaken, knocks that away. Kasatonov trying to clear it. Now Gretzky. Back out to Crossman. Crossman at the point. Shoots. That's blocked. And Krutov back the other way with Makarov. Here's Krutov racing in. He's checked and copied into center ice to Gretzky. To Paul Coffey. Coffey leaving it. Shot by Propp. Bellows shaken, got his blocker up to stop that. Now Gretzky trying to center to Propp again. Propp gets knocked off the puck. And then it's shot back in by Crossman offside at the Soviet blue line. 2:40 left in the first period of overtime.
Brian Propp getting a couple of pretty good chances. Propp, that earlier rush. Here he comes now. Getting that drop pass. Great shot.
Out Gilmore, Howardchuk, and Sutter out there for Team Canada. Rochefort out on defense, along with James Patrick. He played 17 minutes and 20 seconds of overtime. Now at the last second, Canada make a change. Coffey comes out, along with Prosper. Gilmore tossed out of the faceoff, and stepping in will be Brent Sutter. Sutter getting it. Rink wide pass to Coffey. Coffey fires it in. Digging in, Gilmore. Scoops it to Brent Sutter. Sutter taken out behind the net. Gilmore in to help out with the play behind the net, and Canada force another faceoff in the Soviet zone.
Brent Sutter doing a lot of hard work against Fedotov down in there behind the net. Well, I remember Sutter, monumental role they had with Bossy, Tonelli, 84 Canada Cup. Hasn't been given the opportunity to really show his wares in this one because of the number of positions he's been forced to play with the injuries and so on. Canada going out
against Sutter.
I was going to say Canada going with the three lines.
Here's Howardchuk getting it to Crossman. Crossman put it in front. Bellows shaken, cleared that away. And Fedotov has it. Fedotov fired at the center. Knocked down by Howardchuk to Gilmore. Gilmore moving in, trying to center. Comes to Howardchuk. Howardchuk trying to get it in front. Does. Over onto the other wing. And the Soviets are able to clear it. Crossman to Paul Coffey. Back to Doug Crossman. Lead pass to Howardchuk. Bellow shaken out of the net to scoop it away, and Fedotov able to fire it back down the ice, and Murphy goes back to get it. Murphy to Bork. Bork trying to fire it in, and it's offside at the Soviets' blue line, and we're down to 1:39 left in the first overtime period.
Well, the way things have gone, the Soviets are they're most dangerous in the late moments of the period. Now, Mike Gardner, he's playing hurt a bit in this series, but continues to be, I think, a very big factor, especially in the defensive side of his game.
Two weary hockey teams battling here.
Shots on goal, by the way, have really closed up. At one point, the Soviets had a very big margin. It's now 11-9 for the Soviets. At one point, it was 9-3.
Here's Murphy for Canada. Scoops it into the Soviet zone. Bellow shaken, had to play it. Soviets work it out, and here's Krutov. Dropping it to Kasatonov. Now into center ice. Makarov for the Soviets. Breaks in. Shoots. Wrist shot high. Krutov missed it. Here's Makarov. He's taken out of the play, and Anderson breaks up. Lane Anderson to Messier. Messier dropping it back. Came outside the line. Gardner scooped it back in. Soviets break out. Here's Larionov. His shot blocked, and Bork back to get it for Canada. Bork trying to clear it. We're in the final minute of the first overtime. Team Canada get it to center. Homatov trying to carry back in. Homatov against Bork. Now Bekoff into the corner with Crossman. Krutov is there. Messier tying him up. And Messier able to scoop it out with 30 seconds left. Kasatonov over to Homatov. Into Bekoff. Leaving it there. Kasatonov backhander. Pure glove save. And he held on. We're down to 21 seconds left in overtime. Period one, that is.
Backhand shot again on Fuhr, one that beat him earlier. They're tough to handle. At that time, Fuhr right on it. 21 seconds left in the first overtime period. Who would believe it? They scored 10 goals in the first 3 periods and then go this long without a goal. A tribute to the defenses of both of these clubs.
Now, with the pace of this game, particularly in the first period, the noticeable difference here in overtime from both sides. They're weary hockey players.
That's right. Canada, just the 3 lines going, it's incredible that they can maintain it. I thought through the last 10 minutes of this period, Dan, the edge has been to Canada.
Semyonov knocks it back to the net. Poppy there to clear it to Gretzky. Gretzky around onto the other wing to Kropp. Kropp knocking it back to the net to Crossman. 10 seconds left in the overtime. Here's Fedotov, a shot blocked. Crossman has to go back. Clear it out onto the other wing. Kropp shoots it down the ice, and that ends the first period of overtime. No scoring in period 1 of overtime, and we'll have to wait for a second overtime period to decide a game winner in game 2.
Well, there's no disputing the character of these two hockey clubs. Team Canada came from way behind in game 1 of the final. Soviets came from behind to tie this one.
Here we go with overtime period number 2. Loose puck, Gardner back of the net. Almost stole it from Fetisov. And Fetisov beats Krutov to Larionov to Krutov. Has Makarov with him. Krutov trying to go around Bork, around the net. Out in front, big save, Fuhr. After a great rush by Krutov. Canada starting back. Bork into center ice to Anderson. Anderson fakes the shot. Centers to Messier. Missed him. Gardner shot it well wide of the target. Bork pinching in. Shoots. Bellow shaking the save. To his knees to get the rebound. Both teams with an early chance.
Threw it right up on Bellow-Shaken. Took that one right off his chest and it dropped at his feet. And he covered up. There's Kelly Rudy, the backup goaltender for Team Canada, watching from the bench. The backup goaltender for the Soviet Union has been standing all night. Still hasn't had a chance to sit down.
Now Gretzky with Howardchuk and Lemieux up front. Bekoff against Gretzky on this faceoff. Bekoff wins it and Gusarov beats it to Homatov, who flies down right wing and flips it in. Pure to clear it. Lemieux can't get it out. Now it is shot out by Canada, but Bekoff at center intercepts. Back he comes. Shoots. Pure just got his right leg on that rocket. And now Canada get it to center ice. Racing after it is Howard-Chuck. Howard-Chuck couldn't get it. Gusarov coming up with it, trying to clear it. Here's Coffey, shoots from the point. Howard-Chuck in the corner. Leaves it for Gretzky. Back to Howard-Chuck. Flips it in front. Lemieux was there, but so was Bekoff, but he cleared it away. Here's Paul Coffey. Dumping it in. Gretzky in, but it's offside at the Soviet blue line.
2 lines on that play. A flip pass. Rink wide. And linesman John D'Amico called that one. 1:27 gone in the overtime. Well, the Soviets got their chance right here, and this is a terrific shot. And boy, I'll tell you, Grant Fuhr will start picking stars for this one.
Gilmore, Sutter, and Propp for Canada now. Here's Rochefort, who's out in defense with James Patrick. Soviets. Well, Mackin trying to get away from Propp. Propp tied him up. And Patrick flips it off the boards into center ice. Here's Gilmore to head to Propp. Propp to Sutter. Sutter moves in, shooting. Double shake and a glove save, and then he cleared it to Seaman. Fired around on the boards. And cleared into center by Fedotov. It comes back to Fedotov. And then he fires it down the ice. Patrick hustles back. That's icing against the Soviets. And Canada with a big face-off in the Soviet zone. The more face-offs Canada can get in the Soviets end of the rink, naturally when they play any team. But that's one thing, as you pointed out earlier, the Soviets don't match the North American teams on face-offs.
Soviet and Europeans basically don't consider the face-off as the tactical weapon that we do here in North America. Every team in the NHL has its face-off specialist. Takes great pride in winning face-offs. We think of Bobby Clark over the years.
Here's Gretzky against Nemchinov. The Soviets try and clear it. Coffey held it in. Shot wide of the net. Gretzky into the corner. Trying to center for Goulet. Back on the boards to Gretzky. Got it in front, but the Soviets clear it. And here comes Humalev over to Priakin. Priakin leaves it for Humalev. Shooting, Pure the save. And Crossman cleared it away. Best chance of either team in this period right there. And another great save by Grant Pure. That one was labeled.
Well, there was a terrific pick run right here. It's illegal, of course, but on a 2-on-2, take a look at this play, because as the Soviet comes over the blue line, he's dropping it off. Now he takes Coffey completely out of the play. Crossman was there, and they shot, but again, you see Coffey taken right out. He's out of the play now, and a clear shot on Pure, who was at the top of the circle again. Cut off the angle.
Now Larionov against Messier deep in Canada's end of the rink. They played 2.5 minutes of the second overtime period.
I say a pick is illegal. It's interference in effect because the man doesn't have the puck.
Canada control from the face-off. Glenn Anderson got it into the center ice area. Larionov to Makarov. Makarov, number 24. Makarov trying to go around Murphy. Murphy tied him up. Makarov still after it, but just left there, and Bork able to clear it out to Anderson to Messier. Messier to Gartner. Gartner breaking in on right wing. Centered it out in front. Oh, and Anderson just missed. Coffey a drive. A little shake and a stick save on that. And then the Soviets will ice the puck. And Canada will get another face-off at the Soviet end of the rink.
Well, not only are you seeing history being made in terms of this game in international hockey, but you may have seen some history here of the number of times the Soviets have iced the puck in this overtime. They are just looking to take the pressure off anytime they can. Great effort by Gartner on Fetisov. He got that puck in front, but it just never got to the man coming to the net. Gartner's speed is his main weapon, and a terrific slap shot.
Gretzky, Propp, and Lemieux for Canada. Coffey and Crossman on defense. Becca up on the face-off with Gretzky. Gretzky gets it to Lemieux. Lemieux stick handling, trying to get it to Gretzky. In front to Prop. Shot. Stick save, Bellows shaken. Prop didn't get good wood on the shot. Now back to the goal. Prop trying to center. Lemieux taken out by Gusarov. Soviet trying to clear it. Held in. Crossman to Gretzky. Gretzky back to Crossman. Goes in, shooting on. Bellows shaken. A glove save. And he held on to it, and then Prop and Big Stelno almost get into it, and Mike Keenan can't believe that one didn't go into the net.
Well, he had the clear path. Good shot, but you needed a little more coverage in front of that net. Here it comes. Crossman will just tee it up. And as he does so, he saw it all the way. Stelnov kept one Prop off to the side, and those are the ones that a goaltender is supposed to stop.
Now a late change for Canada. Crossman goes to the bench. Murphy out to team up with Coffey on defense. Same forward line. Gretzky, Lemieux, and Prop up front. Semyonov against Gretzky. Puck comes to Murphy at the point. His shot blocked. Soviets clear it quickly to center. Coffey hustling over. Tips it away. Now Semak trying to carry in, but Murphy knocked it down, and here's Lemieux. Mario Lemieux moving in. That's tied up on the play. Gretzky tried to hold it in, but Semak now breaks up. To Semyonov. Over to Priakin, back to Semyonov. Leaves it for Semak. Shoots wide on the short side. And it's cleared by Crossman to Prop. To Lemieux. Couldn't scoop it to Gretzky, who was open on the right side. Canada, Howard-Chuck trying to attack. Now back up Semak. Moving in on right wing. There's that quick shot of his. You're the save. Copy for Canada to Gretzky. Gretzky trying to stick handle through. Couldn't. Semak has it. To Lomacka. Mario Lemieux took him out of the play. And it's Crossman for Canada. Now Lemieux clearing it. Intercepting it. Kasatonov. To Humalap, now to Nemchinov. He's checked. Humalap and Bork fight for it. Bork cleared it to Howard-Chuck, and Howard-Chuck into center ice. Misses Sutter with it. Soviets come right back. Humalap to Priakin. There's Bueller out of the net. Now Murphy without a stick. Just slides it ahead to Gilmore, and we'll get a stoppage.
Good play under those circumstances. The stoppage when you're playing, especially a defenseman without a stick. Better to pass it to a teammate, get the whistle, and get things back in order. More disasters I see on the ice when a player, be it a defenseman, a forward, or a goaltender, starts playing without a stick. It just seems like everything falls apart. Well, Mario Lemieux fighting off one hand. Now look at this little move. And he just got grabbed from behind, and then he grabbed in return. Never seen an international game with so much holding. But referee Paul Campbell is just going to let them play here. He's not going to call any penalties. He's going to keep things to Paul Stewart, rather.
Here's Messier trying to break down left wing. He's checked. Soviets flip it in, racing in. Humalap trying to get it back to the net now. A loose puck back there. The Soviets, Makarov trying to get it. Here's Krutov. Tied up by Bork. Look at that battle. It's out in front. A backhander and pure. A save on Krutov, who just about ended this game in this series.
Well, that's why Krutov's the best player in Europe. You saw a perfect example of just how much he wants the puck and how much he wants to score. Great battle. Here's a great view of it, too, as he comes out from behind the net and got a good backhand away, and that was after a long battle along the boards with Raymond Bork. He managed to get away from Bork and get out in front.
We've now had a total of 100 shots in this game at both goaltenders. And it's tied at 5. We have played 5 minutes, 32 seconds of sudden death in the second overtime period. So we played 25-32 of overtime. Larionov against Messier deep in the Team Canada zone. Puck is flipped out by Gartner. Here's Gartner trying to barge by Fetisov. Gets some help from Anderson. But Fetisov held his ground, broke it up. Crossman shoots it in. Messier in. Sasatonov cleared it. Here's Anderson shooting. Belichick in the save. Fetisov losing it. Gartner behind the net to Messier. Out in front. Gartner shoots. Off the skate of Belichick. And then off the post. Here's Coffey a drive. Markner in front. Couldn't get it over top of the fallen goaltender. Soviets come back. Karutov. Messier ties him up. Back comes Canada. To Gartner on right wing. Breaks in. Shoots. And Belichick came out and made the save on that. Sasatonov trying to clear it. Trop held it in. To Gretzky. Gretzky behind the net. Belichick poked in the crease. And then cleared away by Makarov. Belichick had no idea where it was. Now Gretzky upending Makarov. And Patrick comes up with the puck. Knocked away from him. Rochefort has to go back. Kamensky around. It comes to Prop. Now to Lemieux. Lemieux trying to go around Gusarov. Lemieux backhander. Glove save. Belichick on Mario Lemieux.
The catalyst in all of that was Mike Gartner. The best sequence for Team Canada in the overtime. About 3 times they nearly scored. And Lemieux is a deceptive skater. Look at the way he got the jump on Gusarov and got that defenseman going, got around him and got a good backhand away. What a sequence involving Gartner around that net.
And listen to this crowd in Hamilton. Face-off won by the Soviets. Gusarov trying to work it out. Oh, Prop just about knocked it down, but it got through his glove. Rochefort back to get it. Into center ice to Lemieux. Out of Prop. Drops it to Rochefort. He flipped it ahead to Prop, who hit the linesman as he tried to clear it in. Omatov couldn't get anywhere, and here's Gusarov firing it in for the Soviets. Pure out of the net. Shoots it up on the boards, held in by Stelnov. Shot, that's blocked at the defense. Patrick now battling with Lomakin for the puck, and Patrick just fell on it, and we got to stop it.
Patrick relatively fresh legs in this game. He hasn't played a lot because he was designated as a forward for this game, which means out of position, but now they're starting to use him on defense a lot. And, well, you take your fresh legs wherever you can get it. Well, we played a period and 7 minutes and 22 seconds of overtime since that goal that was scored with a minute 4 seconds remaining by Kamensky, remaining in regulation time.
Samac getting ready for a face-off against Brent Sutter, deep in Team Canada's end of the rink. We played 7:22 of the second overtime period. Samac and Sutter. Sutter wins the draw, and Canada able to clear the zone. Fedotov to Semyonov. He backhands it in. Murphy back for Canada, around to Bork. Out to Sutter, and he just deflected it into center ice. Soviets come right back. Samac stick handling in. Bork breaks it up, trying to clear it. It's Sutter with it. Canada can't get it out of there. Bork broke it up. Now Samac closing in, centered. And Sutter blocked that from Semyonov. Puck back of the goal. Sutter trying to get it free. And Canada, with Murphy, finally lob it high to center ice. Semyonov for the Soviets. Lead pass. Lomakin in the clear. Shoots pure. Big save on Lomakin, who was in alone. And then Canada clear it to center. Sasatonov to Nemchinov. Pure comes out of the net. Feeds it up on right wing to Gartner. Now back to get it. Fetisov flips it in, and Crossman goes back. Crossman off the boards to Messier. He couldn't get it out, but Gartner did chop it into center ice. Now Nemchinov banged into the boards by Anderson. Pure setting it up for Crossman. Crossman to Mark Messier, leaving it for Gartner. Gartner gets checked at center ice. And here is Larionov. Stick handling, drops it to Fetisov. This pass over on right wing, and Larionov just scoops it in. They played 9 minutes of the second overtime period. Crossman for Canada. Pass misses, drop. Kasatonov back to get it to Karutov. Here's Makarov. Makarov to Kasatonov, moving in. Through the defense. Pulled down, and Pure able to grab the puck and hold on. If this was the first period, there might be a penalty there, Ron.
There might be. There will be no penalties. Kasatonov with a great rush. I think he's the better rusher of the two, Fetisov and Kasatonov, but he just got grabbed from behind by Crossman, pulled off the puck. And as it changed speed on Fuhr, it made it a bit of a tester for him. Ready, waiting for a shot. All of a sudden he had to reach for it. There's Kasatonov. The guy with a lot of experience. Drafted by the New Jersey Devils, as was Fetisov.
Here's Lemieux against Bekov. Canada get it. Drop failed to clear it. Back into the corner for Lemieux. Around in the boards to Gretzky. Gretzky does get it out of there. Drop to center ice. Leaves for Lemieux. Here's Big Mario, but Niemiecki was there to check in. Murphy over to Bork. Bork with a long shot. And Beloshakin stopped that. Niemiecki, who tied this game up, comes to center. Tries to flip it in and does. Bork going back for Canada. Here's Remo Bork. Bork into Gretzky. Gretzky cutting in. Centers to Lemieux. Shot it wide. Dropped behind the net. Out to Murphy. Murphy to Gretzky. Hit the post. Rebound. They score! Mario Lemieux! Canada wins. The series is tied.
Gretzky and Lemieux. Here we go. There's the first one. He didn't get wood on it at all. Murphy to Gretzky to Lemieux. And Yahoo!
You see Larionov out there, you usually see Messier against him, and that's the way we start. Karutov in across the line for Makarov. Centering pass, Messier back-checking, gets it to Gretzky. Behind the back pass for Lemieux, but it's shot out of there by Fetisov. Now to Larionov. Larionov leaving it for Makarov. He's checked by Lemieux from behind. Now Krutov closing in. Gretzky checked him from behind. And Gretzky winds it around center. They score! Makarov all alone in front of the net. Set up by Krutov. And an early goal for the Soviets.
Doug Crossman at the side of the net let the puck come to him rather than going after the puck and found himself beaten to it. Gretzky clearing it around the net. Crossman is number 2 as Gretzky is decked. Crossman, well, the puck's already in the net, but Crossman had been beaten to the puck. Here's a better view of it. And you can see that Crossman is way out of position. The puck is stripped from him. And Makarov with the goal, and the Soviets lead.
Makarov, 7th in this tournament. So the green unit strikes early and the Soviets lead. Here's Gretzky shooting it into center ice. Kropp couldn't knock it down. And going back for the Soviets, Kumatov, he leaves it there, and here's the new man in the lineup tonight, Igor Kravchuk, clearing it into center ice. Canada's Mario Lemieux dropping it back to Doug Crossman, number 2, who fires it out of there. Kravchuk, number 29, just 21 years of age, as a matter of fact, turned 21 today, cleared it in. Canada trying to get it out of there. Soviets hold it in. Here's a drive just wide by Kumatov. And Canada then clear it out of there. Fedotov, number 14, back for the Soviets. Into center to Kamensky, number 13. Sidestep to check. Back comes Howardchuk, flipping it in. And Fedotov is there to clear it away. Bork tried to hold it in, couldn't. Soviets break out of there. In on the left side, Lomacka, number 23, centered it, but it comes all the way back into center ice. Here's Gusarov, number 3, flipping it. Bork knocks it down. Bork to Howardchuk. Dropping it back to Larry Murphy, number 8. Murphy slides it in. And the Soviets, Gusarov, checked by Howardchuk. Howardchuk trying to get it to Tocchet, but he was upended on the play. And the Soviets fire it out of there with Remo Bork of the Boston Bruins back to get it for Canada. To Dale Howardchuk, leaving it for Sutter, back to Howardchuk. Scooped in, and Milnikov caught it and held it, and we'll get a face-off.
Soviets leading 1-0.
Now Canada with a line of Doug Gilmour, Mario Lemieux, and Brent Sutter. Nemchinov and Gilmour on the face-off. Gilmour gets it to Brent Sutter. Centered to Lemieux to Gilmour. Shoots, and Milnikov went to his knees to Rob Gilmour. Canada's best chance thus far. Soviets take possession and fire it out of there. Imalev into center ice, trying to get it ahead for Priyakin. Fiora way out of the net to clear it. And he cleared it up over the glass and into the crowd, and then some bumping on the boards by Humelap and Sutter after the whistle.
Well, Brent Sutter raising a little hop with Don Koharski. 2 Stanley Cup winners for Sutter. He won't feel the pressure at all in a game of this moment. Of course, also part of the Canada Cup in 1984, and a big star for Canada in the 84 Canada Cup. Just 25 years of age, 7 seasons already in the NHL. Part of a very big family.
He has a few brothers across North America watching this one tonight. Let's see, there'd be Dwayne and Daryl in Chicago, Brian in St. Louis. Who am I missing? Rich, Ron, plus Mom and Dad and the rest of the Sutters from Viking, Alberta. Puck is cleared on the ice. Here's Doug Gilmour tipping it in. Lemieux went in after it, and Chinoff tied him up, and now Fetisov loses it. Rochefort couldn't get it, and Kasatonov feeds it into center ice for Imalev. Imalev dropped pass back, and Chinoff couldn't control it. Now Priyakin can't center it. Priyakin still after it. Gets it to number 8, Imalev. Back on the point. Shot then by Nemchinov is blocked, and Canada come to center. Gretzky firing it in. Back to get it, Kasatonov. That's Lemieux stealing it, but Nemchinov was there to rat it away. And the Soviets take over, and Fetisov cleared it into center ice. This is Doug Crossman back near his own blue line to Coffey. Back to Crossman. Crossman flips it near the line. Shot right back out by Kravchuk, the newcomer in the Soviet lineup tonight, and that's icing against the Soviets.
Well, there's the latest energy-saving device.
1-0, the Soviets leading. And Larionov from deep in the Soviet zone to center. 3-on-2 break led by Larionov to Makarov. Shoots. You're the save. And he backs that rebound away with his big goal stick. Back comes Canada. Glenn Anderson, number 9. Anderson trying to drop it back. Stelnov intercepts. Right back he comes the other way to Karutov. And it's Crossman clearing it. Makarov held it in. Now he's slammed into the boards by Messier, and Crossman feeds it over, and Rochefort shot it to center. Back is Stelnov. Off the boards to Larionov. Back to Stelnov. Fired it out. Gartner tried to knock it down. Here's Krutov to Larionov. He's checked in back the other way. Comes Howardchuk. Cutting right in. Wide by about a foot. Big burst of speed by Howardchuk. And Gusarov has it for the Soviets. He tried to clear it. Bork held it in. Shot. Deflected and just wide. And Kurutov slaps it down the ice to relieve the pressure. That's icing against the Soviets.
Well, Howard Chuck with a very, very big chance, and you notice the march he got on the defenseman. You underrate Howard Chuck's speed a little bit sometimes, but this time he really got loose, and he just beat the defenseman to the net and then just shot it a bit wide. Stole the puck at center ice. The defenseman now is turned around on the play. That's Stelnoff there, and now he's got a big jump on him, man. Howard Chuck probably had a little bit of room to get around the defenseman and get directly in front of the goal, but he thought he was going to be under a little more pressure than he in fact was. Shot quicker than he wanted to and missed by about 5 inches.
Mike Keenan must feel Howard Chuck is hot. He leaves him out there with Gretzky and Lemieux. And the Soviets clear it to center ice. Bourque back to get it to Gretzky. Over to Howard Chuck. Into Lemieux, who gets pulled down by Bekhoff. And Bekhoff will get the game's first penalty. And Canada will have a power play.
Good chance unfolding for Canada. Bekhoff just hauled his man down. The penalty had to be called.
Here's Coffey to Gretzky. Canada with the man advantage. Back to Coffey. Over onto the other point. Bourque centered. It was too hard for Gretzky to knock down. And now the puck comes back into Canada's zone with Coffey back to get it. To Mark Messier. Leaving it there. And here is Bourque to Coffey to Lemieux. Mario Lemieux trying to get it to Bourque. Comes to Gretzky. Gretzky in the slot. Centered. Oh, and Messier just failed to tip it in. Now behind the net to Lemieux. Mario Lemieux, number 66 to Gretzky. Back to Coffey. Into Lemieux, but intercepted by Konstantinov. And the Soviets, shorthanded, come to center ice. Konstantinov doing a good job. Cleared it in, and Bourque is back to get it. 1:08 left in the Soviets' penalty. Bourque to Coffey. Soviets have scored a shorthanded goal in each of the 3 games against Canada, so keep that in mind. They shoot it in. Fetisov back to get it, firing it out of there. And Bourque will have to chase back. 50 seconds left in the penalty. Bourque just slaps it in. And Milnikov out of the goal, handed it right to Anderson. Now to Gretzky. Gretzky cutting in, trying to center. Stelnoff broke it up. Now Gretzky out in front. In front, Goulet shot, rebound. Blocked out by Anderson, and Milnikov got a piece of that. And it's cleared away. Again, the puck artistry and the playmaking of Gretzky. Here is Coffey. Into Gretzky. Trying to hit Goulet in the slot. Soviets clear it. Knocked down by Hartsburg. To Gretzky. In front, Goulet upended in the slot. And Gusarov comes out of there. 2-on-1 Soviet break. Coffey trying to get back. Here's the shot. Off the goalpost. Oh, and Gusarov. Now they put the red light on.
I think it went in the net.
Gusarov indicated he had scored, but the red light did not come on. Then it did. And let's see what Koharski rules here.
They're signaling the face-off at center ice. I thought it went in the net and came out. But the light did not go on, and then it came on very briefly and went out again. Koharski has signaled there's a goal, and we've got a... Well, let's take a look at it here now. Off the post, right there and right inside the net. So it went all the way around and came back out. So you're right, it did hit a post, but then rattled around inside the cage before coming out.
2-0, the Soviets lead. Here's James Patrick trying to feed it to Doug Gilmour. Poked away by Milnikov. Sutter in to get it, and now Priyakin, number 22, into center to Nemchinov, number 12. And that's offside at the blue line. 2-0, the Soviets lead. That last scoring play, Gusarov unassisted at 7:04. Just after the Soviet player, 5 seconds after he had come back onto the ice from serving a penalty. So it wasn't a shorthanded goal. But an early jump for the Soviets, a 2-0 lead. Here's Fetisov clearing it into center ice. Messier knocks it down. Got it into the corner. Fetisov now to Makarov to Larionov. Larionov leaving it for Kurutov. He's checked by Anderson. And Anderson and Gardner try and wedge it out of there on the boards, but play is halted. And the faceoff will come at the Team Canada blue line.
Brought back in over the line with players trap as we look at Glenn Anderson, bothered by a knee injury early. And that's maybe the first good body check of the period as he nails Karutov right up against the boards there. Puck came out over the line, came back in, and that produced the whistle. Shots on goal, Canada with 5, Soviet Union 3. Have scored in 2 of the 3.
Here's Makarov. Makarov beating Fetisov, closing in. Gucci scores! Fetisov from Makarov. It's 3-0 for the Soviets.
Oh, the mastery and the wizardry of Makarov, who hung on to that puck, and then just gave it right here. And the overloading of the zone with Fetisov coming in, he was at a clear path to the net, and it's 3-0. And Canada is in shock here at the 8-minute mark. The Soviets have just completely scored and everything. So Fetisov, on every chance that they have had, they have scored.
3-0, the Soviets lead. Canada in game 1 came from behind a 4-1 deficit to tie it, but it was much later. Here are the Soviets, who are off to the quick start, beating to Kamensky. Kamensky, number 13, trying to move in. He gets knocked around. Now Bekhoff, checked by Howard Chuck before he could shoot. Bekhoff again. To Stelnov. Hartsburg trying to tie him up. Stelnov still with it. Gets it in front. Pure the save. And then Lemieux cleared it. Gretzky dropping it back. And it's back to Gretzky. Gretzky for Canada. Leaves it for Lemieux. Here's Lemieux. To Gretzky. To Mario Lemieux. Lemieux for Canada. That long reach, trying to go to a one-handed move, loses it, and Semyonov had it for the moment. Canada still holding in. Gretzky looks for Lemieux. Lemieux to Gretzky, and that's broken up. And now Lemieux shoots. Gretzky at the edge of the crease, couldn't tip it in. And the Soviets break up. But now back to the play, a penalty called for cross-checking against the Soviet Union. And Canada get a bit of a break there because the Soviets were breaking up 2-on-1.
I'm not sure a penalty was called on 99 Gretzky with the one side of the net. The other side of the net was knocked to the ice. Canada guilty of overhandling the puck a little bit. Gretzky, what a chance. Simply just, well, he was covered up very quickly right at the side of the net as Semyonov came over. And there's Gretzky going down under the checking. And Kravchuk, the young defenseman, picks up the minor, and Canada really has to score here.
3-0, the Soviets leading. Canada on the power play. They're 0 for 1 in this game tonight with the man advantage, and they're down by 3. Now Messier. Over to Murphy. Murphy moving in, and Canada goes offside at the Soviet blue line.
Mark Messier on the far side getting in a little too quickly. The penalty to Kravchuk at 9-10 for cross-checking. Look at Mark Messier. What a first period he had the other night. Set the tone of the game with his hitting, speed. And while he seemed to slowly run out of steam, he really picked up his own teammates. See him on the bench. He's a clear leader, not only the Edmonton Oilers, but Team Canada as well.
Canada with the man advantage. Bourque and Murphy the point men with Anderson, Goulet, and Tocchet up front. Puck dumped in by Bourque. Now Anderson digs in against Fetisov. Makarov there to clear it. Knocked down by Canada. Here's Murphy. Shoots, beyond the top, the save, rebound. Tocchet scores! Rick Tocchet!
Well, they got him in front of the net. This time there was no finesse at all. Murphy again gets it in the slot. This time he elected to shoot. It got behind Moldikov, and Tocchet, trailing on the play, picked up the loose puck. I thought that Team Canada was guilty of overhandling the puck a lot. Just get the shot, go in and look for rebounds. That's the way you play the game over here. And Tocchet was there, got the rebound, and Canada's got a very important goal on a power play.
Rick Tocchet gets the goal, his third of this series.
Assisted by number 16 on the head to Bill Sayers, Michel Goulet.
Goulet will get an assist as will Murphy. Here's Canada with Murphy leading the attack, trying to get it to Anderson, broken up, and Homatop, number 15. Homatop into center ice, gets it to Beckhoff, number 27. Now to Homatop, back to Beckhoff. He's upended by Sutter, and Brent Sutter will get a penalty here. And now Canada will be shorthanded, holding against Sutter.
Canada's really got the edge in terms of offense. They just haven't been able to get Molnikov. 10-5 shots on goal right now for Team Canada.
But 3-1 for the Soviets. Canada able to clear it out of there. Fedotov back to get it into his own zone. Now dropping it back to Fedotov again as Kamensky gave it to him. Return to Kamensky, number 13. To Beckhoff, number 27. To Homatop, number 15. Now to Fedotov, and his pass across to Gusarov. Tipped away by Messier. Gusarov over to Beckhoff. Drops it. Homatop checked in. Here's Gilmore for Canada. Gartner shoots right on. Glove save Milnikov as Gilmore put Gartner in on the right side. Back comes Beckhoff to Homatop. Homatop around Rochefort moving in. Gilmore trying to tie him up. Now to Fetisov at the point. Back on the boards. Soviets with the power play. Behind the net. Put right through the crease, and Kasatonov missed it at the edge of the crease, and now Homatop down on the ice and shaken up, and that's why play has been halted.
Rather desperate situation for Team Canada as Gartner had been playing that whole sequence without his stick. His stick lying broken down on the ice. Homotov went down to the side of the net with that little shot, which was something more than just a little shot. Want to get in front of the net. They're prepared to pay the price a little bit. Oh, Homotov goes to the bench. 7-season veteran. And his third Canada Cup. Like Beckhoff, very small and shifty, but quite a hockey player.
They call him the Soviet rat, huh? I know the
We never told him.
I know the hit was a little illegal, but the fall was rather dramatic as well.
Well, you see, Bill Barber played. They learned a few things.
3-1, Soviets leading. 57 seconds left in Canada's penalty. Kasatonov back to get it. To Kurutov. Into Larionov, and that play is offside at the Soviet blue line.
Good check at the line. Kurutov took a good shot. This is a good, clean hit. This is what hockey's about. Boom. Two tough guys because Kurutov, he'll take those checks and come right back at you, but so will Messier.
Train number 11. He is strong.
The guy was on his way back to his feet. The whistle went on the offside.
Still 44 seconds left in Canada's penalty to Sutter. Messier out there against Larionov on this faceoff. Well, those two fellas have got to know each other very well during this 1987 Canada Cup. Larionov just gets to know Messier a little bit better as he gives him a jab from the faceoff. Bork trying to clear it, but Fetisov held it in. Got blocked by Bork to Anderson. Anderson tied up by Fetisov. Now knocked away from Anderson. And Canada having to drop back with Larry Murphy. Murphy loses to Makarov, but as soon as Makarov touched the puck, it was called on a delayed offside. 21 seconds left in the penalty. Hartsburg for Canada. Clears it away. Gilmore and Gartner are up front with Rochefort and Hartsburg on defense. Here's Gartner trying to center. Intercepted by Stelnov. Now to Semak, number 18. Semak shot off of Hartsburg. Rochefort beats Semyonov to it, clearing it. There's Kravchuk pinching in. To Semyonov. Now Lomakin back of the net with Semak. Semak trying to center. To Lomakin. Back to Stelnov. Shooting, that's just wide. Bounced in front, and Gilmore couldn't get it out of there. Semyonov held it in. Well, Mackin has it, but now Brent Sutter out of the penalty box. Canada back at full strength. And here's Sutter trying to break away. Sutter gets knocked down. Gretzky follows up. Cleared it in. Delno. Bumped by Gretzky. Delno flipping it. And into center ice. Semak loses, and here's Howard-Chuck trying to get it to Lemieux. Semak to Lomakin, and Coffey took it away from him. Trying to get it to Gretzky. Lomakin intercepts. And the Soviets with Kravchuk shoot it into Canada's zone. Muir clears it out. Here's Lemieux. Into Howard-Chuck. Gusarov back to get it. Clearing it out onto the boards. Priakin shoots it to center. Crossman. Over for Coffey. Now to Gretzky. Ahead on the wing for Howard-Chuck. And that's intercepted by Priakin. Canada again in control. Stick handling in neatly. It's Howard-Chuck to Lemieux, but offside is the play at the Soviet blue line.
They're up for it here in Hamilton, Ontario. Really enjoying an absolute sellout. They had a big lineup here at the Cops Coliseum yesterday morning. The final tickets were gobbled up in very short order, and the scalpers have been having a field day ever since.
Here's Team Canada down 3-1. Michel Goulet firing it in. And Fetisov back to get it. Fetisov to Bekov. Now to Kamensky. Kamensky upended, but clears it to Team Canada's line. Coffey fired it back out. Here's Kamensky. Over to Homatap, number 15. He just jumps it in. Murphy back for Canada. Murphy missing Coffey with a pass. Here's Bekov to Homatap. Homatap flips it in. Now Muir giving it to Gretzky. Winding it around under the boards. Fetisov pinching in. Fetisov centered, loose in front. Canada come up with it, and here's Lemieux to Gretzky. Gretzky with Lemieux. Upended on the play as Gretzky, and Bekov has it. Now Prop holding it in. Kasatonov back to get it. Right in front of his own goal to Fetisov. And the Soviet veteran defenseman Fetisov to Makarov to Bekov. Back to Makarov, right in. Muir came out and made a big save. As Makarov was right in at the doorstep. Now a pass to Tocchet, misses him. Kasatonov back to get it. Almost stolen by Canada on the play as Prop got his stick on it. Now here's Bork from center ice firing it in. Back to Stelno. Into Portek is Tocchet. Rick Tocchet. Gets some help from Brent Sutter out in front. They score! Brian Prop hits it in.
I think it may have gone off his skate. It was fired across the goal mouth. Well, it was a bad start for Canada, but they're back in it. Prop is on the goal side at this side of the net. Here's a closer view. Prop is number 26, looks to the right of the net. Now he moves into position. Out comes Sutter, throws it across. Don't get cute. That's the story of the 2 goals for Team Canada. All they've done, Tocchet again with a great job forechecking, produced the puck. And Prop gets credit for the goal.
Brian Prop at 15:23 here in the first period. The Soviets lead to 3-2. Tocchet gets an assist. As of course does Brent Sutter. 15:23 the time. Soviets lead has been cut to 3-2. Here's James Patrick. In across the line to Messier to Gartner. Milnikov a save, and Gusarov clears it to Lomakin, who shot it to center. Patrick giving it to Messier. Fired in. Going back, big Gusarov takes a hit from Gartner on the play. And now Semyonov at center. Into Semak. Semak trying to move in, does, shoots. Save by Muir on Semak. And then he smothered it.
Mike Gartner on a delayed whistle laid the check of the game. Right here as he just leveled. Well, he didn't level him, but he sure came up against the boards on Gusarov. Was a pretty solid guy.
Imchinov on a face-off against Brent Sutter. Deep in Canada's zone. 4:07 left in the period. Batisov at the point. Skate save by Pure, and then the rebound is just poked away. Ryakin couldn't get it in front, and here's Brent Sutter to Bork. Now tipped by Hartsburg and fired in by Tocchet. Tocchet has scored for Canada and set up another. Here's Tocchet with a shot wide of the net. Bork flipping it in, and he flipped it up over the boards at the Soviet bench. So some of the grinders, such as Rick Tocchet, playing hurt but coming through big for Canada.
Well, I don't know who got the worst of this, but Sutter and Tocchet. I think Tocchet probably took the brunt of that check, which was originally intended for Kasatonov back there. Tocchet coming to the bench to shake it off a little bit. There's Tocchet there. Tocchet and Sutter just arriving at the bench. Boy, that Tocchet, for a guy who's supposed to have a tender knee, is really doing it.
Play just underway. Canada shooting it in. Back to get it. Here's Lemieux stealing it in front to Anderson as Lemieux beat Kravchuk to the puck. Now Anderson. Side of the net to Lemieux. And Mildekov came out and cleared it. Gretzky to Murphy. Murphy shoots up high into the crowd. The Wayne and Mario show starting to gear up.
Murphy had to do that all over again. He would have wished that the puck had come to the stick flat. I think he had a bouncing, rolling puck. He had to cradle first and then tee it up. And then, of course, the defenseman was able to move over.
Talking about Gretzky, or as we look at Murphy, talking about Gretzky and Lemieux, who now lead the ice, I guess you could say Gretzky loads the gun and Mario pulls the trigger.
That's about it. That probably is the best way to describe it.
Here's Canada on the face-off. Patrick firing it around, over to pick it up to Sarov, out to Makarov. Leaving it there for Fedotov, number 14. Larionov cleared it in, but it's offside as Berutov was in ahead of the play.
Shots on goal continue to be 2-1 favor Canada. 16-8 now. Canada with a total of 16 shots already in this game, with 2:57 remaining in the first period. Gretzky, the captain.
No, two different times, Ron, I've seen Wayne Gretzky get 5 goals in a game. I think the best game I've ever seen him play was the other night. He didn't have a goal. He had 5 assists and was all over the place.
5 straight assists. There's a high stick. Makarov on, and an inadvertent one on that. When Anderson was turning at the boards, and puck seemed to, you can see Makarov's reaction. Stick seemed to ride up on the stick of Anderson, cut him across the face. And there's going to be a high sticking call. Makarov. Good call. Now here it is. They're still responsible for your stick. And if it gets up above the shoulders, then you have to pay the price, no matter whether it's accidental or not. So Canada goes on the power play.
Canada 1 for 2 with the man advantage in this game. Canada's 10th power play goal of the Canada Cup. So Canada with Lemieux, Messier, and Gretzky up front. Coffey and Bork, the point men. Here's Coffey to Messier. Leaving it for Lemieux. He left it there for Messier. Into Lemieux, back of the net to Gretzky. On the point to Bork, and then broken up by Larionov and chipped out the center. Bork has to hustle back. 2:20 left in the first period. 3-2 Soviets. Bork to Messier. Back to Bork. Ahead to Gretzky, and he just tips it in. Now Lemieux behind the goal. Berutov couldn't get it. Lemieux back to Bork. Around to the other side to Gretzky. Trying to tip it to Messier. And the Soviets got it. Coffey held it in. His shot wide. Here's Lemieux. To Bork, to Coffey. Over to Gretzky. Back to Coffey. Other side to Bork. Shot blocked by Bekov. Bork with 49 seconds left in the penalty to Coffey. Stick save, Mildekov. Gretzky to Coffey. Over to Lemieux. couldn't handle a pass. To Messier, who lets it go to Gretzky. On the point to Bourque. Over to Coffey. Now to Bourque with 30 seconds left in the penalty. Back to Coffey. Over to Gretzky. Soviets playing that box. Side of the net to Messier. Back to Gretzky. Now to Coffey. Shooting. Milnikov save. And Mario Lemieux couldn't get the rebound. Now he does. To Messier. Messier shoots from a bad angle. Kasatonov blocked that. We're in the final minute of the period. 4 seconds left in the penalty. Gretzky to Coffey. Over to Bourque. Penalized player back on. Bourque lets the shot go. Blocked. And Karutov cleared it. Now Bourque a shot. Gretzky deflects. Off the goal post with that one. And the Soviets, Makarov clearing the center. Bourque back to get it. Bourque loses it. Homatov in the clear. Scores! Homatov on a breakaway. And the Soviets at a late goal take a 4-2 lead here in the first period.
Well, we got back to the problem that I think that Team Canada was in the early stages of the period. They tried to get too cute. And here's Homatov all alone, and nearly a great save by Grant Fuhr, but it trickled over the line. Puck was just stripped away as falling on the play was Bourque, and Homatov had the clear path. But going back to the power play, it's almost like when you get Gretzky and Messier and also Lemieux out there, they want to score the perfect goal. Take a look at the 2 goals that have been scored for Team Canada tonight. It's been on sheer muscle and throw it in front of the net and bang it into the net. Now, we've had Gretzky and Lemieux score great goals in this tournament, but there they were almost like they were looking for the perfect goal, and they certainly didn't get it because the Soviets had played the box perfectly.
Now Canada down by 2 again. 17 seconds left in the period. Drop in there digging on the board. Soviets able to clear it, and Rochefort has to go back. Rochefort just scooping it into center ice. And it goes up over the boards at the Team Canada bench with 4 seconds left in the first period. Homatov unassisted, 1932, the time of that goal.
Well, we've got one of those games again, and don't go away because we've seen leads before disintegrate and go away. And the Soviets had their 3-0 lead reduced to 3-2.
There's a long shot that Milnikov handles, and he heads to the locker room with his team leading 4-2. And immediately Canada clear the puck into the Soviet zone. Makarov is there, number 24. Back he comes, trying to go around Patrick. Tipped away by Canada, and Fuhr away out of the net to clear that. Here's Fetisov trying to hold it in. And again, it's Rochefort with a lead pass to Messier. Kasatonov and Messier. There's Messier trying to center, was tipped away, and Kasatonov gives it to Makarov, who speeds in on left wing. Patrick takes him out of the play. Gartner cleared it. Here's Karutov centering back. Larionov to Fetisov. Stick save Fuhr on Fetisov. Fetisov still with it for the Soviets. Got it in front, batted away by Rochefort. Now Patrick, number 6, from the New York Rangers, leaving it for Rochefort. Up the middle to Gartner, tipped in, and shot right back out by number 29, Kravchuk. Into center ice. Here's Karutov moving in. Hartsburg dives to break it up. Now drops back, and Kravchuk is checked by Krupp. Gretzky breaks away with Tocchet. 2-on-1. Gretzky to Tocchet. Hand on it from about 20 feet out. Now Krupp after the loose puck. And it's Homatov breaking out of there. Homatov, number 15, bumped off the puck. Krupp drops it back. Coffey clearing one. And Kravchuk goes back to try and clear it, and does. Bekov. Now it's called on an offside at the Soviet blue line, and that's the way the second period begins.
There's Paul Coffey, been very strong throughout this tournament. Again, his speed is so much a part of his game. The 2-time Norris Trophy winner. Quite often he is paired with fellows who have controlled the Norris Trophy the last 3 years. Of course, Ray Bourque won it in 1987.
Canada down by 4-2. Coffey leading it for Greg Hartsburg. Flipped it to center. Prop is checked. Now Coffey picks it up. Canada playing catch-up. Coffey to Gretzky, knocked away from him, and here's Semak feeding one to Beckhoff. Moves in, shoots. Fjord just got his glove on it. Rebound, Beckhoff a shot. Fjord stops that and cleared it away. And Tocchet feeds Gretzky. That's knocked away. Kamensky now for the Soviets, firing it back in. Coffey back to pick it up. Paul Coffey leads a four-man Canada rush. Fedotov there to clear it. Coffey holding his ground on the boards against Fedotov. Gretzky comes in to try and pry it loose, and finally it's held for a faceoff. Some interesting strategy here by Mike Keenan as the second period begins. He's split up Gretzky and Lemieux. And Lemieux is now out there with Sutter and Goulet. Semyonov against Lemieux on the faceoff. And the Soviets break out of there. Womakin number 23 against Bourque. Bourque rides him out of the play. Bourque clearing it up to Michel Goulet. Shot to center. Gusarov over to Fedotov. Now to Semyonov, number 30. Fires it in. Semak in after it. Semak to Lomakin. Shot off a skate wide. Here's Semyonov. He's checked, and here's Lemieux. Has Goulet and Sutter with it. Broken up. Sutter the trailer. Centered it, but shot away by Gusarov for the Soviets. Fjord scooping it up on the boards to Murphy. Murphy shot at the center. Fetisov intercepts there. And gives it to number 8, Kumalev. At center now to Fetisov. Upended by Bourque on the play. Priakin into the corner, but Fetisov cleared it around. Kasatonov to Priakin. Brent Sutter ties him up, and Larry Murphy has it. He gives it to Bourque. Back on the wing. Sutter shot at the center. Intercepted by Priakin. Bourque trying to ride him up. Priakin and Bourque. Now Nemchinov knocked down back to the net by Howard Chuck. Here's Humalev trying to center. Nemchinov to Priakin. And he skated off, and Gretzky tried to chip it up. Soviets hold it in. Here comes Gretzky. Neat move. Gretzky looking to make a play. Gretzky still with it. Checked from behind by Humalev, who was able to shoot it out of there. And going back is Hartsburg. To Coffey, into center ice to Gilmore, but Kurutov intercepts. He drops it back to Kasatonov. Fired up the middle, and here is Larionov. Hartsburg breaks that up. Feeding Anderson to Messier. Back to Anderson. Kasatonov cleared it. Messier to Anderson. Back on the boards, Kurutov. Has Larionov and Makarov with him. A 3-on-3 break. Pass to Makarov. Flipped in front. Kurutov was there but couldn't make the deflection. Anderson for Canada. Got it outside the line. Carried back in offside by the Soviets.
It would appear that Mike Gardner's assignment is Sergei Makarov. Now take a look at this little play with the knee. Now, Makarov got up and made a play right after that, but he took him out of the play long enough that he wasn't clear when he got up. He wound up with the puck, shot the puck wide of the net.
Now Lemieux out there with Prop and Tocchet for Canada. Here's Rochefort flipping it into center ice. And the newcomer Kravchuk is there to shoot it back out. Now controlled by Stelnov, number 4. Ahead onto the wing. Here's Kamensky moving in, trying to center to Homatop. Broken up, and Canada's Crossman cleared it. Prop sliding it all the way down the ice. And it's grabbed by Milnikov. As then Stelnov and Lemieux bump into each other after the whistle.
Well, Coffey had his problems over a period of time with his skates, adjusting them once again. 4-2, the Soviets leading Canada. I guess it's more his shin guard than his skates. Last year, he had a dreadful time of it through the first part of the season. Just couldn't find a pair of skates that fit him properly. Was in a slump. Got over that, and of course finished strongly and led a team to a Stanley Cup.
Now Canada with a forward line of Howard Chuck, Goulet, and James Patrick up front. Normally a defenseman. Rochefort and Crossman on defense. Howard Chuck gets the draw. Shot by Rochefort, deflects just wide. Melnikov took no chance as it came off the backboards and just smothered it.
Well, one thing when you've got a defenseman up on your forward line in a face-off in the offensive zone, he's the kind of guy who can go right into that goal mouth area. He's used to the traffic in there, and he has to face that kind of traffic defending his own zone. There's a young player who's shown a lot of promise in this tournament. Anatoly Fedotov. Be around for a long time. Plays for Moscow Dynamo.
Just 21 years of age. I think Tikhonov is intense. Here's a drive by Canada. Rochefort let it go. Melnikov making the stop back of the net. Gusarov trying to clear it out of there. And it's carried out by Lomakin, number 23. Crossman checked him. Now Fedotov wide with that shot. And Rochefort takes Homatov out of the play with a tough check. Canada can't get it out. Semyonov holding it in. Well wide with that shot. Now cleared in by Fedotov, and Rochefort has it for Canada. Rochefort up the middle to Howard Chuck. He's upended, and he's hurt as Gusarov caught him right at center ice. And Howard Chuck is shaken up. And now Gusarov goes down. I didn't see what happened to him.
Dale Hawerchuk very upset at the hit he took from Gusarov in the center ice zone. Then Gusarov was nailed by Rochefort afterwards as a retaliatory measure. Koharski didn't see that. He was looking at the original incident, and this is why Fetisov was arguing. Watch to the left of your screen here. You'll see in the center ice zone, Hawerchuk is kneed perhaps by Gusarov. Then as Gusarov went down to defend in his own zone, he was nailed by Rochefort and went down himself. There's Gusarov. Another good young defenseman of this team, 23 years of age.
No penalties on either play. Soviets 4, Canada 2. Soviets led 3-1 after the first period of game 1. Made it 4-1. Canada came back eventually to tie it. Game 2. Canada led 3-1 after 1, and the Soviets came back to tie it. The 2 goals with these teams, differential after 1 period, not proving to be that much. Here's Hartsburg decking Himmelap with a check as he caught him with his head down. Now Priakin racing in. Canada starting to throw their weight around, and it's shot out by Tocchet down the ice. Konsatonov going back together. And it's icing called against Canada.
Well, a couple of great hits. Hartsburg was the one that started it. And Hartsburg in a foul mood with the scoreboard reading 4-2. Somebody said something to him, but a good clean hit in the center ice zone. And then a couple of hits down in the Team Canada zone. Here it comes right to your screen. He nailed him, stood him straight up, sat him straight down. Now they're going to have to do a little more of that. Looks like they're getting a little mad, and I think probably that may be the best thing that could happen to Team Canada. They played the first period a little less than the total enthusiasm.
Hit, but they better stay out of the penalty box.
That's right. Keep them clean. Keep the sticks down.
Here's Crossman for Canada to Gartner. He couldn't get it out. Karutov has it for the Soviets. Over to Makarov. Rochefort bumps him hard. And Canada then clear it out of there. Anderson sliding it to center ice. Now Fetisov passing it up on the wing to Karutov. Rochefort back together. Messier, Anderson, and Gartner up front. Here's Messier. Leaving it for Anderson. He's checked, and Makarov breaks away with only Rochefort back. He has Karutov with him. To Karutov. Shoots. Oh, pure. Just got a piece of that, and it trickled off to the corner. And Crossman has it for Canada. Delno pinching in. Now Messier. Messier loses. Makarov trying to carry back in. Crossman tying it up. And a jam up in the corner. Rossbourg coming up with it, flips it out. It hits Makarov as he was going to the bench. Now Crossman cleared once. Stelno jammed in there by Anderson. And it's held. And we get a stoppage in play.
On the right there is Larionov. On the left was Karutov, but it's Makarov who paved the way for this play. And the shot by Karutov just trickled through and behind. Boy, they have been dangerous, especially in this game. Dan Makarov, he is having a great hockey game.
When they get a scoring chance, it's a dandy. They seem to be wide open. And that's why the shots on goal don't mean very much. It's the chances they're getting. Beckhoff flipping it in. Muir there to clear it. Lemieux couldn't get it. Stelno held it in. Bourque blocked his shot. Flips it up the middle. And it's shot back in by the Soviets. Now Lemieux and Gretzky are out on the forward line back together with Propp, the other member of that trio. Here comes Murphy into Lemieux. Lemieux cutting in. Lemieux trying to center, does to Bourque. Bourque got it in front. Gretzky in front. And Lemieux was upended. And there'll be a penalty to Beckhoff as he tripped Lemieux at the side of the net. And a Canada power play coming right up. Beckhoff to the penalty box.
Great chance here. Watch Gretzky. Here is the puck rolling loose. Gretzky gets a little bit of a piece of it, rolls it. I don't know how he got that pass away, and then Beckhoff just nailed Lemieux in the goal mouth area. And that drew the tripping penalty. It's the second time that Lemieux has drawn a penalty in this game. I say drawn a penalty. His check has taken a penalty trying to handle him. So at 8:24, Canada goes on the power play, and the crowd here is starting to pick it up once again.
Gretzky up front with Lemieux and Tocchet. Murphy and Bourque will be the point men. Here's Messier or at least Gretzky to Tocchet. Couldn't get a stick on it. Gretzky again. Tries to center. Lemieux was open but banned on it. And the Soviets come back, led by Lomakin. 2-on-2 break. Murphy there to use the poke check. And ties up Lomakin. And Lomakin trying to freeze it. Murphy gets it loose. Larry Murphy. Fires it in. Gretzky comes in. It comes to Murphy. Back to Bourque. Into Lemieux. Soviets go into that box. They drop it to Bourque. A drive and a save by Milnikov. And he held it.
Big thing about this line, the way they've got it now with Lemieux and Gretzky, they've added Tocchet to the line. And Tocchet's the man. He's the designated slot man. He's in there to cause problems for Milnikov. Good play here, and this is the difference. They're getting the shot away now with Tocchet right in front of the net. Gretzky swooping in, looking for any kind of a rebound himself. He's a very important guy in this game so far, Rick Tocchet. He's played a lot of roles, but most of them are the physical roles. And he's been very much responsible for the 2 goals that Canada has. Points on both of them.
Tocchet from Scarborough, Ontario, a key member of the Philadelphia Flyers. 1:20 left in the penalty. Now Gretzky over to question the referee, Koharski, about something. Soviets, Ron, to me, tonight when they're shorthanded, are playing the box and not playing as aggressively in a shorthanded situation as they did earlier.
They don't want to let them get too much of that game in close.
Here's Bourque for Canada. Into Lemieux. Back to Bourque. Over onto the wing to Murphy. Centered. Tipped away by Makarov. Lemieux. Back of the net to Gretzky. In front to Murphy. Shoots. He scores!
Oh, play with it. Shoot it. What happened was the defense got spread out here. Tocchet, they started worrying about Tocchet at the side of the net. Murphy wound up getting the puck at the side. As the defense was going the wrong way, on the short side, he put it in, but whether that shot had been blocked or not, it certainly paved the way for a good rebound. And as it was, it found the hole, and Canada trails by just a goal.
Another great setup by Gretzky as Murphy gets his first of this Canada Cup. Comes with 10:40 left in the second period.
The other point goes to Mario Lemieux.
So Gretzky and Lemieux got the assist. Canada within one of the Soviets. Here's Kryakin coming in. Coffey trying to take him out. Back to get it. Here's Tocchet. Feeds it to Gretzky. Delnov in to tie him up. And now Gretzky gets it to Coffey. Out for Tocchet, but intercepted and shot back in by the Soviets. Coffey back for Canada. Coffey being checked by Kryakin, and Kryakin dumps it in. And now Propp has to go back for Canada. Out on left wing to Gretzky. Over for Hartsburg, off the boards for Propp. Ryan Propp, number 26, shooting it in. Going back to get it, Kravchuk. Gretzky stole it, centered, Kamensky intercepts. Soviets come back. Number 13, Kamensky. Lets it go, and that's high off the glass. Right back the other way, Canada with Gretzky. The Coffey to Propp, has Sutter with him. Here's the shot, high and over the glove of Milnikov. Propp behind the net, trying to get it to Sutter. Brent Sutter for Canada. Beckhoff comes up with it. Now to Holmatov. Holmatov got it to the line. Rochefort held it in, and Gusarov has it for the Soviets. To Holmatov, number 15. Flipped in, cleared out by Crossman. Now Fedotov trying to set up Kamensky. Back comes Crossman for Canada, trying to beat it up to Goulet. Goulet on the left wing boards. Slides it around. Into the corner goes Crossman. Now to Howardchuk. Dale Howardchuk, center to shot. They score! Brent Sutter ties this game up.
The key to this is look at the traffic in front of the net. Out comes the pass. Everybody going for the net, and Sutter with a great shot off the roof. Howardchuk is getting it out in front. Sutter moving in. Glove side. Couldn't put it in a better spot.
Canada comes back to tie it at 4-4. The Soviets at one time led 3-0.
Howardchuk and Crossman will draw assists on this. Here's Howardchuk out in front. Again, that great shot. The feeling is glove side high on Milnikov. You can beat him. He doesn't have a good glove hand.
Brent Sutter's first goal of the tournament. Howardchuk and Crossman the assist. 11:06 the time. Canada 4, the Soviets 4.
Oh, the crowd's starting to take over, too. You can hear them start to build with the Murphy goal. Now they're really going. Got the coach up on top of the bench.
Canada 4, the Soviets 4, and here we go with Bourque flipping it in for Canada. Racing in was Sutter, but it was whistled down on an offside or a high sticking call, I believe, ruling that the Soviets had knocked the puck down with a high stick.
Canada with a 7-4 shots on goal edge in this period, but again, the shots on goal, as Dan mentioned, not a good statistic in this particular game because the Soviets have had so many good scoring, clean scoring chances. They scored 3 goals on their first 4 shots, and each of them was a good, clean scoring chance.
Now Gilmore, Lemieux, and Sutter, the Canada forward line. Breaking out is Womakin for the Soviets. Poke check by Bourque, and Lemieux right back for Canada. Mario Lemieux trying to leave it there, knocked down, and Semyonov right back the other way for the Soviets. Lemieux gets up limping. Now Gilmore back of the goal. Gilmore trying to clear it out, and now we're going to get a penalty. Back of the play is Lemieux and Kasatonov were making threatening glances at each another.
All right, here's the play. Now there's a slash in here, but watch the skate of Kasatonov. And there's the slash across the back of the leg. I don't think Lemieux appreciated that skate very much. It may have been inadvertent, but it certainly was an area where it could have caused a lot of damage.
So the Soviets in this 4-4 game with a man advantage. Slashing against Lemieux. 8:26 left in the second period. Soviets are 0 for 1 with the man advantage tonight. They send out the green unit. Larionov, Makarov, and Kurutov with Fetisov and Kasatonov on defense. Canada with Messier and Gartner up front. Soviets with the man advantage. Rochefort from the faceoff. Tries to clear it up. Pinching in. Fetisov to Larionov. Larionov to Makarov. Kicks it to Kurutov and Rochefort checks in. Kasatonov held it in. Over onto the board to Larionov. Back to Kasatonov. Return to Larionov. Now to Fetisov. Shooting. Blocked by Gartner. Fetisov to Kurutov, and Gartner breaks it up again. And then cleared at the center up. Couple of key plays defensively by Mike Gartner. Here's Kurutov. To Fetisov. Now to Larionov. Larionov flips it in. Kurutov cuts in. Big save, pure rebound. And that's chopped away by Crossman for Canada. Larionov held it in. His shot blocked by Messier, and Rochefort shoots it away. And a minute left in the penalty, and an interference call as Gardner gets upended. And an interference call coming up here to the Soviets. And to Larionov.
Watch the left-hand side of the screen on the replay, and you'll see Gartner, number 12 for Canada, knocked down right in the center ice zone as the puck was cleared up ice. Larionov. That means that Canada, at the end of the Lemieux penalty, will have a minute and 2 seconds, barring further penalties. They'll have a minute and 2 seconds of power play. Here's Kurutov. Every time you see these guys, you got to get up on the edge of your seat. What a save that was. And then Kasatonov moving quickly in for the rebound, but he was forced into the corner.
Kurutov scored a goal in Game 2 in a very similar situation. Each team a man short, copied. Anderson deflected it. Milnikov made the save and then smothers it. 53 seconds left in Lemieux's penalty. 1:56 left in Larionov's penalty for the Soviets.
What a deflection there by Anderson. Taking that shot from the point by Coffey, and all he did was get the heel of the stick on it and steer it right into the padding of Milnikov.
Gretzky getting Coffey positioned properly. Gretzky against Bekhoff on the faceoff. Gretzky gets it into the corner. Gets help from Anderson. Now Stelno over. And he gets help from Bekhoff, who feeds it up to Homatop, number 15. Coffey spun him around. Koharski looks the other way as he figures Homatop took a dive. And it's Hartsburg shooting it in. And he did. Back to get it, number 29, Igor Kravchuk. Up to Bekhoff. Bekhoff trying to get around Hartsburg. Bekhoff to Homatop. And Canada come back. Here's Gretzky. Gretzky trying to get Coffey going the other way. Now a break for the Soviets. 2-on-1. Bekhoff to Humalap, and a stick save by Fuhr on the 2-on-1. Now Lemieux back on. Another shot by the Soviets. Fuhr the save, and here's Lemieux with Gretzky. 2-on-1 break. Big save, Milnikov on Gretzky. As that time it was Lemieux putting in number 99, and Milnikov slid across to make the save. Canada on a power play. 35 seconds left in the Soviets penalty. Now Semyonov firing it in. Back to get it is Bourque for Canada. Ramo Bourque flips it in. Fetisov back after it. That's pocket into Korchuk. Here's Gretzky. Centered. Lemieux in front. Couldn't get the shot off. Gretzky again. To Bourque. Over to Murphy. Into Gretzky, back to Bourque. Into Lemieux. Across to Murphy, shooting, blocked at the defense on a dive across by Batista.
Oh, they moved it around again and around, and they did set up a play. But a defenseman was the one who took the shot. Batista making the save on Murphy. Very nicely set up. There's Rick Tocchet. Big check inside the zone started this. That's Lemieux. Across, here's Murphy. And the shot blocked by Batista, who was down with plenty of time to block that shot. If it had been a Gretzky or a Lemieux, you might have seen a quicker trigger.
Now Larionov is out of the penalty box, so the Soviets are at full strength. 5:23 left in the second period. Canada 4, Soviets 4. Here's Messier on a faceoff. Gets it to Gartner. He and Batista battle. And now Krutov to Makarov. Back to Krutov. Upended, and Crossman is there for Canada. Trying to clear it up. Makarov held it in. Over to Konstantinov. His shot blocked. Messier couldn't get it up. Here's Makarov. Back on the point to Batista. Centers to Krutov. Shot. Right on and pure. Made the save and held on.
Well, we have had a few dives in this game. Here is one of them. This is the one we mentioned. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Greg Louganis.
On the top was the player who Koharski just looked at him and looked the other way.
I'll tell you something. Both sides are doing a fair amount of that tonight.
Soviets, Batista at the point for the faceoff. Closing in, Murphy dives to poke it away. Now Makarov, back of the net, gets it back from Batista. Makarov for Krutov. He's checked, Canada clear it. Soviets hold it in, but now carried up by Murphy. As Howard Chuck and Sutter with him. To Howard Chuck, shoots. Yilnikov the save. Howard Chuck back of the net, stuffs it in front. Shoots, he scores! Dale Howard Chuck!
There's an old line, Dan, that says when you hit a guy, you create a turnover. Sutter behind the net was the reason for this play. Here comes the puck into the zone. The shot is going to go off the goaltender Melnikov. Here comes Sutter. He's going to take the puck away. Creates the turnover. Howard Chuck, one chance. Comes back out to him. Second shot into the net. And Canada, for the first time, has the lead. His fourth goal of the tournament. Dale Howard Chuck. But the key again was the slugging along the board. It's almost like we're watching that big Soviet game in 1984. The sluggers are doing the job at the key time. Tocchet, Sutter. Take a look at the names that are cropping up on the score sheet here tonight. Look at the turnover. Here it comes. There's the big check. And the puck is turned over.
The scoring play, Howard Chuck from Murphy and Kropp. 15:32 the time.
Sutter does not get a point, but I'll tell you, that guy right there loves him.
Dale Howard Chuck from the Winnipeg Jets has just given Canada the lead for the first time tonight.
Isn't it amazing? We've seen so much of Lemieux and Gretzky, and suddenly, in a big game like this one, the grinders are out.
Now a Team Canada line of Gilmore, Tocchet, and Goulet. 4:28 left in the second period. 5-4 Canada.
Isn't it amazing the difference in this hockey game compared to games 1 and 2 of this series? The artistry isn't there. The excitement certainly is.
And a lot of thumping in this game, more than in games 1 and 2. Bourque back after the get the puck for Canada. Passing it to Murphy. Murphy to Gilmore. Too far for him. Gilmore racing in. Got around on the board. Here's Tocchet. Back of the net. But intercepted by Kravchuk and cleared. And the Soviets work it to Homatov at center ice. Bourque took him out of the play. And Gilmore knocked it to Goulet. And now a high sticking penalty coming up to Bourque as he took Homatov out of the play. And Canada will be shorthanded as Bourque goes to the penalty box.
Canada's penalty number 7.
Don Koharski calling him as he sees him, and he has seen Ray Bourque high stick somebody, and he has called him for it. I wouldn't change a thing the way Team Canada is playing right now. They're getting the odd penalty, but they're also playing the type of hockey when things have gone sour in the overall playmaking of Gretzky and Lemieux is going to win for them.
Soviets on a power play with a forward line of Semyonov, Lomakin, and Semak. White men will be Gusarov and Fedotov. Canada with Gilmore up to win the faceoff. He and Anderson are the penalty killers with Crossman and Rochefort on defense. Gilmore broke the play up. Now Gusarov dropping it back to Fedotov. To Gusarov. Alexei Gusarov up the middle for Semyonov, number 30. Semak centered and Anderson there to tip it away. And then Gilmore cleared it away for Canada. Fedotov, number 14 for the Soviets. A minute 30 left in Canada's penalty. Now Gusarov to Fedotov. Back to Gusarov. Firing to Semyonov. Into Lomakin. Dropped it to Semak, but Gartner intercepts. And Gartner fires it away.
Notice how they're picking up the men right at the line. Something Brad brought up. They're letting the defense back in. They're not doing it anymore.
Here's Larionov as the Soviets change on the fly, leaving it for Gusarov. Now to Makarov. Gartner checks him. Makarov tries again to Krutov. Krutov leaving it for Larionov. He drops it back, and Fetisov couldn't hold it in. 42 seconds left in the penalty. Fetisov to Kasatonov. Kasatonov, number 7. Leaving it for Krutov over to Makarov. Now to Fetisov. Into Larionov. To Fetisov to Kasatonov. Moves in deeper, and Murphy took it away from him, and Murphy clears it out of there. 12 seconds left in the penalty. Excellent penalty killing here by Canada. Larionov now trying. Leaves it for Fetisov. Fetisov flipping it in. Crossman there to poke it away. Gretzky flips it. Anderson able to carry it out, and Gretzky now takes a pass at center ice, breaking in with Bourque. Gretzky shoots one, and that one off a stick high and wide. And back the other way, Makarov. Teams at full strength now as Bourque has served his penalty. Here's Brian Krupp. Fans on it as he went to clear it. Now drops it to Rochefort. Over to Crossman. Off the boards to Gretzky. Gretzky dumps it in. Fetisov there for the Soviets. Now cleared out of there by Semyonov. And Bumalev flips it ahead for Kryakin. He gets knocked down by Bourque. And Bourque will get another penalty here. Mario Lemieux arguing about the penalty call, but it's a hooking penalty against Bourque.
Well, Ray Bourque up against the boards. In this case, I'd give the penalty. They may have put a little mustard on it, but he also got hooked. Last time, Bourque was off. No shots on goal by the Soviets, so they did a terrific job on the penalty killing last time out, but you can play with fire, too. You want to keep doing this.
Just a minute 9 left in the period, so Canada will, if they can get through this first part, the first minute 9 will have a break.
And the penalty killers, who did a pretty good job last time for the most part. Gartner out there. And Rochefort will be back at the blue line.
Doug Gilmore is going to take the faceoff against Bekov.
who've shown us some pretty good skills in terms of face-offs in this tournament.
Soviets have 4 men inside the blue line. Homatop is away off on the right wing boards, but Gilmore wins the draw, and the Soviets have to go back and regroup. Here, Kravchuk, number 29, giving it to number 15, Homatop. We're in the final minute of period 1. Kamensky moving in. Gartner takes him out. Fewer out of the net to clear it. Homatop losing it. Gilmore trying to knock it out of there, and did with a volleyball-type move, hitting it with his hand, and he hit it up into the Soviets' bench. So the face-off will be back inside the blue line.
Off the Soviet player's head, I think. And so the face-off will come back inside the Team Canada zone. There's Gilmore. There's some of the players that have really noticeably improved their game as the finals have come on. Gilmore and Brian Propp is very interesting. The overtime period the other night and this game playing very, very well.
Now Messier comes out to replace Gartner, so Messier and Gilmore will be the penalty killers. Now Gartner comes back. And they're going to take Gilmore out of there and leave Gartner and Messier up front.
This is a Team Canada home game, by the way. They have the last change, or whatever it's worth.
Beckhoff against Messier. 47 seconds left in the period. Soviets on a power play. And they get it to Stelnov, who moves in from the point. Shot it around. Homatop trying to center one. Gartner there to clear it away. Kravchuk, number 29, back to pick it up. Kravchuk was supposed to be out for this series with a knee ligament problem, but he's in there tonight. He feeds it to Kamensky. Into Homatop. Rockport ties him up. Homatop gets loose. Gartner hacks away on it. Now Beckhoff to Kravchuk. Shot right on. Kamensky after the rebound. Kravchuk a drive, and that's just wide. And Messier with 8 seconds left clears it out of there. Soviets have to go back. Kravchuk with 2 seconds left clears it up. Second period is over. A good one for Canada as they come off the ropes and take the lead after 40 minutes.
And the Soviet Union are going to play the first 52 seconds of the third period with a manpower advantage.
Here we go at the third period. Hold on to your hat. Canada clear it out as Crossman shot it up on the boards, and it goes over the glass into the penalty box area.
Nearly decapitated Bork sitting there.
Face-off will be about 10 feet inside the Team Canada blue line. Messier and Gartner up front. Rochefort and Crossman on defense. The green unit for the Soviets. Kurutov, Makarov, and Larionov up front. Fetisov and Kasatonov the point men.
How'd you like the job, Dan, of selecting the outstanding player for Canada in this game?
Or in this tournament. Puck cleared down the ice. Kasatonov back to pick it up. Soviets with the man advantage. Up the middle to Kurutov, now to Larionov. Leaves for Makarov. Makarov poke check by Crossman, and then Gartner got it to the line, but not out. Now Messier does knock it out of there. And Kasatonov with 20 seconds left in the penalty. Over to Larionov. Leaving for Kasatonov. Crossman picks it off and cleared it out. Fetisov to Larionov. 5 seconds left in the penalty. Larionov firing it around. Now Bork is back on. Here's Fetisov, and a poor pass has to be covered up on by Kasatonov, who gives it to Larionov. Larionov to Makarov. He cuts in. Now around Coffey. Got it in front. Fewer the save. Still loose. Whack at it. Just wide of the net. And Gretzky is back to get it for Canada. Look at Gretzky carry out. Hook check by Kurutov. Covering up on the play is Murphy. Murphy into Lemieux. Offside at the Soviet blue line.
Well, this is what it's like to be a fan in Hamilton. Cheering Team Canada on to what they hope will be a victory.
Howard, Chuck, Goulet, and Tocchet for Canada. Bork and Murphy on defense. Dumped in by Canada. Howard Chuck into the corner. Gets help from Tocchet to Howard Chuck to Goulet, but he couldn't handle a pass. And back comes Homatop, number 15, with Beckhoff. And it's broken up by Murphy and cleared away. Number 29, Igor Kravchuk back after it. He quickly fired it out. Goulet carried back in with a couple of teammates already in the Soviet zone, and it's called an offside.
Now Michel Goulet of the Quebec Nordiques, assistant 50-goal scorer in the National Hockey League. And he'll be out there playing on a line with Gilmore and Sutter at this particular time, and now they've called him up. We're going to try a new combination, and it's Howard Chuck out there.
Semyonov on the face-off against Sutter. Canada taking it. Now Murphy carries in. Firing it in. Gusarov back to get it. The same act, number 18. He just tipped it ahead to Semyonov. Howard Chuck checked him. And Murphy firing it across to Bork. Bork for Canada. Dumping it in. Fedotov there with Howard Chuck into second. Now same act back together. And pocket rain into Gusarov and knocked him for a loop. Soviets clear it out of there. Trying to rule that Canada could have played it. There's no icing. Bork back after it. Bork to Gretzky. Leaving it for Bork. Up to Tocchet. Into center ice to Brent Sutter, who fired it in. Milnicop making a save, and Gusarov back to get him. Leaves it there. Fetisov loses. To Lemieux to Gretzky. Here's Gretzky. Out in front. Backhander. That hit Lemieux. Drop after the puck. Now Gretzky. Centered. Here's Coffey in and goal. Milnicop robs Coffey on another great setup by Gretzky. Back comes Perbukin, or Priakin it is. His shot. And a stick save by Fuhr. Mario Lemieux cleared it, not out. But then Coffey picks it up as Gretzky and Lemieux with him. Leaving for Gretzky. Gretzky across to Murphy. Shot it just wide. As Murphy came in aggressively from the point. Now it's Hartford. Into Brian Brock. Up high off the glass to Centron. Canada changing on the fly. Here's a clearing pass to Gretzky. And they whistle that down and outside at the Soviet blue line.
Well, Team Canada seeming to play with a lot more confidence here in the third period. More in control of things, but that's the kind of thing that happens. There's a great play to Coffey from Gretzky. And a pretty good play by the goaltender. Milnicov stuck right with him.
Sergei Milnicov, his team trailing 5-4. And he may have held them in there with that save. Puck shot in by Canada. Anderson in on the boards. Comes to the point, into the corner to Gartner. Gartner trying to get it to Anderson. Knocked away by Kravchuk, and he carries to center. Igor Kravchuk, number 29. Cuts in, shot blocked, rebound. Krutov put it over top of the net. Here's Anderson. He loses to Makarov. Centered to Larionov. Rossmore blocked the shot. And the rebound is poked wide. Crossman for Canada. Krutov standing right in front of the net, keeping an eye on him. But Crossman beats Gartner. And Gartner slides the puck into the Soviet zone. Delnov, number 4, back together. Ahead to Larionov. Into Kamensky, but broken up by Bork and shot to center, and Patrick tips it into the Soviet zone. Gusarov back after it. Cleared it, knocked down by Murphy. And now the Soviets with Fedotov. Gilmore checked him. Gilmore giving it to Patrick. Now ahead to Goulet. Goulet against Gusarov, and he whips the shot high up into the crowd.
4 minutes, 53 seconds gone. There's Valery Kamensky. He was great at Rendezvous. He scored only 13 goals in 37 games in the Soviet Union last year. But he made his year in Quebec City in the second game of Rendezvous when he scored those two important goals, and then that great goal to tie up the game the other night against Team Canada. Sent it into overtime. He has just been a phenomenal player. Keep saying he's not strong enough, but he's got the great shot. As a matter of fact, I asked Grant Fuhr who the toughest shot to deal with on this team. He says Kamensky. Well, his teammates say that Kruzov's got the quickest release, the most dangerous shot, says Fjord, is Kaminsky.
Here the Soviets, Semyonov, number 30, breaking down. Semyonov is checked, and Hartsburg chops the puck out of there. Soviets go back and get it. Kasatonov, number 7. To Lomakin. He leaves it. Gusarov to Samak. Now to Lomakin. Leaving it for Samak right through his skates, and Rick Tocchet comes back for Canada. Tocchet dumping it in. It's all the way back out to center. Hartsburg waits for his team to get onside and drills it back in. Semyonov, number 30 for the Soviets. Gretzky into forecheck, gives it to Fetisov. Now to Humalek, number 8. Gretzky checked into Lemieux. Lemieux over to Bourque, who pinches in. Back of the net to Gretzky. Back to Bourque, and Ryakin had it. Gretzky held it into Murphy. Into Lemieux, shoots. Big save again by Mildakov. That time on Lemieux. Dolan center to Gretzky. Backhander shot it wide. Oh, Gretzky with a brilliant opportunity. Here's Himalak moving back. Long shot and pure shot back. Now Gretzky to Brian Propp. And Propp fires it in. Mildakov didn't appear to see it. Here's Gretzky in behind the net. Chopped away by Nemchinov. Held in by Anderson to Gretzky behind the goal. Looking for Lemieux. Lemieux well covered. Gretzky will come out himself. Turn, shoots. Melnikov got a stick on it. Here's Anderson. They have Lemieux tied up in knots at the side of the net. Here's Makarov. Tied up by Gretzky, but gets away. Now Nemchinov, number 12. Leaves for Kurutov. Gretzky tried to steal it. Here's Gusarov. Firing it in. Crossman for Canada. Back he comes with Messier. Messier shoots from a bad angle. Mildakov the save. Bodies fly everywhere. And we got to stop it.
People are always amazed at Wayne Gretzky's staying power. He just had a shift that lasted longer than 2 minutes. And yet at the tag end of it, he was still doing things. Just missed the net, and right there with Mario Lemieux, he was going to steer that in with his hand if he could have. That was up on edge. The reason Gretzky didn't get good wood on it or a good angle on it. But what a long shift he had, and yet at the end he still had the power and the stamina to make a good scoring play.
That was Gartner from the faceoff that Milnikov stopped, and Bourque beats Messier. Beckhoff tying him up. Messier beating Gartner. Pass behind Goulet. Homatov starts back, got it into the zone, still has it. Homatov to Gusarov. Hook check by Bourque. Homatov to Kamiensky. Bourque takes him out. Pure knocking it back to the net, and Murphy has it for Canada. He goes out the other way and gives it to Bourque. And Bourque flips it to center. Fedotov back after it. Gartner right on top of him. Gartner up, checking aggressively. Here's Gusarov. Now to Fedotov. In comes Howard-Chuck. Fedotov beats Kamiensky. Now to Beckhoff. Messier took him out. Howard-Chuck getting it in. Soviets. Beckhoff trying to work it free, and Lomakin drops it back. Gusarov under pressure as Canada coming in to try and forecheck and rush the Soviets, and it's been working. Here's Semyonov breaking up. Long shot. Pure a glove save on that. Clears it up for the boards. Canada with a flip pass to Sutter that hopped over his stick. Semyonov trying to come back and copy. Has it for Canada. Into center ice. Here's Sutter to Tocchet, and they whistle it down on a two-line offside pass.
Look at the point system or situation as far as this game is concerned. The top point man is Larry Murphy. He has a goal and 2 assists. Tocchet with a goal and an assist. So has Propp, and so has Sutter and Howard-Chuck. Not the names you would expect.
Here's Coffey for Canada. Canada leading 5-4. 11 minutes, 10 seconds left in regulation time. Here's Lemieux to Propp behind the net. Propp couldn't get it centered, and Kasatonov beating one out too far ahead for Humalev. Going back to Sparksburg, and they wave the icing off to the Soviet linesman. Here's Humelap into the corner. Canada come up with it, and Kropp is able to chip it out of there. And Fetisov goes back. Canada making a wholesale change on the fly. Puck cleared out. Here's Larionov. Larionov moving in, taken out of the play by Crossman. Makarov with the puck. He gets tied up. Now shot around on the boards. Crossman for Canada, able to scoop it out of there. And Makarov goes hustling back for the Soviets. Messier right on his tail. Two players collide. Here's Makarov to Karutov. Now Makarov into the corner. Centered. And Messier chips it into center ice. Delno back after it for the Soviets. And Gusarov takes over to Larionov. Larionov flipping it into center ice. The Crossman for Canada to Normand Rochefort. Now to Gartner. He just lets it go, and here comes Doug Gilmour for Canada. Leaves it for Gartner with a drive off the glass. Bourque behind the net to Gartner. Gartner trying to center. Flips it into the corner for Gilmour. He and Fedotov battle for it. Soviets come up with it, and Gusarov cleared it into center ice. 9.5 minutes left in the third period. Here's Canada with Goulet putting himself offside as he carried it in behind him.
The hardest thing in the world is to get off to a bad start and then try to get your game right. Doug Crossman has recovered beautifully after he had his early problems in this game. That's known as playing the man. And Larionov flattened on the play.
Here's Canada with a line of Gilmour, Lemieux, and Goulet. Canada with a 5-4 lead. 9:20 left in regulation time. Beckhoff for the Soviets with a line, but Bourque breaks it up to Lemieux. Lemieux to Gilmour. Gilmour flipping it through. Fetisov back to get it. Now Fetisov can't get away from Lemieux. Here's Beckhoff trying. Stick handling neatly. Beckhoff moving it in. Broken up in the defense, and Goulet clears to Lemieux. Lemieux couldn't get around Fetisov. And now covering up for Canada. Bourque to Goulet. Into Lemieux. Lemieux cutting in. Shoots one. Off the skate and just wide. Goulet to Lemieux. Lemieux back to Goulet. Goulet put it through the crease. Here's Lemieux. To Goulet. Sutter alone in front, but he couldn't get it to him. Now Sutter comes in. Canada forced a face-off in the Soviet zone. 8:32 left in regulation time.
Now to Chef Goulet in deep forechecking. And again, it produced a flurry around the net. The game is being played for a good part down in the Soviet end. So the old adage, a good defense is a good offense. Canada, again, I can't stress how confidently Canada is playing here in the third period.
They have outshot the Soviets here in the third period, 10-4. Now, Kravchuk and Sutter from the faceoff tie each other up. And we'll get another faceoff deep in the Soviet zone.
Brent Sutter in this game has a goal and an assist. By the way, if you're Gretzky Lemieux fans, each has a point, each an assist. They've not been as dominant in this game on the score sheet, although they've certainly had their opportunities and have handled the puck a lot.
Both Gretzky and Lemieux have missed great chances here in this third period. Here's Tocchet knocking it off the board. Semyonov checked by Sutter. He kicks it back to Coffey, who cleared it to center. Now Lomakin. He's bumped off the puck by Howardchuk. Tocchet to Howardchuk, who fires it in. Tocchet chipping it into Sutter. Sutter and Semyonov battle for it. Look at Tocchet grind behind the net to Sutter. Trying to get it in front. Lomakin is there. Now to Semyonov, number 30. Over to Semak. Moving in. Trying to get up to Lomakin. Howardchuk had him tied up. Now center to shot. They score! Semak ties this game up with 7:39 left in regulation time.
So what else is new? Semak getting a puck right in front of the net. Semyonov being tied up by Coffey, and they kind of a collision there as Howardchuk went with him. And the puck just rolled past Pure. Semak closing in tight. Puck bouncing off the boards. Everybody giving chase, and a little pick allows the forward to scoot behind the net and slip it back out in front. And Semak has scored. He was the one who scored the game winner in overtime in game 1 of this series. So here we are, 7:39 left in regulation time, a 5-5 tie.
Here is Gardner dropping it to Rossford, to Crossman. Back for Rossford. Into center ice off of Anderson's skate. Now Anderson's shooting it in. And Fedotov goes back to pick it up. Fedotov trying to clear it. Anderson held it in. To Messier. Got away by the Soviets. And here comes number 8, Yuri Humalev. Moving in. Trying to go around Rossford. Humalev into the corner. Messier for Canada. Out to Mike Gardner. Gardner checked by Fedotov. Gets it again, but then the play is offside at the Soviet blue line. 7:03 left in regulation time. 5-5, Canada and the Soviets. Canada dumping it in, but Tisov back to get it. Tocchet knocked him down, but he moved it to Larionov, and here come the Soviets. 3-on-3 break to Makarov. Makarov cutting in. Makarov right in, backhander wide. And Gilmore quickly moves it to Sutter. Sutter to center ice, to Tocchet, but Tisov knocks it down. But Tisov in across the line, tipped back out by Sutter. And Canada with Tocchet clearing down the ice. Here's number 2, Tisov. Flipping it up, Murphy knocks it down to Gretzky. Gretzky cutting in. Jack Lemieux held it in, but now Bekov back for the Soviets. They head to Kamensky. Kamensky trying to cut through. Arnsberg tied him up. Now Bekov behind the net. Gretzky has him in tow, and Lemieux comes up with it. Out to Gretzky. Gretzky with drop and Coffey to center. Pass to Coffey. Breaking in. Coffey couldn't get around the defenseman. Delno.